Chapter 801 It's the Frog Priestess. Retreat. Dang. Another crisp sound rang out. The silver hunter's fist hit the steel cylinder directly, and the huge force made Bailey retreat a few steps. Crack. Crack. The ground was cracked by his step and made a strange sound. It seems that the Navy is behind in the bounty on you. The silver hunter continued to attack Bailey, forcing Bailey to be unable to use the weapon in his hand. The silver hunter knew the weapon in Bailey's hand very well. It was a single soldier weapon developed by the South Sea, and the entire cylinder was almost made of steel. It was very powerful when fired with that exaggerated bullet. And it can also be used directly as a weapon, which is deeply loved by those violent pirates in the South Sea and the North Sea. So he didn't dare to be too careless. He originally thought that Bailey should be taken down quickly by him because of the surprise attack. But he didn't expect that this guy was more flexible and stronger than he thought. Such strength is inconsistent with the bounty given by the Navy. However, considering the lag of the bounty for pirates, it is understandable. Bang bang bang. The figure of the silver hunter seemed to stick to Bailey, and his fists were covered with armed color domineering and attacked quickly. Bailey was too close, and it was difficult to use the cannon in his hand. He could only use it as a steel cylinder to collide with the hunter in front of him. Awesome! The pirate with nearly 20 million Bailey was easily suppressed by the leader Maku. At this time, the 20 or so guards in front of the villagers in training clothes looked at the leader Maku with admiration. The members of these guards are all adults with drive and outstanding talents specially selected from the village. Although the era of great martial arts has arrived. But it is impossible for everyone in an ordinary village to practice wholeheartedly. In order to deal with the brutal pirates, a team of full-time guards is needed. This involves trade-offs. The general pattern of ordinary villages in the sea is to gather some resources to supply a force to guard the village. As for other courageous adults, they are equipped with ordinary swords and take time to exercise after work. And the guards spend most of their time practicing. Such a distribution makes many villages in the sea have a sharp knife. With the sharp knife as the core, it is not necessary to face the pirates in a mess. Although the guard team of this village in the New World is not large, but the resources used for practice are much more than those of ordinary villages. After all, it is a village that grows sea species, so it is naturally more economically prosperous. The nutrient water, sun-facing rice, sea king meat, etc. for practice are all full, and there are all kinds of practice tools, weapons, gun maintenance, practice bullets, etc. Even after inviting Maku, the silver hunter, to the village to station guard. The captain of the guard team even privately made another commission with Maku for the leader. Having a 2-star silver hunter as the leader. It is a great joy for the guard members of this village. The problems in cultivation are directly corrected, and the progress of cultivation is greatly improved. Something is wrong. Many members of the guard team smiled. Time. The captain of the guard team felt something was wrong. Because he observed that the pirates of the Bailey Pirates saw their captain being beaten. They didn't look worried. However, he couldn't judge anything just by this. Bang bang bang. A fast-paced attack. Maku's fist hit Bailey's abdomen directly, causing him to bend over and cough. You're pretty good for holding on for so long. Seeing Bailey panting, Maku also praised him. But, you frog from the well from the North Sea, don't get carried away when you come to the New World. He said as he punched Bailey in the face. I'm a frog in the well? Looking at Maku's exploding fist, Bailey's eyes showed a cold light and a majestic smile on his mouth. Whoosh whoosh. A huge wind whistled across, and Maku's observation color sensed the danger in time and retreated in time. Bang. Boom. The steel cylinder directly drew a beautiful arc and fell to the ground. A pit burst out directly on the ground, and dense cracks spread out directly. This is... Maku didn't care about the cracks on the ground. At this time, he was more concerned about Bailey in front of him, Bailey who had turned into a monster. With thick hair, he looked like a huge ape, and his body was directly raised to about 3 meters. The whole body was filled with violent ancient breath. Just one glance, Maku knew. Bailey didn't know when to eat the animal type devil fruit, and it might not be an ordinary animal type. No wonder. Now, who is the frog in the well? Bailey, who turned into a monster, raised the steel cylinder in his hand. The large steel cylinder that was originally carried on his body turned into a thick medium-short stick in Bailey's hand. One hand can hold it. The change made people look very stunned. You ate the devil fruit. Marco's words were a statement. That's right, the ancient giant ape form of the animal system. With such power, what does it matter if you have a little domineering? Let me tell you, under absolute violence. Old, boss. Hearing his subordinates interrupt his pretense, Bailey turned his head in anger. If this guy doesn't give him a reasonable reason, he will be in trouble when he goes back. When he turned around, he saw a group of subordinates looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. One of the pirates finally stopped stuttering, pointed in a direction, and shouted in shock. It's the Frog Priestess. Retreat. After saying that, he ran back to the ship without paying attention to Bailey. The other pirates also scattered and ran away. Frog Priestess? What Frog Priestess? Wait. That's not. When Bailey came to his senses, an angry voice sounded. What Frog Priestess? I told you not to call me Frog Priestess. Misaka Mikoto arrived with Arya. At the same time, a giant frog doll over 20 meters high fell directly from the sky. A slap directly knocked Bailey unconscious, and the pirate ship on the coast was slapped to the ground. The pirate ship capsized on the coast, and the pirates inside fell down as if the world was spinning. Go to the city of Pushin and reflect on your actions. Soon, under the awe-inspiring eyes of the villagers, Misaka Mikoto came lightly and left angrily. Misaka sister, that frog just now was so powerful, you are worthy of being the Frog Priestess. Hey! Looking at Misaka Mikoto's unfriendly expression, Arya shut up immediately. Seeing that Arya didn't mention it anymore, Misaka Mikoto was also a little helpless. The priestess costume that Merle gave her comes with a summoning spell, and he also said that she would definitely like it. It can only be used when encountering an enemy. She didn't expect that after using it once out of curiosity, she would be awarded the title of Frog Priestess. She really liked the summoned Queta doll. Whether it was because of its cuteness or the special meaning given by Mel. However, since she got the title of Frog Priestess, Misaka Mikoto felt that she couldn't bear to look at Queta anymore. Now she suddenly realized that compared to Queta, sure enough, Xiaohei was the cutest. Chapter 802 New Clone Akunologia, The Real Dragon Slayer. 4 days later. The Calm Belt. In the different space of Ruskana Island. On a huge waterfall, clear water flows. Under the waterfall is a small pond. Mel came here again, stood on the pond, and opened the clone maul. Dragon Slayer Magic Devour, 13,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Dragon King, 15,000. Hero Haki, 10,000. Healing Magic, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. No need to say more, just start building. Soon, a dark blue-haired, brown-skinned man appeared. Welcome to this world, Akunologia. A few days later. In a large valley full of bare rock pillars. The dark blue-haired figure sprinted quickly, rushing towards a figure standing on a pillar. Dragon King's Iron Claw. A huge blue-white light burst out, as if the claws hit the leap and passed by. Directly blasted and shattered a piece of stone pillars around. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the valley, and in the raging smoke, Mel's figure lightly jumped out. Standing on another stone pillar. He looked down. I saw Akunologia, who had broken a large piece of stone pillar, rushing out again from the dusty smoke. The fierce eyes and cold 353 face carried a strong sense of oppression. For Akunologia's perseverance, Mel directly used the magic created with the ability of the Dragon King as the core. Dragon King's followers. The dazzling blue and white magic circle spread from under his feet. Strands of magic power flowed directly into the rock pillar under Mel's feet. Just a moment. The rock pillar directly pulled out a dragon tail, which just hit Akunologia, who was shooting up. Akunologia, who was caught off guard, was directly knocked away. Bang! 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 His figure shot out diagonally downward. It penetrated 3 rock pillars several meters wide and shot into the ground. Crack! Crack! The ground kept cracking, and the power poured into the ground. Hey! In the spreading smoke and dust, Akunologia landed on one hand as if sprinting. After pouring out the violence, he stood up and waved one hand. The smoke and dust spreading around moved directly with the strong wind. Suddenly, the smoke cleared and the sky was clear. His vision became clear. In front of him, a rock dragon covered with pieces of stone armor scales was flying. The wings that looked like they were made of rock could fly in the air. Such magic, you guy! At this time, seeing Mel using such magic, Akunalaja was also a little surprised. Because he could feel that the dragon seemed to be a real life. This kind of magic was very foul in his eyes. Did he use this kind of magic too? With previous experience, Akunalaja understood. Theoretically, he also had the conditions to learn the magic that Mel used in the battle. Mel stood on the dragon covered with rock armor. He said with a smile. Don't be surprised, Akunalaja. This kind of magic is actually very simple. The magic he used was actually similar to the effect of Big Mom's soul fruit ability. It's just that Big Mom used the soul plus other things to form homies. And this magic used the special magic of the Dragon King plus other things to form a dragon. Well, although it may be a little difficult for you to learn, the dragon under Mel's feet was only temporary. It's also possible to create a dragon that can exist for a long time. It just takes a lot of magic power and requires high precision to operate this magic. With Akunalaja's current strength, it's a bit difficult. Really? Hearing Mel's words, Akunalaja sneered. Then I want to test how powerful your magic is. Roar! A huge roar shook the valley. Akunalaja's body turned into a huge black dragon, and its dark wings spread out. Akunalaja, transformed into a black dragon, suddenly soared into the sky. Soon, the rock dragon and the black dragon started fighting. Or it's not quite right to call it a rock dragon. Because this dragon has the ability to control gravity and the earth, it might be more appropriate to call it the earth dragon. The earth dragon controls the ground like waves, and uses gravity in air to ground. The combination of the two should be very difficult. But Akunalaja's dragon-killing magic is very foul, and it can swallow up the gravity of the moves. In this way, the earth dragon is at an absolute disadvantage. Soon, it was smashed to pieces by Akunalaja. However, when Akunalaja was looking for Mel who had disappeared during the battle, he found Mel standing on a stone pillar and looking at him with a smile. Around Mel, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 earth dragons were staring at him. Looking at these dragons, Akunalaja had no expression on his face, but he was a little worried. He could indeed devour magic power, but there was a speed to devour. With 4 dragons as powerful as before, Akunalaja felt that he should be mentally prepared in advance. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roared, accompanied by the explosion of the valley. Boom, boom. Akunalaja was fighting, still fighting, fighting non-stop, and was finally beaten to lie down. This was his mental preparation, lying down. Afternoon. Mare opened a teleportation array. He looked at Akunalaja and said seriously. Akunalaja, the Sword Sanctuary Wilbur Island will hold a sword tournament tomorrow. There are many strong people there. You can go and take a look, and Zakrane and Jalal are there now. Go. Go. Akunalaja was a little unhappy when he saw Mel asking him to leave as if he was chasing him away. But he didn't say much and walked directly towards the teleportation array. Wait. Akunalaja paused when he heard Mel's voice again. He tilted his head slightly to look at Mel. Mel looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I was wondering why something was wrong. Wait a minute, Akunalaja. I'll give you a buff. Soon, before Akunalaja knew what was going on, a buff was added to him by Mel. But Akunalaja didn't feel anything. He stared at Mel, asking with his eyes. The name of the buff I gave you is the Real Dragon Slayer. It's very powerful. You'll get dizzy as soon as you take a vehicle. At this time, Akunalaja looked like he was kidding me. What the hell is this buff? A dragon slayer who can't get dizzy on a vehicle is not a good wizard. Don't worry, when your ability level reaches SS level, you can offset this buff. So work hard. Akunalaja. Before Akunalaja could reply, he was swallowed by the teleportation array. Chapter 803 The Fourth Kendo Tournament, Ascending Dragon Sword. The next day. Wilbur Battlefield. This huge circular building like a coliseum. Now the stepped auditorium is full of lively audiences. Because the new Kendo tournament is about to start again. Many ordinary people, sea merchants, hunters, swordsmen, etc. from all over the world have already come in advance. But even so, the huge battlefield is not enough. Many people ran to Wilbur's huge square to watch the live broadcast. Guhahaha. Dear audience. I am Morgans. That's right. I am still hosting the 4th Kendo tournament. At this time, a familiar voice came from the radio, and this voice also made many audiences cheer. Morgans! 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 The audience cheered Morgan's name. On a conspicuous high platform, Morgans was holding a microphone and broadcasting to Den Den Mushi. He looked at the audience around him cheering for him, and he felt that his whole spirit was high. Now he has so many fans. It's so gratifying. Very good. No more nonsense. Just start in the old mode. Morgans glanced around, and countless eyes were staring at him. This feeling of being the center of attention made him very excited. Then, please welcome my 5 distinguished guests first. First, it's our old acquaintance, the veteran of the Kendo Association, the great swordsman Scorching Hell Medano. Soon, amid the cheers of the audience, the pale-haired Medano appeared on the stage. He is an old guest of the Kendo conference. As the owner of Wilbur Island and a veteran of the Kendo Association, he naturally has a place in the VIP position of the Kendo conference. Now Medano also has the strength of the 11th grade Kendo. As Solarin's grandfather, it is not uncommon for him to make further breakthroughs through his granddaughter's feeding. Soon, Medano took a seat in the special VIP seat. Morgans shouted again. The second distinguished guest is. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the remaining distinguished guests appeared one after another. 3 of them were great swordsmen with at least the 10th grade Kendo recognized by the Kendo Association. They are the Hermit of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem, Yun Zhao, a high-ranking member of the Fighting Association, and the heavyweight sword Saint Scarlet. As for the last special guest, he is not proficient in swordsmanship, but he is very special. He is the hidden meteor Zeklin. Many viewers were not surprised by Zekelian's appearance, because Zeklin has settled in Wilbur Island for nearly a month. During this period, he has made a lot of news in this swordsmanship holy land, defeating many swordsmen and sword masters. Even the owner of Wilbur Island, who has a 10th grade swordsmanship, was defeated. And he created a very strange magic called the Fighting Star Sword Formation. It was also reported in the newspaper at the time. That magic is very similar to the 10,000 swords returning to the origin in the Floking Drifting Travels comics. The Floking Drifting Travels is a comic that many swordsmen like to read. In addition to the fact that the protagonist Floking uses a sword, there are many concepts about swords in it that make swordsmen feel refreshed and benefit a lot. So Zekrane became popular again because of this incident. He was invited by the Kendo Association as a VIP. The audience thought it was very reasonable. I didn't expect that we would meet in such a scene. Sword Saint Scarlet. At this time, Yun Zhao, who was sitting, put one hand on the long table covered with a white cloth. Looking at Scarlet who was sitting in the VIP seat not far away, she narrowed her eyes and looked emotional. Scarlet nodded to Yun Zhao's greeting. She didn't hate Yun Zhao too much, even if this man defected to Soul Society. But before that, he contributed the Time Realm gem obtained from the fighting tournament to the S Spirit Court. This made a large number of students from the Shenhu Spirit Academy of the S Spirit Court graduate early. Just this achievement alone made the Lingting not hold Yunzao too hard. With the existence of the virtual god, the handling of Yunzao's defection was left unresolved. However, there are still people who care. Captain Zinyu is participating in this Kendo conference. After hearing Scarlet's brief reply, Yunzao turned his gaze to the huge venue. Captain, has that guy become a real captain? Really, congratulations. When Yunzao looked at the venue, Morgans also started the competition process. Guhahaha, dear audience. The rewards for this Kendo conference will be more generous than before, and the top 10 will have a generous bonus of 1 billion Baileys. The second and third place winners will get 2 A-level items from Greedy Island. As for the first place, the reward is the S-level weapon Deng Long Sword from Greedy Island. This weapon is already in a materialized state, and people in reality can use it. Many viewers couldn't help but brighten their eyes when they heard Morgan's words. Many swordsmen were also very jealous. Things have come to this point. Although the Greed Island game is still relatively mysterious in the eyes of the public, but they at least know the approximate levels in it. S level directly corresponds to the real gem level. Many people have heard that the weapons of Greed Island are a bit similar to the magic sword Bakasas. This comic, which is extremely popular among the public now, has made many people know the value of the A-level and S-level weapons of Greed Island. That is simply the conscience of the weak. Looking at the various fiery eyes in the audience, Morgans on the podium nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to shout. Dear audience, the rewards are more than that. The top 10 players will have the opportunity to observe the Kendo monument. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Morgans couldn't help but smile. The Kendo monument is a strange object made by the great god of Kendo. It can make swordsmen feel the Kendo of the stone tablet. Hearing Morgan's calm explanation, everyone was in an uproar. The strange things made by the god of sword. After the impact of Fantasy Beast Island, Martial Arts Competition, and Greed Island, people all know the power of God in creation. How powerful are the strange things made by the god of sword? Many audiences, especially swordsmen, feel yearning as soon as they hear it. Morgans knows it by observing the boiling audience in the venue. There will be many people participating in the Kendo conference next. Very good, then follow the tradition. People who are willing to participate in this Kendo conference, please go to the 4 arenas in the venue and fight. 7. Chapter 804 Dragon Warrior, Red-Haired Demon Sword. With Morgans' excited tone, many people rushed out of the audience seats. According to the previous Kendo conference model, there is no registration process. No matter who it is, they can go to the arena to fight within the specified time. It's still the old tradition. There are 4 bronze arenas with a length and width of 100 meters in the venue, and all the players who want to participate will fight on them. In the first 2 quarters of an hour, everyone can go up to the arena. From the 3rd quarter of an hour onwards, no one is allowed to go on the arena. This screening will last for 3 quarters of an hour. If you can still stand on it when the time comes, you will advance. This is no different from the past. However, compared with the past, there are more and more participants in this Kendo conference. Especially those new sword masters who have some talent and have learned for 2 or 3 years, they are not afraid of tigers and are very stubborn. If they don't participate in this Kendo event that is right in front of them, they will feel uncomfortable all over. So, the game started. A large number of people in the audience rushed into the venue arena like dumplings. Boss, did you hear that? The first place will get the Denglong sword. At this time, in an audience seat, the famous Red Hair pirates are located here, and the ship's Dr. Hongo is staring at Red Hair with shining eyes. Even if you say so. But for the first place I'll try my best. Looking at Hongo's glowing eyes, Red Hair said helplessly. No boss, I'd better not embarrass you. Hearing Hongo's words, Loki next to him was very surprised. Loki knew that Hongo loved Gundam very much. And the dragon sword, the first prize, can summon a sword similar to Gundam's mecha. There is a very famous huge mountain on Greed Island, Kailong Mountain. That mountain is very special. Sometimes people resonate on it and enter a special space for a test. Those who pass the test will get rewards depending on the test results. Those rewards are all kinds of swords that can summon mechas. Because of these swords, there is even a special profession derived on Greed Island, Dragon Warrior. The reason why Loki knew so much was because he and his companions had been there, and even. Have you changed your personality? Of course not. Hongo glanced at Loki and rolled his eyes. I plan to go on my own. He grasped a sword with a red hilt at his waist. Don't forget, I am the dragon god now fighter. As a dragon fighter, I am not inferior to others. Forget it. Just your broken A-level sword, don't go up and get knocked down in 2 or 3 hits. Loki immediately poured water on Hongo's passionate face. After all, Hongo's sword is only A-level. Although the summoned mecha is not bad, it is almost close to the 1-star gem level. But with such strength, let alone the first place, it is hard to say whether it can enter the top 10. With the attraction of the strange Kendo monument created by the god of Kendo, Loki can imagine. Many strong men who are not proficient in Kendo will also end up. Get out, anyway, I'm on. You open your eyes and take a good look here. Look at my great power. As Hongo said, he stood up and quickly jumped to the ring under the venue. I'll go up too. That guy is not reassuring when encountering such a thing. Shanks touched the hilt of the sword at his waist. How much of your magic sword has been completed? Beckman looked at the new sword on Shanks' waist and asked directly. It's still a little short, about 90%. The time is too short, and I'm only half-baked. Your progress must be faster than mine. Seeing Shanks' self-deprecating look, Beckman couldn't help but speechless. Ever since he got the magic sword embryo made of magic ore essence from the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce, He has been taking time to study the Magic Mind Forging Resonance Guidance Guide by the Witch of Knowledge. According to the above method, he slowly completed the last step of the magic sword. You can say, whenever he has time, he carefully studies and practices. But Shanks is good, he drinks and eats when he should. Usually, he takes the crew to Greed Island to run around. Even so, the progress is only a little slower than his. Be careful, don't use it if you can. When used in the resonance stage, the magic sword is easily scrapped. Hearing Beckman's advice, Shanks waved his hand. Beckman knew at a glance that he didn't listen. But Shanks didn't need him to care. If something really happened, he could just make a new magic sword again. It's just the price. At this time, Beckman couldn't help but miss their Wuji Zhang. Because the two magic sword blanks made of magic ore are very expensive, up to tens of billions of Baileys. So much so that they couldn't afford it. Finally, they had to follow the proposal of the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce. In exchange for a month's mortgage of the Wuji Zhang, they took away the two magic sword blanks. Let's go. I hope we won't meet two difficult guys this time. Shanks said hello and walked down an empty staircase. Shanks, I'm afraid your idea is in vain. Beckman watched Shanks move. A man who was staring at them in the distance followed them directly, and he couldn't help shaking his head. That man, the Beast Pirates Earth Disaster Sig. This is trouble. Will the unfinished magic sword be wasted? In the venue. On the four rings of ABCD. A steady stream of spectators came down to become contestants. There were also many contestants who didn't hold on for long before being directly knocked out of the ring by the moves released by some strong men. These weaklings who were knocked out. Lying on the ground, watching the huge storm sweeping the A-area ring. In the storm, countless swordsmen and sword masters were knocked off the ring like dumplings. They were unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling they were, many people still couldn't get up. They could only wait for the staff of the organizer, the Kendo Association, to come to rescue a wave of 0.7. Really, if you are so weak, don't come up to join in the fun. Fighting is no joke. A ring. A man wearing a green turban looked at the weaklings swept out by the storm and shook his head. Hey! He carried the dancing green giant sickle on his shoulder. The storm just now was created by him. He is one of the 8 heads of the 8 heads sect, Fenki Igaru. He once obtained the wind sickle of the god-killing tool and the victor in the Fantasy Beast Conference. Originally, Igaru did not plan to participate in this Kendo conference. But after hearing about the strange objects created by the god of Kendo, he was a little tempted. With Tamako's encouragement, he came up. He cleared the field as soon as he came up. The reason is very simple. As the 8 heads who use wind, he doesn't like crowded places. Chapter 805 I am a professional in escaping, Jalal and Acknowledge. You are so decisive. Igaru. Next to Igolu. A long-legged man in a pink suit took off the pink coffee cup on his head. He sighed at Igolu's ruthlessness while drinking the coffee in his hand. This man was the Fire Tamako of the 8-headed one, the Phantom Beast Jinchuriki. Day. As he put the coffee back on his head, he continued. I saw that those guys were very unwilling. This move scared everyone else. You see, they all ran to other venues. Tamako looked back at the crowd around the ring. Many people's eyes flickered, and finally turned around and went to other rings. Weak people are weak wherever they go, but... Igolo glanced at a chair under Tamako's seat and raised his eyebrows slightly. You guy too arrogant, actually put a chair on the ring. No way, standing and drinking coffee is really not elegant, considering my strength, I believe everyone will understand. Tamako waved his hand and took the coffee off. By the way, there is a lot of noise over there. What kind of ability is that? It can actually create a life similar to a dragon, which feels a bit like the ability of an old lady 16. In Tamako's vision, there is a huge bronze dragon raging in the D-area ring. Many contestants were directly smashed away by the dragon's bronze roar. Only those who are strong enough will not be cleared out. Although it looks good, it's actually just like that. Igolo glanced at the D-area arena not far away, his expression indifferent. In his opinion, the blue dragon only looked intimidating. It had no deterrent effect on the real strong. The only thing that interested him now was how strong Hidden Meteor Jalal was. After all, his brother Zeklane was terrifyingly strong. After arriving at Wilbur Island, he went to visit with Tamako. After all, the magic called doing sword formation was indeed curious. In the end, they were defeated in the name of sparring. Wait. Tamako also retracted his gaze. Seeing that some people with good strength came on stage one after another, he stood up. Before fighting with the strong, warm up first. The pink staff knife was pulled out by Tamako, and the flame began to spread on the blade. On the D-area ring, the bronze dragon raged, and the huge roar resounded through the sky. It made the ordinary players on the ring tremble. What a monster! Can that man create a dragon? It is obviously formed by the bronze on the ground, but it feels like a real life. This ability is somewhat similar to the ability of the Four Emperors Big Mom. Hearing someone mention Big Mom, a man with 3-segment fan-shaped orange hair immediately refuted. Mom's ability is much stronger, and it can't be compared with any guy who just pops up. It's General Owen, rumored to be an A-level magic pattern user. A man with a cunning look turned his eyes and directly instigated Owen. You say it well, then you go up. You're not afraid, are you? Go up, just a dragon, do you think I'm afraid? Owen didn't need anyone to say anything. He raised the long-handled sword in his hand and rushed forward. Tisk tisk, he is indeed a magic pattern user of anger magic, he really explodes at the slightest touch. You know he is an angry magic pattern user, but you still dare to provoke him. Aren't you afraid that he will go crazy and chop you off? A swordsman next to him was a little curious. My ability is Shadow. I have used the ability of the former great pirate Moria very well. The man said with a smug look on his face. When it comes to escaping, I am a professional. Before he could finish, a vortex-like bronze roar broke through the air. He was blown directly out of the ring. The whole person screamed in the air. The swordsman next to him, with his hair standing on end, looked at him blankly. Looking at the exaggerated man who was spitting blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground in a parabola, he couldn't help but mutter. Is this professional? Did he do it on purpose? In a short period of time, the man's face changed from smug to miserable too quickly. It actually made the swordsman come up with this absurd idea. On the other side, Owen, who narrowly avoided the bronze dragon's bronze roar, was a little scared. If that had hit him directly, he would have lost a layer of skin. But after the fear, Owen became angry again. Because he found that the instigator didn't even look at him. The dark blue-haired man was confronting the famous hidden star Jalal, and didn't pay any attention to him. This kind of disregard made Owen angry. He is an A-level magic pattern user, a general star of the Big Mom Pirates. Although the gold content of the A-level magic pattern user has declined a bit now, he is still a general star of the Big Mom Pirates. His brother Katakuri is a general star, and their status is equal. He was ignored by such a nobody. Ho ho ho. The hot flames filled with angry magic began to surge on his long sword. The magic patterns in the long sword resonated with Owen's magic. The long-handled sword in his hand was a customized A-level magic weapon. It was made of 353 fire attribute ore with poor quality in the angry magic mine as the main material. The magic patterns inside were not made by Owen himself. He didn't have the patience and skills. Owen, who was backed by the Big Mom Pirates, used money. At this time, Owen felt. With the magic weapon in hand, he combined with his A-level magic power, and it was no problem to defeat the dragon in front of him. Just now, he was just careless. Thinking so, Owen rushed again. He wanted that man to look at him. The center of the ring. Akunalaja looked at the guy in front of him. He could feel the man in front of him, which was completely opposite to his gentle appearance, and had an unparalleled sense of danger. I didn't expect you to actually will come to attend this conference. At this time, Jalal on the opposite side smiled gently. I thought you would still be there at this time. Jalal did not expect that he would meet the newly born kind so soon. After all, he and Zeklin had been in that alien space for 5 days before. According to the time, Akunalaja should not be able to catch up with this conference. I didn't expect him to come out early. Don't talk like you are familiar with each other. Now I come here to test how strong you guys are. Chapter 806, Jalal thinks it's time to act. Sig thinks the red-haired man is slacking off. As Akunalaja bends down with his palms facing the ground, the huge magic circle starts to activate. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar and trembling, a bronze dragon breaks free from the bronze ground. 1, 2, 3, a full 3 bronze dragons appear. Their appearance causes the entire heavy bronze arena to drop one level directly. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the bronze dragons overwhelms the entire venue. The audience in the audience focuses their attention on the D-area arena. Hey, hey, hey. That's not a joke. Who is that man? He actually has that kind of ability? At this time, the audience was in an uproar. There was already a raging bronze dragon on the D-zone arena, which was already eye-catching. Now 3 new dragons have appeared, which is naturally very eye-catching. Acknowledge has also received a lot of attention. Not only at the scene, but also people around the world who watched the live broadcast. What an amazing magic! Looking at the 3 bronze dragons roaring to the sky, Jalal, who was opposite Acknowledge, was surprised. Because when he just debuted, his strength could not reach this level. But it was amazing. Now such power is nothing to him. I didn't expect to fight as soon as we met, really. Originally, Jalal was very happy to see this newborn fellow use magic. But if this is the character, then... The golden magic circle shone in Jalal's hand. A golden sword was drawn out of the magic circle by him. This is the move he learned from Zakrane, called the Starlight Sword. The forbidden magic possessed by Zakrane enables him to quickly master various magics. He fought with various swords on Wilbur Island after the duel between the swordsman and the swordsman. With celestial magic as the core, a whole set of star sword magic moves was opened. The doing sword formation, which was famous in the sea before, is the strongest move of the star sword magic moves. And this set of magic. After fighting with Zakrane, Jalal, who specializes in celestial magic, learned it easily. Without this premise, Jalal may not necessarily participate in this kendo tournament. After all, he is more rule-abiding. What is the point of participating in the kendo tournament if he doesn't even have a sword? Unlike Acknowledge, he came up empty-handed without even hiding it. Although the kendo tournament does not stipulate that players must use swords. But there are relatively few who are as blatant as Acknowledge. Come on. Let me show you my strength. Jellard said as he rushed towards the 3 dragons and began his sea release performance. Jellard today. Thanks to Zakrane's hard work, his abilities were upgraded without him having to lie down. Although they have different personalities, they are actually on the same panel in the system. The points earned can naturally be shared. So very early on, Jalal's celestial magic was upgraded to S level. After that, except for occasional actions, he has been studying celestial magic. Finally, after Jalal's celestial magic attainments reached a certain level, unlocking the hidden A gift hidden in the forbidden memory of the sun. His celestial magic has also officially transformed, and he controls the celestial law. Just like Uchiha Madara and Hashirama in the past. After the transformation of his ability, his strength soared to a terrifying height. At least it is not a big problem to fight against the current demon apostles. It is precisely with such strength. Jellard consciously faces the fledgling Acknowledge. He should act. Otherwise, it will be bad to hit the same kind in front of him. Soon. Jellard, holding the Starlight Sword, began to fight against Acknowledge with the dragons. The bronze roars roared by the dragons collided violently with the starlight cannons surging out of Jalal's Starlight Sword. The dazzling blue-gold light and shadows intertwined. Finally, with the dazzling golden light shining, the starlight cannon swallowed the bronze roar. The flash propulsion bombarded one of the bronze dragons. The golden light ball expanded and swept. The sky and the earth darkened, and the shock wave swept across. It directly enveloped the D-area arena and even affected other areas. The audience in the audience seats were all shocked. Fortunately, the entire venue was protected by the magic pattern barrier developed by the Kingdom of Miracles. So the audience did not have to worry too much about the aftermath of the battle between the strong men. It's really amazing power. I hope that Gai Hongxiang can calm down a little. In the B-area arena, Shanks looked at the expanding golden light and his face was also solemn. Suddenly a sharp voice came. Dang! He used his saber to block the incoming double swords. You still have the leisure to look at other places, it seems. I haven't put enough pressure on you. At this time, Shanks looked at the man holding double swords opposite him, the Earth Disaster Sig of the Beast Pirates, with a headache. It was because of this guy. He didn't choose to be on the same stage with Hongo. This guy's strength is growing so fast that even I can't stand it. At this time, Red Hair's face was full of sighs. He still remembered the days when Sig and Andre teamed up to chase his pirate group. At that time, Sig's strength was the weakest among the three. But now, things have changed. Even though this guy hasn't used his full strength, he already feels a huge pressure. You are too lazy, red hair. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by a strange cracking sound. Sig has already started to use the power of the phantom beast, the 8-armed ape, and 6 new arms have grown directly on his body. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. A crisp sound rang out, and the 6 swords on Sig's waist were pulled out by his new arms. Now, let's try my 8-sword style. Next, you don't have the leisure to pay attention to other places. Good Li Hao, seeing Sig holding 8 sabers and preparing to fight for real. Red Hair's face sank, because he knew that it would be a fierce battle. Sig, who already has the strength of a 1-star crown level, is not so easy to deal with. Clang. The saber was taken back by Red Hair and replaced by the magic sword. Facing Sig, who was serious, he could only use the magic sword, otherwise his life would be in danger. He didn't think Sig would show mercy. It's just a pity for this magic sword. I hope Beckman can keep an eye on Hong Xiang. Now he doesn't have so much energy to pay attention to what's going on over there. Bang! The bronze ground cracked, and Sig's figure leaped towards the red-haired man like a stream of light. Countless slashes poured out like a violent rainstorm. Facing the violent slashes, the red-haired man had only one sword. The surging blood light was overwhelming, like a blood tide. The whole world seemed to be covered with a bloody exaggeration. Chapter 807 Increase the Strength of Jalal, the Red Wheel Dragon God. Boom! Accompanied by the shining of blood light, huge shock waves flew across. The whole venue seemed to be ravaged by a ruthless storm. Countless contestants were taken care of by the shock wave, and they had no time to fight with others, and could only protect themselves with difficulty. It's really exaggerated. It's hard enough to pass the screening in the current Kendo conference. If you want to survive the aftermath of the fight between those monsters, you really can't do it without a certain strength. On the VIP stage, the Hermit of the Tarot Totem looked at the raging shock wave in the venue and couldn't help but sigh. As a man whose current strength is only 3 stars, the Hermit feels that he is under great pressure. There are too many strong people in this era, even if he is improving very fast. He still feels the crisis. Don't say that. I think it is easy to pass the test if you find the right time and hide carefully. For the Hermit's feelings. Yun Zhao, who was leading the seat, said with a smile. Zikaline shook his head after hearing Yun Zhao's words. If you really do that, I'm afraid this place shouldn't be called the Kendo Conference. Look at those participating players, everyone has their own enthusiasm and beliefs. Tisk tisk. Is this guy serious? At this time, Yun Zhao turned his head to look at Zikaline's face. Looking at his face that seemed to be very serious, Yun Zhao felt that this guy was acting. However, Yun Zhao couldn't figure out the purpose of this man. It couldn't be because of the live broadcast. He shook his head. It must be the evil taste of the strong. In Yun Zhao's eyes, the man in front of him seemed to be surging with bottomless darkness, like an abyss. He was so strong at first glance. By the way, what does Mr. Zikrane say about your brother Jalal? Very strong. Based on the current contestants, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be the first. Hearing Zikrane's evaluation, the audience who could hear his volume were in an uproar. They didn't expect Zikrane to be so unreserved and directly roast Jalal on the fire. You have to know what is being said at the VIP stage. The strong men on the stage can also hear it. The magic pattern barrier covering the venue is only a defensive barrier, not a soundproof barrier. What do other contestants think of such a firm reply? He must give his brother more strength. D Area Arena. Some of the strong men who are still on the stage did hear what Zikrane said. However, as they watched the man in front of them continue to use his lightsaber to fire his light cannons against the bronze dragon, they felt that it would be better to conserve their strength first. Of course, most people were like this, but there were always stubborn guys. However, this person was not in the stadium, but outside. In the audience, a man with 2 scars on his face and a head full of wild red hair smiled and stood up suddenly. Is that guy the strongest? Watching him stand up, a young man with short blue hair beside him hurriedly pulled him back. Vice Captain Howell, don't do that. Someone will die. The young man knew clearly. As the vice-captain of the 11th Division of the Spiritual Court, the man in front of him was very bloody and violent. He was very violent when he got into a fight. If he accidentally killed someone, he would be guilty. Stop talking nonsense. Just make fried eggs. Howell pushed him away with his big hand on the fried egg's head. By the way, I heard that the chefs on Greed Island are very good. Go learn when you have time, and try to make the dishes richer. Every time you cook 2 dishes, I'm tired of them. Greed Island seems to have a famous 100 treasures banquet, I want to eat that. After saying that, Howell's figure disappeared. He left directly with a flash step. Leaving the fried egg in a state of despair, he was in no mood to persuade him now. Because Howell actually despised his cooking skills. He was working very hard to cook. A person who only eats actually despised the person who cooks, a banquet of 100 treasures? And he even picked it. Is there any justice in this? In the venue. Boom. A huge roar sounded. Jalal kept moving on the ring like a stream of light, swinging the starlight sword in his hand wantonly. The golden light cannon smashed the dragon's bronze roar and bombarded them. It was powerful and spectacular, but the actual damage it caused could only be said to be a scratch on the dragons. In order to make it less obvious, Jalal showed a stronger power than the dragons. But it was limited, and the 2 sides fought back and forth. The shock wave spread with golden flashes, and the scene was grand. No one could say anything wrong. So awesome. That man. Sure enough, the famous Sing Liu Guang Zikaline, how could his brother be simple? His strength is really amazing. Watching Jalal showing his might and fighting against the 3 bronze dragons alone. At the same time, he had to face the covetous eyes of the mysterious dark blue-haired man. Hongo, who was on the same stage with him, couldn't help but sigh. In the sea. But there are many voices that think that the hidden Liu Guang Jalal of the Liu Guang brothers is just a name. It is his reputation that is completely driven by his brother Zikaline. Because compared to his brothers, he really doesn't have many achievements to show. The strongest is just a rampant monster. However, most of these voices disappeared when Jalal came to Wilbur Island and fought with Sing Liu Guang Zikaline. Now, Hongo personally felt it on the spot. I feel that this man is really powerful. The strength of those dragons is terrifying. Hongo feels that they are close to or even comparable to the 1-star gem level. But being strong is good. As a dragon warrior, Hongo thinks that challenging a dragon is a very reasonable and romantic thing. He aimed his eyes at a lone dragon. That bronze dragon was trying to beat Owen, the star of the Big Mom Pirates. Fortunately, some strong men were there to help him so that he would not be beaten to death. At a glance, Hongo made a decision immediately. Next, it's time for the dragon warrior to appear. Clang! Hongo pulled out the sword with a red hilt at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Burn and wreak havoc. Turn everything on the ground into a red land. Come out. Red Wheel Dragon God. Hongo chanted a somewhat embarrassing summoning spell. Soon. A red flame shot out from the sword in his hand. The flames swirled and spread in the sky, directly deriving a circular light array. A red humanoid mecha-like Gundam fell from the light array in the sky. Hongo, who held the key, also turned into red light and flew across the sky. He sank directly into a red ruby on the chest of the red mecha. Ha 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 ha, this is my Gundam. Standing in the cockpit that looked like a dragon head, Hongo felt high. This mecha was made by him. It was made according to the shape of Gundam, with personal characteristics, to ensure its uniqueness. As long as he entered it, Hongo felt like he was in heaven, in one word, cool. Chapter 808, Acknowledge's ability is improved, and he was beaten to doubt his life. Hongo summoned the mecha with a lot of noise, which also attracted the attention of many viewers. Many people don't know about the unique profession of Dragon Warrior on Greed Island. However, although they don't know about Dragon Warrior, many people know about Gundam. The manga Magic Sword Bakassaz is very popular in the whole sea now. Tens of millions of copies were sold out. At the beginning, this comic was prepared to promote the new magic weapon developed by the magic pattern resonance technology. Therefore, some time ago, the magic pattern users and prospective magic pattern users who bought items in major chambers of commerce would be given a copy of Magic Sword Bakassaz. It can be said that except for the 10,000 commemorative editions that were initially issued, the other ordinary editions of Magic Sword Bakassaz were given to magic pattern users for free. Such a large-scale push of comics to magic pattern users naturally it aroused the curiosity of the general public. In addition, many places are due to the sea. Communication is not very convenient, and information depends on den mushi. Under such conditions, the daily entertainment activities of the public are to read newspapers, comics, storybooks, and the like. So, magic sword bakasses quickly became popular. Walking on the street, if you don't know about the phenomenal comic Magic Sword Bakasses, you are embarrassed to say hello to people. Many people have at least heard of it even if they haven't read it. In addition to the 5 magic swords, the most impressive items in it are the Gundam driven by the protagonist Blue Cat, and possibly the Nenmo Gatling. Therefore, when Hongo's mecha appeared, many viewers were shocked. Gundam? That's Gundam. What's going on? Has the Magic Pattern Association secretly manufactured Gundam? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they had manufactured Gundam, they would have advertised it among the Magic Pattern users. I have been following the news of the Magic Pattern users, but I have not received any news. Don't guess, old man. That is a mecha unique to the Dragon Warriors of Greed Island. How can you ordinary people know it? Young man, I don't like what you said. My nephew is a silver hunter. Silver hunters are also ordinary. There are tens of thousands of sea-level magic pattern users who are comparable to silver hunters in the world. Does your nephew have the game cartridge of Greed Island? A young man talked to the old man to death. This conversation was just a small episode in the audience. When the public was shocked, Morgans, who was in charge of the host, immediately came out to explain. He popularized the Dragon Warriors of Greed Island and the Dragon Mountain, the origin of the Dragon Warriors. Finally, the topic changed. The Dragon Sword awarded to the first place in the Kendo tournament is from Karyu Mountain and can summon mechas. And the Dragon Sword still retains the first design opportunity, that is, it can be manually shaped. The Gundam that is reflected in reality, can be designed by yourself, super powerful and super cool. Several elements are combined. Many men at the scene have shining eyes. They can't wait to rush up to fight and get the Dragon Sword. However, the various shock waves that are constantly raging at the scene remind them. Ordinary people who are not strong enough will really die if they go up. In the venue, the Red Wheel Dragon God in the air is controlled by Hongo to fly down to the ground. Standing on the bronze ground of the ring, Hongo, who has a keen sense with the help of the Red Wheel Dragon God, can detect it. Many people are looking at him in shock. Not only the contestants in the ring, but also the audience. It can be said that he is now the focus of everyone's attention. I am so dazzling. Hongo can't help but say narcissistically. Then he cast his eyes on the lone bronze dragon. Next, he was ready to fight the Red Wheel Dragon God's first real battle. A dragon was the perfect opponent. Today was the time to slay dragons and become famous. Clang! The 10-meter-long red mecha pulled out a red giant sword from its back. Well, let's begin. Red Wheel Dragon God. Let my companions see your true power. The mecha itself had no consciousness, but it was very spiritual. So its eyes seemed to emit flames in response to its hometown. Whoosh! The hot flames shone brightly on the Red Wheel Dragon God's sword. Then, the bursting flames spurted out from the back of the body, and the Red Wheel Dragon God burst out. It looked heavy, but its movements were unexpectedly agile. Facing the Red Wheel Dragon God approaching, the bronze dragon's eyes naturally turned around. As soon as he opened his mouth, he roared a bronze dragon. The roar, like a green vortex, burst out directly, and the ground along the way was devastated. The bronze roar was close to his face, and the Red Wheel Dragon God naturally responded. The hot flames on the sword tip were blazing. The atmosphere trembled, the water vapor receded, and the temperature directly exploded. Red Wheel blazing sword. The players on the same stage only felt that the ground was red, and the surrounding temperature was unbearable. Of course, the most important thing was that a huge red sun seemed to appear in front of them. It looked magnificent and dangerous. Boom! As expected, the shock wave raged again. This time, some players did not hold on anymore and left the field one after another. They already understood. This Kendo tournament was too dangerous compared to the past. It could be called a fight between gods. Ordinary masters could not stand it at all, and if they really held on, they would get hurt. How magnificent! That's the mecha from Greed Island. So cool! I really want a sword that can summon mecha. If I can get such a sword, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Someone in the audience sighed like this, and the surrounding audience laughed. You're dreaming. If I had this chance, I'd live 20 years less without blinking. What else can't you do if you don't blink? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? As the audience paid enthusiastic attention to mechas similar to Gundam, Hongo controlled the red wheel dragon god and continued to attack. Then, under his continuous attack, the opposing bronze dragon finally seemed to be running out of energy and its attack power was greatly reduced. This aroused the enthusiasm of Hongo and other people who were besieging the dragon. Today is the day to become famous for slaying dragons. However, they were too happy too early. Acknowledge, who had been eyeing Jalal but did not act rashly. He had already felt his power increasing rapidly. Because his ability, Dragon King, had been upgraded to S. After all, Hongo's mecha had a high heat because of its Gundam, but it still only killed one bronze dragon. In contrast, Acknowledge directly created 4 bronze dragons. All the heat was given to Acknowledge, so his reputation naturally increased quickly. As soon as Acknowledge's ability was improved, he directly used the magic Dragon King's familiar again. No new dragons were created, but the existing bronze dragons were directly strengthened. Soon, Hongo's mecha was beaten back step by step, and the mecha was broken, and he doubted his life. Finally, the mecha completely collapsed and he left the stage with a sad face. Chapter 809 Promotion, the newly divided 13 grade sword art. Oh, time is up, please stop, contestants in each ring. Thank you for presenting such a wonderful battle. The whole battlefield echoed with Morgan's voice. After the fierce battle, time has unknowingly reached the end. At this time, on the 4 rings, many remaining contestants heard Morgan's voice. It felt like hearing some beautiful voice, and the huge stone in their hearts finally fell. God knows how they spent the time in the ring just now. The time is finally up. At this moment, many powerful people who were originally ambitious now feel that they are still far away and still need a lot of training. Very good, after this elimination round, there are a total of 31 contestants still standing on the ring. Let us congratulate them for entering the official competition. With Morgans taking the lead in applauding, many spectators also followed suit. This applause is sincere. They all felt that it was not easy for the contestants in this kendo tournament. The fact that so many people still stood firm in the aftermath of those exaggerated events was beyond the expectations of many viewers. Although the battles in the second and third tournaments were also very explosive, but the intensity of the battles in the elimination rounds was relatively restrained, and no strong player directly used a big move to clear the entire venue. So there were 37 people in the second kendo tournament. There were more in the third tournament, with Super 5 warriors. Now compared, the contestants who were able to advance under the cover of various terrifying lights and shadows this time are really strong. Most of them are strong players above A. It can be said. Morgans exploded the Kendo monument created by the god of Kendo, which did attract many strong players to come down. Is it over? Sorry, that's it for this time. On the D-zone ring, Jalal dispersed the starlight sword in his hand, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. Opposite Jalal, in addition to Acknowledge, there was another man with wild red hair. He was Howl, the vice-captain of the 11th Division of the Ling Ting. When Jalal was fighting the dragons cautiously before, Howl appeared and slashed randomly. The main target was still Jalal, but others would be attacked as long as they got close. He was like a bloodthirsty madman. Facing such a person, who was not weak, Jalal could only use more strength. This made Acknowledge see the clue directly. Acknowledge, who felt fooled, took action himself. It eventually turned into a 3-person melee. However, with Jalal's mediation, the battle lasted until the end of the elimination round. At this time, Acknowledge looked unhappy. But he did not continue to attack. When the strength has not reached the top, acting recklessly is just a clown's behavior. So, the scene ended in great harmony. Soon, the game process entered a short 10-minute break. During this process, many staff members also quickly went on stage to clean up the venue. At the same time, there was a roar of mechanism rotation. The 4 bronze arenas slowly moved towards each other, approached each other and finally merged into one. This was a simulation of the process of the first kendo tournament. However, the second and third were better in the past. After the bronze arenas were merged, there were various sword marks and huge gaps on them. These were actually not bad, the worst was the D area arena. The entire arena dropped a lot out of thin air, and there were still 4 bronze dragon statues on it. That was left by Aknologia. After the game, he recovered and swallowed the remaining magic power of the 4 bronze dragons in accordance with the principle of not wasting. Then the bronze dragons solidified on the arena, which looked quite spectacular. Fortunately, there are also experts in controlling bronze in the Kendo Association. He is a bronze ability user of the Devil Fruit, a superhuman type, known as the Bronze Swordsman. He is also a Kendo underdog seed who joined the Kendo Association. With his help, all the potholes and gaps on the bronze arena were filled, so it was not too ugly. Time passed slowly. The break time passed quickly. Very good, half-time is here, I believe the audience can't wait. Please come to the venue to draw the ball. Morgans didn't do anything else and went straight to the point. The players also enter in a line. Enter the venue and draw the ball in public, and the order of the battle is quickly arranged. The 31 people will fight in pairs, and one of them will be a bai. And the person who is a bai is the dark-faced Kabajuo. At this time, Kabajuo's face is really dark. In the first Kendo tournament, he had a bai. He didn't expect that he would be a bai again when he came to this Kendo tournament again. This ruined his original joy because of someone. Hurry up! I can't wait! As Kabajuo muttered to himself, the first round of the official competition began. There are 15 games in this first round. Because the ball is drawn on the spot, the randomness is very high. There are weak people against weak people, and strong people against strong people. In this way, without the black box operation, some weak people may get a good ranking, as long as they are lucky enough. Among the 30 players, there are also weak ones facing strong ones. For example, when they met Fuki Igolu, Hwaki Tamego, Jalal, etc., some of these unlucky ones were killed instantly. Some met Jalal with a better personality and could save some face, fight for a few rounds and then lie down decently. The 7th game, Hawkeye vs Crazy Blood. Hearing the 2 teams coming out, many spectators cheered and focused. In the previous few games, either the strong one was too strong and killed the opponent in seconds, or the 2 teams were relatively unknown. Now there are finally 2 heavyweight players facing each other. There is no need to mention Crazy Blood, although he was not famous before. But he showed extremely terrifying strength in the knockout round. And Hawkeye Mihawk is not to mention, he has a high reputation. He has participated in 3 Kendo tournaments and even won the title of Kendo 3 Heroes in the 3rd Kendo tournament. Now, it is rumored that he has reached the terrifying 12th level of Kendo. You know, the standard of the current 12th level of Kendo has changed. Originally, a full-strength strike could cut off a 1,000-meter mountain 50 kilometers away, but now it has been modified by the Kendo 5.9 Association. The full-strength strike was changed to casual strike. This change directly corresponds the 12th grade Kendo to the crown level. And the Kendo Association added one more grade to the 12th grade Kendo, directly becoming the 13th grade Kendo. The 13th grade Kendo directly corresponds to the crown level. In terms of keeping up with the times, the Kendo Association is not much behind the Hunter Association. At this time, as Morgans announced the start of the battle. On the ring, opposite Hawkeye, the Death God Howl, who was quickly given the title of Mad Blood by the Kendo Association official, was looking at Mihawk. He had a bloodthirsty and joyful look on his face. Hawkeye Mihawk, your power makes me feel instinctively unhappy. This kind of unhappiness is so wonderful. In this way, my instinct begins to boil. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Come on, Hawkeye. Come and kill as much as you want. Chapter 810 The Power of Traveling Between the Realm of Life and Death, Night and Dawn. Hawkeye looked at the red-haired man in front of him who seemed to be going crazy, and was silent. The red hair reminded him of Shanks. However, that man was not so crazy at ordinary times. Death God, you are the Death God. The sharp eyes stared at Howl. Before, with the formation of the demonic land of the Red Earth continent, monsters called Hollows appeared from time to time in the whole world. Hawkeye once witnessed a group of death gods appearing and destroying the Hollows. He felt familiar with that power at that time. Yes, I am the Death God. However, you who now possess the power of Hollow demons cannot be considered a pure human being. What? With such power, do you also want to pursue the Death God? Clang! Howl drew out the Zanpakuta from his waist. Hearing Howl's words, Hawkeye said nothing. He drew out the black knife behind him, Night, and the dark and cold power flowed on the blade. Feeling the power in his hand is as cold as the power of the death god in front of him. The reason why Hawkeye can directly reach the 12th level of swordsmanship, such an achievement that shocked the world. It is due to his newly acquired power, the power of virtual demons. That is the power he gained by climbing the virtual demon tree in the demon land of the Red Earth continent and reaching the top 18. It is so similar. Is this kind of power the power of the death god? Hawkeye recalled the several defeats in the past, the god of swordsmanship, the sword saint, and the ice flame queen. Has he finally touched a similar power now? What kind of world is that with the death god? Explanation: Blood Death Maniac. The surging terrifying spiritual pressure covered the sky, and the sky seemed to be raining bloody cold raindrops. The terrifying vision made the people in the audience feel anxious. Every time I encounter a battle between strong people, it is so oppressive. Sometimes I can't just watch. Fortunately, the magic pattern barrier produced by the Country of Miracles this time can remove the mental pressure to a large extent. Even so, there are still many people who feel uncomfortable. But the audience who can come to the scene are all mentally prepared. If you don't have some skills, you really don't dare to come to the scene to watch the battle of the strong. I say, don't be dazed. At this time, the double scars on Howell's face were particularly prominent. A circle of blood light like a human figure appeared on his body as his Zanpakuto was released. It was as if a taller blood shadow was attached to Howell. Lines of blood-colored lines were outlined on Howell's body. This is his release, Blood Death Maniac. The effect is very simple, adding comprehensive bonuses such as attack, acceleration, defense, and resistance. It is equivalent to a comprehensive amplification buff. Don't blame me if you die in an instant. The red eyes stared at Hawkeye. In an instant, Howell's figure disappeared. The next moment, countless blood-colored shadows leaped around Hawkeye. The extremely violent blood-colored slash sounded like a rapid storm. Dang dang dang. The dense and crisp sounds continued, and ordinary people felt that there was only one sound. Boom. Along with the crisp sound, the bronze ground where the two were standing was also ravaged. The heavy bronze broke into countless small blocks and rose up, and then quickly tore the air with the constantly fluctuating shock waves. Many of them directly hit the magic pattern barrier protecting the audience seats. The originally transparent barrier was rippling. The audience in front of the barrier couldn't help but tremble with fear. What a terrifying speed! Red Hair stood on a remote corridor. He looked at the scene in the arena and couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of Crazy Blood. He estimated that it would be very difficult to parry such an attack speed. If his magic sword was intact, he might be able to withstand it. But the tragedy was that his magic sword was almost scrapped after a battle with Sig in the ring match. If he didn't get a place this time, he would lose a lot. Hawkeye. Red Hair focused his attention on Hawkeye. In the past 2 or 3 years, he had also fought with Hawkeye several times. The last time they met, Hawkeye's strength was probably at the level of a 2-star gem. But I didn't expect that in just a few months, his strength would soar to this level. The power of the virtual demon, the power of traveling between the realm of life and death, is it so strong? On the ring. Hawkeye quickly waved the black knife in his hand to catch Howell's blade. The vibrations of the collision between the two resonated the entire ring. The ground trembled, as if the giant beast crawling on the ground was sleeping. Ha ha ha, not bad, really not bad. It's amazing that you can keep up with my speed and strength. Howell said, his figure flashed behind Hawkeye and stopped for a while, and the blade spread an extremely dazzling red. The bloody figure on his body also dimmed slightly. How about this move? Crazy Death Blood Blade. The terrifying blood-red blade light penetrated the sky and the earth, directly submerging Hawkeye. Facing Howell's earth-shaking attack, Hawkeye was well prepared. His blade also shone with pitch black. As the pitch black shone, he blasted towards Howell. An extremely dense dark tide surged out, and a faint white light floated in it. Night. Boom. A huge roar was playing, and the atmosphere was trembling. The whole earth was shaking. The infinite darkness and the infinite blood color engulfed the eyes. The world was split into 2 halves. The center of the ring. A huge black-red light column with a diameter of hundreds of meters went straight to the sky. The turbulent clouds in the sky were directly hit by the light column, and they burst apart instantly like ripples in the water. For a moment, the sky was clear. For such a scene, countless spectators stared blankly at the scene in the sky. Especially the spectators at the scene. They could feel more at the scene. The great power that reached the sky made them feel shocked, afraid and yearning. The power was displayed in front of them with great clarity. This is power. It is out of reach of ordinary people and is completely equivalent to natural disasters. Some spectators couldn't help but mutter to themselves. It's heavy, suffocating, and desperate. 320. The violent black-red light slowly dissipated. Two figures emerged in the center of the ring and stood opposite each other. Only the devastated ring and many cracks proved the amazing collision just now. Is this the power of the virtual demon? Really good. Remember my name. Hawkeye. I am the vice captain of the 11th Division, Rouse Howell. Howell said his name. Then his body sank slightly, ready to attack again. The 11th Division, Rouse Howell. Hawkeye repeated Howell's name. Then the knight in his hand turned over, making a clear and long sound. He knew. He was recognized by the death god in front of him, with the power in his hand. You must be very excited too. Knight. My Hawk's power of the virtual demon resonates with the knight in his hand. Feeling the surging power of the supreme sword in his hand being transmitted to him, Hawkeye's mouth corners slightly raised. After obtaining the power of the virtual demon, he found that he could transform the black sword in his hand with that power. So, the new black sword became more closely connected with him, and at the same time a certain ability was brewing in the black sword. It was not completed until not long ago. It was very pure ability, like swallowing up all the darkness. This is only half of that ability, darkness. As for the other half, it is his right hand holding the supreme sword. A white cross mark is printed on the back of his right hand, representing the other half of the ability, Dawn. Chapter 811 Sword and Ghost Monument, Sword Bamboo. Then, continue. I have to be more serious. A strong blood light shines on Howell's blade. Although the eagle eye in front of him is indeed powerful. Although the power of the virtual demon entrenched in the land of demons is well deserved, he is not a vegetarian. The height of the spiritual pressure alone is stronger than the guy in front of him. After all, his understanding is not a joke. Confident Howell confidently. Less than 10 minutes later. On the ring, an extremely strong blood light filled the world and tore the sky. Along with the blood light, there is also a heavy smell of blood. Death by despair. Facing this extremely dazzling attack, Hawkeye also responded with his strongest attack. The black knife in his hand resonated with the white cross mark on the back of his right hand. The darkness was like a tidal wave, and a white light stood firmly in it, and then became clearer and clearer. Dawn. Howell's last attack was shattered by the white light in the dark tide, and shattered into countless fine spirit particles. Then it was swept away by the dark tide. Hwalala. The sound of waves was rising and falling, and after the waves passed, a figure lay on the ground in a big letter. It was Howell. He looked at the dazzling sunlight scattered in the sky, and the corners of his mouth that were bleeding could not help but rise. Ha 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 ha. What a great power. Hawkeye. I lost. During the battle, Howell found that the serious guy in front of him actually played a trick on him. The darkness could actually devour his power. At this time, Howell even thought maliciously, this man would not laugh in his heart. Howell made fun of himself. He didn't regret the failure. Besides his personality, the top 10 in the kendo tournament were rewarded with a kendo monument, which attracted many people, but he was not interested. Because there was a kendo monument in the newly built kendo field of the Slingting, which was like a hill and 100 meters high. Any graduating Shinigami could go and watch it. In addition to the kendo monument, there was also a ghost monument in the ghost field. It can be said that Shinigami were not interested in the kendo monument of the Kendo Association at all. Ahem. Howell spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He could feel that his body was collapsing. After all, he was fighting with the ghost of artificial body now, and the battle was too fierce and the artificial body was going to collapse. Now he needed to ask Jiandun to help him repair it. He was not good at the ghost of artificial body. It was Jiandun who helped him build it, so he naturally had to find the builder to be responsible. The quality of this artificial body was not good. I have to condemn the fried egg when I get back. Watching Howell stagger and stand up and disappear, Hawkeye was also relieved. Because the power was running, Hawkeye was under great mental pressure. The power of the virtual demon obtained from the virtual demon tree is a combination of the power of the virtual and the pure gluttony magic. Use the power of the virtual to build the ability, and use pure gluttony to add the buff of devouring to the night and the buff of decomposition to the dawn. This is the source of Hawkeye's ability. His dawn is extremely sharp, plus the decomposition buff, the attack is unparalleled. His night has endless black tide, plus the devouring buff, the defense is invincible. Use the night to devour magic and spiritual power. Then flow from the black knife to the dawn in his right hand to decompose and replenish itself. Theoretically, his power is like a perpetual motion machine. As long as the surrounding environment still has spiritual power and magic, as long as his spirit can hold up. And this is not easy. The power of the virtual demon is too much for Hawkeye after all. Da-da-da. Ignoring all the cheers around him, Hawkeye left the ring without any reluctance. There were many strong men, and he couldn't stop. Goo-ha-ha-ha. What a shocking and wonderful battle. Let's cheer for the two players. Hearing Morgan's words, the audience cheered even louder. Today's world is increasingly worshipping the strong. After all, not to mention the most unreachable gods. Even around them, in those villages, those towns, and even countries. Under the wave of the great era of traditional martial arts, they competed to move forward with their heads covered, unwilling to fall behind. In addition, the prevalence of the Xiang-Yang species and the Banhai species that help practice, as well as the prosperity of the sea hunting industry. With all kinds of foundations, a large number of strong men who are stronger than ordinary people were born. Even in an ordinary village, the guards inside reminded people of the prevalence of force. Therefore, people yearn to become strong, so they naturally worship the strong. Very good, then let's start the next battle. Morgans continued to start the next round of the first round of the duel. Soon, various battles began again. During this process, people saw the participating Admiral Kizaru, who kept saying terrible and then killed his opponent leisurely after a few rounds. They also saw the Dragon Master who could create bronze dragons, who killed them with one hand. The claws knocked the opponent out of the ring, making people wonder if this was a kendo tournament. A strange bamboo with long legs and 9 leaf hands was also seen. 9 swords were hung on the upright bamboo, which made people very curious at first glance. Its appearance also allowed Morgans to officially popularize its race. The unique race of Greed Island, Sword Bamboo. It is rumored to be one of the races that can compete for the strongest race on the Greed Island land. It is very strong, at least it is very scary in the eyes of the audience. It directly killed its opponent, the trump card Thunder Ray of Eve of the Fishman Island Magic Pattern Guild. Although the Thunder Ray is now only a mid-stage magic pattern user. Such strength is not strong in the eyes of the strong. But in the eyes of the public, it is a real monster. The Thunder Ray with light attribute power often presents an impeccable feeling in front of the public. It is a Fishman hero that Fishman Island vigorously promotes. But now it was killed in seconds. This also highlights the strength of the Sword Bamboo race. This undoubtedly makes the public more curious about the legendary Greedy Island. Some silver hunters even have flashing eyes, thinking about grabbing some pirate game cartridges. They have heard about it long ago. As long as the player with the game cartridge is offline, other people will log into Greedy Island with the game cartridge. Then all the original player's card books will be directly cleared and rebound to the new player. It is rumored that only those top players who stand at the top and get S-level card books in the game are not restricted by game cartridges. However, such players no longer need game cartridges. Others also only plan to attack those weak ones. When many people have some calculations in their hearts. The competition ushered in another heavyweight worth watching. At least it is a heavyweight that the public thinks is worth watching, Flame Disaster Jin vs Flower Sword Vista. But the result of the battle is surprising. Flower Sword Vista, who has become an S-level magic pattern user, was crushed by the Flame Disaster of the Beast Pirates. It only lasted less than 3 minutes before being defeated, and was hung and beaten throughout the whole process. Chapter 812 The Formation of the Illusion Bug Network, laughing 3 times in extreme anger. Has the Flame Disaster of the Beasts grown to this point? What an amazing guy! In the blackmail bar of Xiachi, number 13 in the Sabayati archipelago. Rayleigh looked at the Flame Disaster who showed overwhelming power in the live broadcast, and felt a little incredible. Looking at that strength, it is probably already a 1-star crown level strength marked by the Hunter Association. It is very difficult to obtain such strength. This is nothing strange. I heard that Flame Disaster only appears occasionally in the Beast's Pirates. Other times, he is missing. Xiachi, who was opposite Rayleigh, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then put out the cigarette in her hand. Wait a minute. Xiachi pulled a special Den Den Mushi from the bar over This Den Mushi is very special, loaded with multiple tools. Keyboard, mouse, panel, handwriting board, recording tube, printer, etc. As Xiaoqi pulled out a panel under the Den Mushi, the eyes of Den Mushi were tightly closed and opened. It was like projecting images from its eyes onto the panel like an image of a Den Mushi. Looking at the several icons on the projection panel, Xiaoqi used the mouse to control the arrow on the panel and clicked on one of the icons of Pirate Information Network. Then the screen jumped. A row of avatars were listed, with the 247 heads of the 4 pirate emperors at the top. Da-da-da. Moving the mouse to the search box at the top, Xiaoqi typed Flame Disaster Jin. Soon an icon with the avatar of Flame Disaster Jin popped up. Xiaoqi clicked directly into it, and then clicked on the item about whereabouts. Query permission passed. Dear user, it costs 00,000 Baileys to understand this information. Looking at the message that popped up above, Xiaoqi curled her lips and complained. You're really asking for money. But she had no choice, and in fact, in this world with difficult transportation, being able to retrieve the whereabouts of a pirate worth billions of berries at such a price is already a very cost-effective deal. Soon, the balance of Xiaoqi's personal account was deducted by 1,000,000 berries in exchange for the whereabouts of Yanzhe. Found it. In the past period of time, his traces have mostly appeared on Fantasy Beast Island. It seems that this man is living well there. Click. Click. With a burst of printing sounds, a piece of paper was printed with the whereabouts of Yanzhe. Taking the paper handed over by Xiaoqi, Rayleigh glanced at it for a few seconds and then put it down. He shook the wine glass in his hand. Is it really like this? The power of Fantasy Beast Island? It seems that Yanzhe and Yaki. Rayleigh paused for a moment before continuing. Yaki cult should have a good relationship. Then he shook his head and kept his eyes on the Den Mushi in front of Xiaoqi. The so-called phantom insect net looks quite useful. Xiaoqi, when will you give me a phantom insect? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. I want to buy it myself. With your status as Pluto, it's relatively easy to buy a phantom insect. Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh with a look of annoyance on his face. He lit another cigarette and took a puff before continuing. Or, you can wait a little longer. In a few months, this kind of phantom worm will probably gradually become popular among the public. It will be much more convenient for you to buy it then. Shaking the wine glass in his hand, Rayleigh looked up at the ceiling. In a few months, will the phantom worm network formed by the Yaki cult begin to become popular? Those guys are really ambitious. Gulp. Drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Rayleigh's hazy eyes were filled with emotion. He had read a comic book before that had a technological thing called a computer. But he didn't expect that something similar to it would be so quickly reflected in reality. The phantom worm displayed by the Yaki cult. It was a life with the power of phantom beasts in its body formed by the Den Mushi as an individual on the Phantom Beast Island. Among them, the phantom library worm formed by the large Den Mushi can store countless data, similar to the server that stores information on the computer in the comics. There are also ordinary phantom worms that can store a certain amount of data, similar to ordinary computers. Once this special Den Mushi becomes popular, the entire ocean will experience earth-shaking and unimaginable changes. All walks of life will undergo tremendous changes because of the illusion bug network. Rayleigh can hardly imagine what the ocean will be like at that time. Will it be like the huge kingdom 800 years ago? I heard that it is relatively easy to breed illusion bugs. It is not difficult to gradually popularize it, but it is difficult to keep the benefits. Xiaoqi exhaled a smoke ring, and her face became a little solemn. The benefits are amazing. But it seems that the Yaki cult has no intention of taking it all for itself. The founder of the Yaki cult, Muki Eugenes, is not simple. Successfully united many top forces to build the illusion bug network and firmly took the initiative. Xiaoqi's words made Rayleigh smile. I'm afraid that old guy is still unwilling to accept this situation. If it weren't for the emergence of Greed Island, he might be able to make more adequate preparations and grab greater benefits. Rayleigh understood. Greed Island has a very convenient communication creation similar to a computer. This may impact the status of the illusion bug network to a certain extent. For the first mover advantage. In the past 2 months, the Yaki cult has released the news and circulated a certain number of illusion bugs. No matter what, that old guy is really powerful. And his strength. While Xiaoqi and Rayleigh continued to talk, The first round of the official Kendo tournament on Wilbur Island has been completed. 15 matches were played, and 15 people advanced. Together with Gabejuo, who was given a bye, a total of 16 people entered the second round. After a 10-minute break, the second round of ball drawing began. This time, Gabejuo got what he wanted and was able to kill someone, and in the first match, the person he faced was red-haired Shanks. Gabejuo was very excited. For the younger generation, red-haired Shanks, Gabejuo still felt that it was worth killing. However, Gabejuo was too happy too early. As soon as he got on stage, red-haired Shanks gave up on the spot. After all, his magic sword was on the verge of collapse, so how could he fight with this crazy guy Gabejuo again? Even if he fought hard, not only would his magic sword be broken, but he would also be chopped. Red Hair felt that he had no masochistic tendencies, so it was okay to admit defeat directly. Although Gabejuo's gaze made Red Hair feel creepy, he ran away after admitting defeat. Could this guy still catch up and chop him? Gabejuo didn't know what was going on in Red Hair's mind. But at this moment, Gabejuo was really angry. So, with a fierce and extremely angry face, he laughed 3 times, and then calmly stepped down. Chapter 813 Kizaru stopped acting and had a good sleep. Boss, you are so awesome. In the audience, Red Hair Pirates Locky looked at the returning Shanks with admiration, as if Shanks had won a victory. You didn't see how ugly Gabejuo's face was just now. That expression was as ugly as if he had eaten 10 tons of dog shit. Raki couldn't stand Gabejuo, who had once targeted his boss and Grandpa Rayleigh. Now seeing him being defeated, Locky was naturally very angry. Bang! The red-haired man who came to sit in the empty seat heard Locky's wonderful metaphor. He looked subtle and couldn't help but ask back with a smile. How do you know that eating dog shit is that kind of expression? Could it be? Although I haven't eaten it, the power of imagination is infinite. As a chef, imagination, well, it's better not to talk about this topic. Raki glanced at the contemptuous expression on the face of Hongo next to him. He wisely stopped talking endlessly. To be honest, Gabai's final calmness just now makes people feel dangerous. Like a volcano waiting to erupt. I'm worried. Hongo took over the conversation with a serious expression. However, he was interrupted by Locky before he could finish his words. Don't worry. No matter how arrogant that guy is, he won't rush over at this time. The VIPs on the VIP table are not decorations. If he really makes a move and is killed by the sword master in seconds, it will be a very embarrassing thing for that guy. Locky has heard Rayleigh's analysis. Gabai despises women to a certain extent. That may be because he has been in the sea for countless years. The proportion of women among the great swordsmen is 10%. The natural concept formed by the low score. So Gabejuo will never enjoy the feeling of being killed by a woman. Who told you this? Hongo said unhappily to Locky's interruption. I'm worried that the guy will chase us after the meeting and kill us. What are you afraid of? Locky winked at Beckman. The boss and our vice captain are here. What are you worried about? Seeing Locky winking at him, Beckman was speechless. He ignored Locky and Hongo's jokes and looked at Shanks. How is your magic sword? It's okay. As long as it is not used before it is completed, the magic sword can be made. The red-haired man hooked his side face with one hand and continued with a bitter smile. Even if the magic sword is completed by then, its service life may not be ideal and its power may be affected. Is that so? Beckman frowned slightly after hearing this. But he calmed down again. Now the situation of Shanks's magic sword is much better than he expected. Although it is a pity that he did not pass the second round and did not get the top 10 to observe the Kendo monument. But Beckman believes that there will always be a chance for that kind of thing in the future. With the style of the Kendo Association, this Kendo monument cannot be hidden. What should we do now? Should we evacuate in advance? When Beckman was silent, Lime Jones on the side interrupted. Before your magic sword is completed, it will be very troublesome for Gabai to attack us. Looking at Lime Jones's solemn face, the red-haired man also became serious. He knew that Lime Jones was not unreasonable. Being able to use the magic sword and not being able to use the magic sword are completely 2 different combat powers. It's like he can only reach the 3-star gem level without using the magic sword. But after using this magic sword that is extremely compatible with him, he can stalemate with Sig, who is now a 1-star crown level. If both his and Beckman's magic swords are completed, It is natural that we will not be too embarrassed to face Gabajuo. But there is no if in reality. Gabajuo is so powerful that it is rumored that he has the combat power of a 2-star crown. Such strength. Even if he and Beckman both hold the magic sword, they have to be cautious, not to mention that the magic sword cannot be used at will now. Why don't we run away first? Seeing Loki's cautious face, Shanks couldn't help but laugh. Don't you want to watch the excitement? Don't you want to watch the excitement after the kendo tournament? Loki heard Shanks's joke and tore a piece of the big meat in his hand. The strongest god-destroying tool is unsealed, this kind of excitement must be very interesting. Although I want to watch it, it will not be interesting if Gabajuo is playing tricks on us next to us. What does the Flow King say, 30 years in Hebei? It's 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Hearing Loki's nonsense, Hongo corrected him angrily. Yes. That's it. Wait until the boss and Beckman have finished making the magic sword. Then we'll get back at them. Isn't that wonderful? While Red Hair and the others were discussing, the second round of the match was still going on. Although Shanks's direct withdrawal in the first match inevitably caused some audiences to boo, the subsequent battles attracted their attention. In the second round, 3 lucky players who didn't even reach the gem level were directly crushed or surrendered. 0 asking for flowers. In addition, there were also extremely exciting battles. For example, a black-haired boy named Zinyu fought against the famous geological disaster Sig. One side froze the world, and the other side violently shattered it with the 8 swords. The 2 sides fought hard. In the end, as the audience expected, the more famous Sig won. However, people also admired Zinyu, an unknown boy, for having such a strong strength. Even the Kendo Association wanted to contact him privately to win him over to join the Kendo Association. In addition to this battle, there were also Admiral Kizaru and Tamako Hoki. They fought even more fiercely. Later, Kizaru stopped acting. He stopped using the lightsaber and vowed to take down Tamako with his super beam cannon. He was rarely serious, but he met a tough guy. As a Phantom Beast Jinchuriki, and a Phantom Beast Jinchuriki of the Phoenix, Tamako's immortality and endurance were ridiculously high. Even if he continued to explode, the battle continued. The two fought from day to night, from night to day, and finally to night again. Late at night, when another group of spectators at the scene felt sleepy again and wanted to go to the hotel to catch up on their sleep before watching the battle, the scene finally came to an end. Lie down honestly. Tamako Hoki. The dazzling golden beam cannon flew into the distant sky in the long night, carrying Tamako's figure. At this time, Tamako, who was being hit by the light cannon, was a little tired and wanted to complain. Even if he wanted to lose, there was no way. Entering the true undead phoenix form, the chicken phoenix in his body became very arrogant. It was impossible to admit defeat. You can only play the game reluctantly to please the chicken phoenix. Swoosh! In the light cannon, Tamako suddenly felt that his form faded. His face showed ecstasy. It's finally over. Tamako was not too enthusiastic about the battle. After fighting to this point, Tamako had long wanted to end it. With his resources, Tamako felt that it should not be difficult to see the Kendo monument of the Kendo Association in the future. So he didn't have the idea of winning the game. Swoosh! Bang! Letting his body fall to the ground, Tamako looked at the starry sky. Silent, deep, what a beautiful starry sky. I feel like I can have a good sleep. Tamako slowly closed his eyes. Snoring. Snore. Accompanied by snoring, he fell asleep peacefully. In the 6th game of the second round of the battle, Kizaru won by a large margin. Chapter 814. Kizaru felt that he was being taken advantage of, and the cold sweat of the ash giant and Yin finally won. It's a bit tiring. At this time, Kizaru heard the voice announcing his victory and relaxed. He rubbed his wrist, ignored the cheers from the people around him who were a beat slower to react, and walked out of the arena. Next, Kizaru planned to catch up on his sleep. He had fought this battle for too long. He had never fought such a long battle in his life, which was as terrible as working overtime without sleep. But he had to fight again. Although the salary of the Admiral of the Navy had been increased several times, Kizaru still felt that it was too low. Especially compared with those high-level hunters and magic pattern users. Kizaru felt like he was being taken advantage of for free. If he didn't get a ranking and make some money, he felt that he was no different from a poor guy. It's so hard to make money. Kizaru, who was slowly leaving at this time, had only this thought. Oh. Amid the cheers, Morgans immediately announced that he would take a break today and continue the remaining games tomorrow morning. The kendo tournament was originally scheduled to end at a certain time on the night. It was just that the battle between Kizaru and Hwaki continued until it ended on the spot. Although you need to buy a new ticket to leave and re-enter the venue. But the audience didn't have too many opinions. Some people really didn't sleep and watched until now, and they were so sleepy. It's too late to worry about so many things at night. Soon, people in the venue left one after another. Yun Zhao, who was in the VIP seat, also walked off the stage. A figure was waiting for him in a corner. Long time no see, Captain Yun Zhao. I'm not the captain now. Xiao Zhenyu. The long night disappeared and the dawn broke. The next day, people came to the magnificent Wilbur battlefield again. Morgans once again gave the familiar opening remarks and cheered with ribbons. Amid the enthusiastic cheers again, the seventh game of the second round of the battle began. One side was Pan Long, the famous ash giant who rose in the giant country Elbaf in the past 2 years. It is rumored that he is a magic pattern user of angry magic. Now the magic pattern master has reached the S level, and is now known as the strongest fighter in Elbaf. However, he is a lone ranger, and seems to be keen on finding trouble with the evil fleet. The opponent in this battle against the ash giant is not simple either. Navy Deputy Admiral Dao Tuo is rumored to be a disciple of the ice goddess. The battle started, and as expected by the audience, the battle was one-sided. It did not last long. Even though the ash giant is the strongest fighter in Elbaf, it looks scary with flames all over its body. But the audience does not think that Deputy Admiral Dao Tuo is a vegetarian. The identity of being a disciple of the ice goddess is enough for people to overestimate Dao Tuo as much as possible. And Dao Tuo is also rumored to have a 1-star crown combat power. Endless frozen. The arena is full of hard ice. In the center, a giant with scars all over his upper body is frozen by a huge block of ice. Is that all? The glory of Elbaf, that man. The ash giant felt the extreme coldness invading his heart, and his thoughts were intermittent. But even though he was unwilling, his thoughts could only fall into silence in the end. Has it finally stopped burning? Momo Rabbit looked at the giant standing in the ice in front of her, and she could feel the giant's anger. That anger even resisted her freezing, and continuously melted the frozen ice. If left alone like this, it would probably break out in a short time. What a tenacious giant! Momo Rabbit sighed, and then heard Morgans judge her victory. She began to eliminate the surrounding ice and the ice in front of her. Somewhere in the battlefield. It seems that Guy is not angry enough. Gabezuo looked at the frozen giant in the ring, and a wanton smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gabezuo was very familiar with the ash giant. It can even be said that without him, there would be no rise of this giant. As for the reason, it is simple. Under Hisoka, Gabezuo didn't learn anything else, but he learned the hobby of cultivating little apple. Therefore, Gabezuo, who was traveling in a town in the giant country, found Pan Long. Gabezuo sensed the rage magic hidden deep in Pan Long's body. So, in order to cultivate little apple, Gabezuo acted as fiercely as a tiger. The rage magic hidden in Pan Long was detonated, and the ash giant direct birth 0. Of course, there are side effects, such as being chased and chopped by the ash giant. But this is the fun of Gabezuo. Now Gabezuo feels more and more that the sudden idea at the beginning was an interesting decision. Guhahaha. Dear audience, let's start the last match of the second round. Next, the strong men of the Sword Bamboo clan from Greedy Island will fight against the Flame Disaster Jin of the Beast Pirates. At this time, Morgan's loud voice sounded on the radio. Amid various cheers and the fluttering of flowers and ribbons, the upright Sword Bamboo slowly walked up. It's like a bamboo with long legs, which makes people laugh. However, the Jin opposite it feels a lot of pressure. Jin, who had been active on Greedy Island, knows the name of the Sword Bamboo clan. Rumor has it, somewhere on the land, there is a sword bamboo forest, which is watched by swordsmen and merchants. The reason is that the sword bamboo has a special way of growing. They will grow bamboo sheaths hanging down from their bodies, and then bamboo swords will grow out of the sheaths. From the single sword bamboo that can produce 1 bamboo sword, to the double sword bamboo that can produce 2 bamboo swords, and so on. The complete bamboo sword is hard and sharp, and it is easy to swing the sword energy by inputting telekinesis. The lowest quality bamboo swords are equivalent to sea-level props. That's right. It was originally watched by various forces. 3.3 After all, the sword bamboo forest is a huge treasure. However, it still maintains its original ecology. In the final analysis, it is the deterrence of the life born in the sword bamboo forest. Ordinary single sword bamboo and double sword bamboo are like plants, with only a trace of spirituality, which is also the norm for a large number of sword bamboo forests. But it is different when it comes to the third sword bamboo, and its spirituality increases greatly. The fourth sword bamboo can grow a visual organ similar to the eye, and can also pull out the root system to start moving on its own. When it comes to the fifth sword bamboo and the sixth sword bamboo, it becomes a qualified sword bamboo warrior, comparable to the A-level telekinesis master. Jin learned all these through rumors. At this time, Jin looked at the sword bamboo in front of him, sweating profusely. If he remembered correctly, there is only one sword bamboo in the entire sword bamboo family. That is one of the top of the Mind King, the Nine-Sword King Juduan. Chapter 815 For Elephant Illusion Crow, Kaido's Persuasion. Looking at the terrifying strong man in front of him, Jin couldn't figure out why it could come to reality. If it was subdued, it came to reality by turning into a mind card. How strong is the subdued guy? This is the top of the Mind King. To subdue such a strong man, it is not just a matter of strength. It also depends on whether the three strongest forces on the land agree. What are you nervous about? When Jin's forehead was sweating, the sword bamboo on the opposite side spoke. It looked at Jin's wings and his face without a hood curiously. It was curious about Jin. The reason is that this man looks very similar to the white flame-winged man, who is qualified to compete for the strongest race on Greed Island. It's just that the white flame-winged man has white skin, white wings, and white flames. But if you exclude the color, Juduan feels that Jin really looks like the white flame-winged man. Or, it's the white flame-winged man who looks like Jin. As a thought lord, Juduan naturally knows the truth about the birth of Greed Island. I wonder why the famous Nine-Sword Lord appears here. Jin asked directly about Juduan's question. It is said that the sword bamboo clan is very straightforward, and they always say what they think and almost never lie. You know me? That's right. The simulated organ on Juduan bamboo smiled slightly. The reason why I came to this world is also very simple. I was brought here by one of you players. It only said this sentence and didn't say anything more. Swoosh. A light bamboo sound. A bamboo sword was pulled out of the drooping bamboo sheath by Juduan's bamboo leaf hand. Seeing this scene, Jin also pulled out the blade. His expression was very solemn. Although the Nine Swords Lord in front of him had only pulled out a sword, Jin did not dare to be careless at all. After all, his strength barely reached the crown level 1 star. According to the classification of the Hunter Association, the Nine Swords Lord in front of him belongs to the crown level 3 star. And it is not difficult for the crown level 3 star to kill the ordinary crown level 1 star in seconds. The gap is like a gem level 1 star meeting a crown level 1 star. Under such a gap, Jin would not think that the Nine Swords Lord underestimated him. On the contrary, he wanted to try the strength of the Greedy Island Lord level as much as possible while the other party was not serious. Hwalala! The hot flames like red molten flow gushed out of Jin's long sword. It covered the surrounding area all at once. Crack! Crack! The air was distorted and the water vapor was dissipated. The bronze ground was also scorched and burned red. A sulphurous smell was floating. Jin stood in the molten stream, staring at the Nine-Sword Lord. To be precise, he was staring at his feet. He didn't expect that the Nine-Sword Lord on the opposite side didn't even defend himself, but just stood there stupidly. It's so hot. If this goes on, my feet will smoke. Judian looked at the red molten flow that submerged its roots and felt a little uncomfortable in his feet. Even though its roots were very hard, it was still a kind of plant. It was still not so adapted to the power of fire. Then let's solve it with one sword. Swish! Swish! Looking at the Nine Swords Lord in front of him walking towards him in a somewhat funny way, he looked like a child walking in a stream with his trouser legs rolled up. Such a posture did look a little funny. But Jin didn't feel that way at this moment. He could feel a sharp and cold terrifying will firmly locking him. The whole soul seemed to be frozen, and the extremely piercing feeling made him feel as if his soul had been pierced by a sword. Swish! What is this? Before Jin could savor it, a green light flashed by. The figure of the Nine Swords Lord had come behind him. Zizla! Zizla! A huge bloodstain ran across his upper body. Puff! 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 Countless red blood seemed to have just reacted and gushed out. So fast. Watching the gushing blood evaporated by the heat, Jin couldn't help but murmur. He staggered, but he didn't fall down as the Nine-Sword Lord expected. Instead, he turned around. What a strong vitality! Even the white flame-winged man doesn't have such vitality. At this time, Jaduan looked back in surprise. It watched Jin's wounds slowly heal. You know, the wounds it attacked are not so easy to heal. Ahem. Jin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was not surprised that he could withstand an attack from the Nine-Sword Lord. He was not in vain in Fantasy Beast Island. He had participated in the 6th level experiment of Fantasy Beast Island before. The main content of the experiment was, using the life essence produced by the special Fantasy Beast life tree on Fantasy Beast Island to induce and improve the adaptability of his race. The result of this experiment was that his vitality and adaptability were greatly improved, and after that, a new Fantasy Beast group was born based on the results of this experiment, the Four Elephants Fantasy Crow. That was a group of fantasy beasts that Jin was very unforgettable. After all, he was one of them to some extent. Create participants. Hwalala. The surging red current began to riot, covering the sky like a tsunami. From the samurai sword raised by Jin, a crazy exploding fire dragon surged. The raging flames burned fiercely, and the firepower was very strong. The whole battlefield quickly heated up because of the appearance of the fire dragon. Yuan Sui Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin went all out. Although he had just withstood a move from the Nine-Sword Lord, it did not mean that he was floating. On the contrary, Jin was very surprised. Because the attack of the Nine-Sword Lord was too terrible, his body was fine now, and it was gradually recovering. But his spirit felt groggy. This situation made Jin understand that he had to go all out as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Nine-Sword Lord made another move, he was afraid that he would go out sideways. It's so hot. Watching Jin disappear in the flames, Judian attacked again. A flash of green light flashed by. The huge fire dragon that had been roaring fiercely burst into a violent green light and was instantly broken into two halves vertically. The flames below it were also cut into a gap. It's over. Judian looked at Jin, who appeared again in the gap of the flames. A flash of green light flashed. This time, Jin knelt directly. The power of the Phantom Beast is ultimately biased towards the physical aspect, although Jin's soul is also infected by the power of the Phantom Beast. But compared to the current mental power that is biased towards the spiritual aspect, it is naturally difficult to please. Especially the attack of the Nine-Sword Lord, which directly acts on the soul to a large extent. What a terrifying nine-sword bamboo! It would be great if I could convince it to join my pirate group. In a large empty auditorium, Kaido of the Beasts was looking at the sword bamboo figure on the ring, his eyes shining. He didn't have any thoughts about Jin's defeat, but instead focused his attention on the nine-sword bamboo. This is his old habit. There are many kendo talents in the kendo conference. Kaido, who is keen on talents, will come to persuade talents every time he has the opportunity. The talents he has targeted. If he is blocked after the conference, he can only pray for good luck. However, although Kaido has taken a fancy to the nine-sword bamboo this time, but he has to weigh his own strength. After all, the idea is too hard. Don't go up and fail to subdue it, but be beaten to death and make a mistake. Chapter 816 Lord Yin Liu Guang, I respect you. Guhahaha, the second round of the battle is officially over. Thank you to all the players for presenting such a wonderful performance. Morgans began to recite the thank you lines again, and then skipped the break of the second round and went straight to draw the ball. After all, there were only 2 matches today, and they were crushing games. There was no need to rest at all. The audience also agreed with this decision. After all, both games today were played very quickly, and there was still plenty of time. They were more looking forward to the next battle between the strong players. It was a rare opportunity to watch the battle between the strong players up close without too much life-threatening. They naturally had to cherish it. Time passed. Soon, the third round of draws began, and the 8 players who advanced from the second round fought against each other in pairs. Then, the first battle. Hidden Flowing Light Jalal vs Admiral Kizaru. At this time, as Morgans announced the first battle candidates for the third round of the duel, The audience voted for their idols. Master Hidden Flowing Light, I respect you. Please let me follow you. You should call me Mr. Hidden Flowing Star. Flowing Light is outdated. Golden Wizard is so cool. Admiral Kizaru, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Golden Phoenix is the strongest. He is a truly hidden master. With the popularity of various comics, it is not uncommon for viewers who have read comics to say strange words. People may worship a certain strong person crazily because he has the characteristics they desire, which is referred to as brain-dead fans. In addition to the prevalence of worship of the strong, some wealthy places even set up fan clubs for some strong people, and it is not surprising that strong people debut as idols. Hey! This scene is really scary. On the stage, Kizaru looked at some people in the audience who were shouting slogans loudly, and felt a little troubled. Especially when he saw an old lady shouting that she wanted to give birth to a monkey for him. He felt a little helpless. Could it be does he look so much like a monkey? Obviously, Kizaru, who did not read a lot of comics, understood this sentence superficially. They are still quite enthusiastic, but sometimes they are more clingy. At this time, Jalal, who was opposite Kizaru, looked sympathetic. Although sometimes because of his too gentle personality, some people who admire him in some more open city-states want to take advantage of him. This does make him a little troubled, and it's okay for women. There are also men who want to touch his muscles, and even transsexuals touch him closely. It makes Jalal feel a little overwhelmed. Although he does not discriminate against transsexuals, such things should be avoided as much as possible. Some experiences also led him to develop a permanent celestial gravity isolation magic to prevent those who worship him from being irrational. You are such a good person. Hidden Flow Jalal. Consider our navy. The treatment is very good. Every day, you just lie on a recliner, enjoy the breeze and drink cold drinks. Life is very nourishing. Although the salary may be a little low, it includes food and accommodation. Kizaru invited Jalal like a sales pitch. There was a trace of eagerness in his eyes. High-quality talents like this one have good personalities and strong strength. If he was invited to join the navy, Marshal Sengoku might give him a lot of bonuses. Sorry. I have no intention of becoming a navy. Jalal said, looking at Zakrane on the VIP stand. Now Jalal may be powerless in other aspects. But at least in the field of magic, Jalal hopes that he can restrain Zakrane well, maybe Aknowledge as well. Now Jalal has no doubt that the field of magic will cause huge waves because of them in the future. What he has to do is to calm the adverse effects of the waves. To do this, he'd better create a force that can implement his will instead of joining other forces. Is that so? What a pity. I was still imagining the scene of us becoming colleagues. That scene is very beautiful. The sword of Aim no Murakumo began to condense in Kizaru's hand, and golden flashes appeared in his sunglasses. So since we are colleagues, we just need to show our respect. Don't make me lose face. Hearing Kizaru say this, Jalal was also a little amused. They became colleagues directly after 2 or 3 sentences. You are so humorous. Mr. General. Swoosh. As the magic circle shone, the golden starlight sword was pulled out of the magic circle by Jalal. I can't help it. Your performance before really puts me to shame. You're just like a monster. Kizaru looked scary, which was not a joke but his true feelings. During the previous elimination round, Kizaru was actually on the same stage with Jalal. Kizaru saw the fight between Jalal, Aknowledge, and Death God Howl from a close distance. He was shocked by Jalal's ease in reconciling the 2 difficult monsters. Kizaru had only one feeling about Jalal's strength, which was unfathomable. So he said hello in advance so as not to lose too badly. Then, I'll start. Kizaru said slowly, holding the Aim no Kurokumo sword. Then he went straight up and performed the health-preserving sword technique. Jalal also saw Kizaru's passive response, and he was very respectful to Kizaru. The 2 of them fought on the stage for more than 10 minutes. It made many truly powerful people feel sleepy. In the eyes of ordinary people, they collided at high speed, and from time to time they swung their light cannons at each other. The fight was fierce. But in the eyes of those strong men, they felt that they were fighting for nothing. They were paddling too much. If the kendo tournament was like this, what was the point of the competition? Just play house. Bang! Another violent light cannon exploded. The golden light ball of hundreds of meters expanded, looking quite spectacular. After the light ball exploded and dissipated, Kizaru, who appeared in the audience's sight, staggered. Then he began to say that Jalal was too powerful, and finally surrendered slowly. This scene almost made many strong men speechless. Amazing, just playhouse here. Soon. Under the enthusiasm of the audience and the disappointment of the strong men, the battle came to an end. The second game of the third round followed closely. The two sides of this new battle duel were the Nine Swords Lord and the Navy's alternate Admiral Mamotoji. The audience didn't know how strong the Nine Swords Lord was, but his ability was shown by his easy crushing of the flame disaster. Due to a superstition about the disciples of the Ice Goddess, Dao Tuyuan was overestimated. People mistakenly thought that this battle would be a battle of dragons and tigers. She was defeated very easily, and the Nine Swords Lord directly put a sword on her neck and had to admit defeat. The whole process was no different from a one-shot kill. This aroused people's strong curiosity about the Nine Swords Lord, and at the same time, they were more eager for the Greedy Island game. Then, let's start the third game. The Earth Disaster Sig of the Beasts Pirates, against the emerging strong Dragon Lord. Jean. Morgans shouted so enthusiastically. Chapter 817 Blue Flame Cut, 8 Swords Style Aruko. Amid the cheers of the audience, Sig of the Beasts Pirates and Akunologia, who was given the title of Dragon Lord by Morgans, went on stage directly. In the ring, Sig looked at the dark blue-haired man in front of him solemnly. Sig was naturally concerned about the strong man who had emerged in the Kendo conference. The man's strength was at least 1 crown star or even higher. He needed to weigh the details. If the situation was not optimistic, he would not fight to the death. Now he has entered the top 8. With this ranking, Sig has achieved his goal. His purpose was just to see what magic the Kendo monument created by the god of Kendo had. It would be great if he could use it to improve and perfect his 8 swords style. Crack! Crack! A strange sound of bones and muscles turning sounded. 6 more arms appeared on Sig's body, and his body became taller and his face became inhuman. At this time, he completely entered the phantom beast form of the 8-armed ape. This completely phantom beast form. Even when fighting with red hair, he did not use 347, which shows how much he valued it. Acknowledge didn't waste words on Sig's importance. He started with the familiar magic Dragon King's familiar. First, a bronze dragon broke free from the ground, and then the second. During this process, Ge Ran wanted to step forward to stop it. But when the first bronze dragon appeared first, the momentum was unstoppable. Now, the bronze dragons created by Acknowledge have the hard power of 2-star gem level. It is not impossible to stop Sig at this level and delay the birth of other dragons. Boom! Clang! 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 Sig's figure leaped rapidly, facing the roaring bronze roar like a horizontal tornado. 8 swift blades passed quickly, and the knife light flashed. The bronze roar like a whirlpool was instantly cut open by the brutal slash. Facing Sig, who shot forward again. The bronze dragon's giant claws emerged with a blue flame. Then, with the bronze dragon's muscular dragon arm swinging like a knife, the blue flame group quickly evolved like a laser. Blue flame cut. Swish! It was as if a blue knife light flashed by and swept across the distant sky. Dang! As the blue knife light passed, a crisp and huge sound began to ring. It can be seen that Zij's blade blocked the knife-like attack in time, and the long sound was his blade trembling. Just now, facing this sudden attack, Zij was a little caught off guard, but he still took it easily. But his face was not very good. Because the second bronze dragon had already crawled out. In addition, the strength of the bronze dragon was somewhat beyond his expectations. That flash-like attack, he had never seen these bronze dragons perform in the battle before the Dragon Lord. And the temporary reaction and intelligence shown by the bronze dragon. All this made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley. From the current situation, the 2 bronze dragons in front of him and the 2 bronze dragons that were still struggling to get out of the ground were enough to give him a hard time. With his current strength, he would probably be beaten half to death by these dragons. Add to that the existence of the Dragon Master next to him. Sigurd thought for a while and decided to be safe. If things were impossible, he would just give up. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured or even unconscious on the stage. Because that would be equivalent to giving the initiative of his life to others. As for the Dragon Master in front of him, Sigurd naturally did not trust him at all. Swish! After making a decision, Sigurd rushed forward again. He seemed to turn into a stream of light and flew quickly. 2 bronze dragons along the way. Whether it was Bronze Roar or Akunalo, even the blue flame cut skill that Kia had added to them could not stop Sig. He had 8 hands, each holding a special blade of the Yaki sect that could transmit and bless the phantom power. It was made of metal unique to the island of phantom beasts. Under this circumstance, Sig was considered very strong among the crown level 1 stars when he was at full strength. Although he was not familiar with the 8 swords style, his strength was great. And he had a killer move. Boom! Boom! The blue light and the bronze wave that was raised continued to break and explode. Sig was getting closer and closer to Acknowledge. At this time, the 2 bronze dragons could no longer sit still and had to go into battle themselves. Seeing the 2 giant dragons approaching, Sig's mouth corners rose. Obviously, the Dragon Master was their weakness. As long as they rushed out, they would have to move forward automatically. Now, he had to get rid of the 2 bronze dragons in front of him as soon as possible before the other 2 bronze dragons were fully born. Facing 2 bronze dragons waving their bronze wings and rushing forward. One of Sig's eyes flashed with golden light. Then, a slash of wild force-like light rushed out. 8 swords flowing ape light. The surging golden light directly cut the 2 dragons in front of him into several pieces. Looking at the results of the battle in front of him, a smile appeared on Sig's face, and the golden light flashing in his right eye slowly dissipated. The moves he used just now were not simple sword moves. He also mobilized his killer. That is the fantasy beast treasure that resides in his right eye, the light wheel jade. This was obtained by him through a close person in the Yaki sect, Riki Kanaga, as an intermediary, and after paying a lot of benefits, he traded with Mookie of the Yaki leader. Although there is only one, it is qualified as a killer. There is just one thing worth criticizing: it needs to be nurtured for a day after using it once. After all, the level of this light wheel jade is not high, it is just entering the Phantom King level, and it conflicts with the power of his 8-armed ape, requiring an overload explosion. Even so, it has a huge increase for him. His brute strength, coupled with the speed brought by the explosion of the light wheel jade. The combination of the 2 can burst out a terrifying attack power. Oh! It seems that your strength is very good. Looking at Zij standing opposite him, Acknowledge was also rarely amazed. Zij did not continue to rush, because the other 2 dragons had broken free. Moreover, he saw that the 2 dragons that he cut into several pieces were actually repairing themselves. This scene made Zij speechless. After using the killer, he didn't even get rid of 2 dragons. When facing 4 dragons, he would fight with his head. Chapter 818 Black Dragon King Mode. Gabajuo's perfect saint body. Acknowledge also looked at the dragon that was being repaired, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Before, he had been defeated repeatedly when facing this magic of Mel. These giant dragons seem to be alive, but their foundation is still the special magic of the Dragon King. As long as the magic is not completely disintegrated, even if the dragon body is smashed to pieces, it can be repaired through the corresponding material. For example, the bronze dragon can repair its body through bronze. Such a difficult magic is now his. Acknowledge is naturally happy. Then continue. Acknowledge has no intention of personally taking action against Sig. He loaded the skill of blue flame cut on the bronze dragon just to experiment with this move inspired by Jalal. The stronger Sig is now, the happier he is. Looking at the 4 dragons staring at him, Sig can only bite the bullet. It was only less than 5 minutes of fighting, and Sig, who was beaten up, had to surrender before being seriously injured. In the 3rd round of the 3rd game, the Dragon Master won. Soon, after the ring was cleared. Under the cheers of the audience, the last match of the 3rd round began. The evil general of the Great Evil Fleet, Gabajuo, fought against Fenki Igolo of the Yaki cult. This time, Gabajuo finally got what he wanted and started a hearty fight. His opponent also used a sickle, which was a divine weapon, with superb swordsmanship and strong strength. Many factors made Gabajuo very happy. He felt that it was a match made in heaven. But Gabajuo's opponent Igolo didn't think so. Because Fenki felt that Gabajuo killed people at every turn, which seemed too extreme. Such a guy is very troublesome. Fenki felt that he should stay away and not be targeted by him, otherwise he would be in trouble in the future. So, the 2 fought for 10 minutes. After realizing that the chances of winning were slim, Fenki decisively surrendered. "Aw, you damned guys!" In the ring, looking at Feng Qi who ran away decisively, Gabajuo couldn't help but roar. In 3 consecutive rounds, he got a bye in the 1st round, Red Hair ran away in the second round, and Feng Qi also ran away in the third round after fighting for a while. Gabezhuo felt that he was going crazy. They were all targeting him, right? Although he was very angry and furious, Gabezhuo didn't go crazy after all. He returned to the battlefield and stood in a passage. Da-da-da. In the slightly quiet passage, a sound of footsteps echoed. It seems that you are very angry. At this time, Crocodile walked over with a big cigarette in his mouth. He glanced at him lightly. After a glance, Gabezhuo casually took out a card from the card book and threw it over. Take it to cool down. Who do you want to show your ugly face to? Crocodile's ridicule did not affect Gabezhuo. He took the card thrown by Crocodile with a stern face and opened it directly. A plate covered with a bowl lid appeared. Soon, with the shining golden light, the golden fried rice appeared. Gabezhuo picked up the rice spoon on the side of the plate and ate the rice in big mouthfuls. After a while, the golden fried rice was finished by Gabezhuo. It's so beautiful. Every battle is like a long brewed fine wine. The more intense it is, the more worth tasting it is. So why don't those guys know how to taste it? Looking at Gabezhuo's face with a flushed smile, Crocodile felt that this guy's brain circuit was still so different from ordinary people. The beautiful nostalgic effect of the golden fried rice was actually brought back memories of past battles by him. This man really has nothing else to do except fighting. For such a man, Crocodile said lunatic casually with a big cigarette in his mouth and left, leaving Gabezhuo here alone with endless aftertaste. On the other side, after the third round, Morgans officially announced a 10-minute break. 10 minutes passed quickly. Then, the 4 people who advanced came on stage one after another and started drawing balls. Amid the cheers of the audience, the ball drawing session ended again. 2 battles, the first one is the Scythe of Despair, Gabezhuo versus the Dragon Lord. This time, you won't surrender too. At this time, Gabezhuo carried the sickle and looked at the man in front of him wantonly. Just had golden fried rice. Gabezhuo's anger was much reduced, so he didn't start fighting right away. You talk too much nonsense. Akunalaja directly spit out 4 words coldly. Hearing what Akunalaja said, Gabezhuo was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth rose exaggeratedly. Because he knew that men with this kind of personality would have a lot of fun fighting. In that case, I won't be polite. Whoosh! He swung his sickle a few times, and Gabezhuo shot at Akunalaja with fierce and enthusiastic eyes. Swish! In an instant, Gabezhuo's figure appeared in front of Akunalaja, and the blade cut towards Akunalaja's neck. Facing Gabezhuo's charge, Akunalaja did not use the magic Dragon King's familiar. Instead, he used the Dragon King version of that magic. Black Dragon King mode. The pitch-black pattern climbed on Akunalaja. His momentum also rose, like an abyss. One hand was facing Gabezhuo's face, and Gabezhuo's pupils shrank slightly. The terrifying blue-white light burst out directly. The light collapsed the sky and cracked the earth. Boom! The huge blue-white ball of light expanded rapidly, and the world went dark. The bronze ground cracked and flew up, like wild sand, and then turned into dust. The dazzling light filled the audience's eyes. The surroundings were shaking like an earthquake, and people couldn't help but tremble with fear. Time passed. Soon, the light dissipated. People looked at the ring in the venue, and their eyes bulged out. They saw that the ring with a side length of 200 meters disappeared directly, becoming a huge pit with a diameter of more than 200 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. Where is the ring? Such a big ring! Someone couldn't help but exclaim at this time. There were so many battles before, although the ring was a little bumpy. But fortunately, it was still there overall. The players in the kendo tournament basically attacked their opponents. Even if some attacks were too strong, they were directed towards the sky. The bronze ring was not seriously injured in the tournament, but it was constantly injured. But now the ring is gone. This makes people think more. Some ignorant audiences immediately gave a high evaluation of Akunalaja for launching such an attack. After all, the one who can do what others cannot do must be the strongest. Some people think so simply. In the big pit in the venue, Kabai retreated to the edge of the pit. He was a little embarrassed and his clothes were a little torn, but the corners of his mouth first rose. Then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! What a great power! Finally I can make a big fuss! As Kabai laughed so wildly, in the atmosphere, wisps of spirit particles began to gather quickly towards him. A halo appeared above his head, and wings of spiritual power also appeared behind him. Feeling the strange power surging in his body, Gabai's mouth cracked. Ever since he fought with the virtual god Aizen at the Fantasy Beast Conference, he felt that there was an extra power in his body. This power has been lurking in him and conflicting with his telekinesis. As a result, he had to find a place to lie down for a long time. Until the holy land of Mary Joa turned into a land of demons. The power was blessed by the same power of the atmosphere, and gradually formed a balance with the telekinesis. Now it has become his help. Now this state is called the perfect holy body by Gabai. Previously, this form was tested in this state, Gabai defeated the Holy Knight Lord. So, he named this state the perfect holy body, which means the state of completely defeating the Holy Knight. Chapter 819 Acknowledge thinks he is extreme, the moment of bliss. Swoosh. Then, let me enjoy it. Gabai waved the sickle in his hand again and waited. A wisp of spiritual power spontaneously surged on the blade, and the sharp cold light was shocking. After Gabai reconciled his mental power and spiritual power, his sickle also changed due to the interweaving of these two forces, and it has the characteristics of being extremely sharp and hard. This corresponds to his mental power and spiritual power, slashing and steel. Bang! As Gabai accumulated power slightly, his body suddenly shot out. He ran directly towards Acknowledge on the other side of the pit. He applied the mental flow skills learned from Greed Island. Telekinesis and spiritual power surged in his body at the same time, providing support for his explosion. The speed was so fast that it was incredible, like a ray of light. In an instant, he flashed past Acknowledge. Dang! A dazzling white light flashed, and a deep crack appeared on the yellow earth ground next to Acknowledge. Then a crisp sound rang out. It's really hard. Very good, I hope you can be more resistant to being cut. Gabezo flashed behind Acknowledge, his eyes slightly curved down, like a crescent moon. Acknowledge looked down at his claws. The sharp nails on his hands that grew due to the Black Dragon King mode were showing white marks. The blade that Gabezo had flashed just now collided with his claws head-on. Obviously, the white mark showed that his claws were not as hard as Gabezo's weapon. If they collided for a long time, his claws might be cut off. The dragon scale defense that appeared on his body at that time would not be as hard as his claws. Swoosh! Boom! The bursting blue-white light swallowed everything and rushed directly towards Gabezo. Like a tsunami or a rainstorm in the sky. This is Acknowledge's response strategy. The Black Dragon King mode is an explosive magic, similar to the magic of the Dragon King's followers. Its essence is to exchange time for explosion. In layman's terms, it is to burn magic power to form an extreme combat form. When used on a group of dragons, it can form a good combat power with a small amount of magic power, but the existence time will be relatively short. When used on the Dragon King himself, it is more efficient. Both defense attack speed and magic will produce a great qualitative change. Of course, Acknowledge is a magical creature. The biggest improvement is naturally magic and magic resistance. However, it is a pity that Gabezo does not use magic at all. Magic resistance is not ineffective against the power of other systems, but the effect is not as good as magic, and it will break bones against pure physical attacks. As luck would have it, Gabezo has more physical elements. In this case, for Acknowledge, it seems to be a wiser choice to respond with magic attacks. Ha 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 ha. More. In the blue-white light, Gabezo's figure went against the light cannon, using the sickle in his hand to rotate and cut like a windmill. His face was filled with a big smile, like a child. Even if the airtight light cannon tore a strand of blood from his body, it did not hinder his excitement. At this time, he was so free. His spiritual steel gave him terrible defense, and his mind ability / made his attack unparalleled. This made him no longer have to worry about anything. Such a battle also made Gabezo feel incomparable joy. He walked against the light, feeling the boiling blood in the rush and the advance. Is there anything more joyful than fighting? No. Absolutely not. Tear. Hiss. A strange sound rose in the blue-white light. Forward, and forward again. Gabezo felt it. The blood-red flush was flowing bit by bit. Look. The blood is blooming. With an extremely exaggerated facial expression, Gabezo ran against the light cannon to Acknowledge. The blood turned him into a bloody man, and his eyes became extremely blood red. But Gabezuo was very comfortable. Or rather, at this moment, he was extremely happy. This scene made the indifferent Acknowledger speechless. He felt that the guy in front of him was like a madman, which seemed a bit extreme. Facing the madman, Acknowledger showed no mercy and directly killed him. The light cannon in his hand directly switches to another skill seamlessly. Dragon Flame Claw. 5 laser-like blue and white rays of light are directly slashed at Gabezuo. The infinitely derived rays of light swept across Gabezuo and swept across the sky. 5 bottomless cloud gaps suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. This is the upgraded version of Bronze Dragon Blue Flame Cut, which fits Acknowledge's own skill, Dragon Flame Claw. The effect is not bad. Even if Gabezuo is protected by all steel, he still has 5 more bloody lines on his body. However, Gabezuo, who is already covered in blood, doesn't care about this little wound. Puff. Puff. Strong blood flowed from Acknowledger. Just now, Gabezuo was completely defenseless, just for the purpose of attacking. Trading injuries for injuries, Acknowledger suffered considerable damage. Even the emerging dragon scales could not stop Gabezuo's attack. After experiencing such an attack personally, Acknowledger understood more clearly. It is necessary to avoid fighting this madman in dragon form. Otherwise, with the opponent's speed and mental state, he would be made into a sculpture. Not enough, not enough. Is there a stronger and more powerful force? Hearing Gabezuo's arrogant words, Acknowledger's eyes narrowed slightly. As you wish. Time passed. An hour later, Gabezuo lay on the ground. Clothes were torn, blood was all over his body, and his long golden hair was spread on the ground like noodles and stained with blood. This is the 2.7 blissful moment. Gabezuo, lying on the ground, shouted the last sentence, and then fainted. Not far from him, a black dragon with mysterious patterns stood. Acknowledger stood in front of the black dragon. At this time, he saw Gabezuo unconscious, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Gabezuo, a tough guy, Acknowledger admitted that he was a little tired. Fortunately, he won after all. Looking back at the black dragon behind him, the black dragon looked at him and then began to blur like a phantom. Finally, it condensed into a ball of magic power and was swallowed by Acknowledger. It's over. Whoosh. The wind blew Acknowledger's cloak. The cloak flew across, taking away the cheers of the audience and Gabezuo's joy. Chapter 820 Hashirama, who is worshipped as a god, has a gold content as high as the top of the atmosphere. Guhahaha, what a shocking battle. This battle really makes my blood boil. At this time, Morgans began to prepare for the battle between the Scythe of Despair, Gabezuo, and the Dragon Lord. After all, it is close to the finals, and the players who can reach this point are worthy of his flattery. After a lot of praise, Morgans finally got to the point. Because the battle between Gabezuo and the Dragon Lord caused too much damage, it is more troublesome to repair the venue and it will take some time. This can't help but disappoint the enthusiastic audience. But the venue repair is needed after all, so we can only wait patiently. However, the waiting time was not too long. The Kendo Association hired a team of magic pattern users with earth and stone abilities, and the association itself can control bronze fruit ability users. Plus, the association itself reserves a large amount of bronze to prevent any accidents. So the venue repair did not take too long. The game was only suspended for half an hour before it started again. The second match of the 4th round began. The two sides of this battle were Hidden Flowing Light Jalal and 9-Sword Bamboo. Soon, the two players appeared on the stage amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Opposite Jalal, the 9-Sword Lord Juduan's simulated expression on the bamboo pole 23 was very solemn. Because it could feel the extremely terrible rhythm on Jalal's body. That rhythm made it feel as if it was facing the strongest of the human union, the One-Punch King. Unfathomable. Swoosh. In the drooping bamboo sheath, the 9 bamboo swords were all pulled out by Juduan's bamboo leaf hand. Facing such a strong man, Ju was not careless at all. He was ready to go all out as soon as he made a move. Relax, I'm not a fighting maniac. Seeing Juduan so cautious, Jalal also wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, his face changed slightly the next moment. Jalal's figure had flashed over. You actually made a sneak attack. At this time, Jalal's face felt a little bitter. There was no time to cast ordinary magic, but fortunately, the celestial law after his sublimation had been interwoven with magic. It can be used at any time. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blue sword lights flashed, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded by nature. On the audience stand, a man in white clothes with blue patterns, who was not noticed by anyone, looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes lit up slightly. He was the Senju Senra, who was revered by the world. Now the Senju Hashirama has been worshipped as a god by the world. The reason is that he and the former Uchiha Madara have undergone a strange change. The whole person's temperament has changed dramatically, and he has also changed his clothes. Ordinary people can easily ignore him, but the strong see him as if they see all things in nature. Originally, the strength of the Senju Hashirama has surpassed the apostles in the eyes of the world. Now such a drastic change has occurred, combined with past experience. People feel that this person who once ran parallel to the God of Ice has probably caught up and become a true god. Of course, although people speculate so. But Hashirama Senju has not yet collided with any god. So speculation is just speculation. Of course, even if it is just speculation, it does not prevent people from growing in awe of Hashirama Senju. What a special sword, it actually touches nature. At this time, Hashirama Senju looked at the green light shining on the ring with some surprise. Just a grain of sand, not worth mentioning. In response to Hashirama Senju's surprise, such words came from his side. Ban, Don T always comparing us with others. They are already very powerful. Hashirama looked at Madara beside him and said seriously. This kind of argument is meaningless. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed on Senju Hashirama. The 9 Megatama on the completely blood-red pattern slowly rotated according to their trajectory, looking very magical. You should know the purpose of my coming here. I know, I know. Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly. After the matter of Zakrane is settled, I will fight with you. But... He glanced at the people around him who were unaware of them and were still holding their breath to watch the battle on the ring. Then he continued. We have to fight in the sky. Hearing Senju Hashirama's conditions, Uchiha Madara nodded without objection. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not refuse, Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued to watch the game. The reason why he appeared here this time was not because he came to watch the fun. The main reason was that before his ability was improved, Zakrane had found him and wanted to ask him for a favor. As a good man, he would naturally not refuse the reasonable request of Zakrane, a junior. It's just that as soon as he came, Madara arrived. Obviously, after the ability was upgraded, Uchiha Madara came here. If they fought here, Senju Hashirama didn't know if he could control the situation. After all, he is very strong now, but at the same time he feels not that strong. Because the natural laws he controls are rejected by the world. It is too difficult to control nature and maximize the power of the body. When the fight really starts, Hashirama Senju feels that he will be pressed to the ground by Madara 10 or 100 times. Of course, Hashirama forgets about such troubles as soon as he turns his head. Now it is time to watch the game and relax. 007 ring. Accompanied by the flash of green light, Jalal was directly chopped into pieces by the 9 Swords Lord. However, the 9 Swords Lord did not take it lightly. Sure enough. The next moment, countless photons appeared in the empty space that was chopped into nothingness and condensed in one direction. After a while, Jalal's figure appeared faintly. Hey! This is a real monster. Kizaru, who was already sitting in the audience, also felt incredible when he saw Jalal do this. Because Jalal's current performance seemed a bit like his elementalization. But it was because of this that Kizaru realized how much gold it contained. Kizaru felt that the gold content in it was as high as the top of the atmosphere, which was simply unreasonable. If he dared to resist the attack of the 9 Swords Lord, he would be turned into slag directly. The power of the phoenix of the mythical beast fruit could not save him. Fortunately, I threw it quickly before. Kizaru muttered, feeling that he was extremely wise. Swish, swish, swish. Facing Jalal, who had not yet fully condensed into shape. The 9 Swords Lord said nothing and rushed forward with another burst of green light. All attacks were limited to the range it reached, showing its delicate control of power. But no matter how delicate it was, it still couldn't kill Jalal. Chapter 821 Fighting Star Sword Formation, 9 Swords Secret Art, Seam Tien. Swish! Countless photons crossed a distance and quickly condensed on the other side of the ring. This time, Jalal recovered successfully. He looked at the nine-sword lord who was moving again, feeling a little helpless. Can you wait for me to finish my words? Hearing Jalal's words, the nine-sword lord stopped, was stunned for a moment, and then said. Hasn't the game started yet? Besides, isn't it common sense for the weak to seize the opportunity? In the worldview of the nine-sword lord, sneak attacks only count when they are against the weak. As for the strong, they are always facing all possible risks, so there is no such thing as sneak attacks. Obviously, Jalal is positioned as a strong man in its eyes, and it has become a weak man. The weak should not hesitate to swing their swords against the strong, and should seize every opportunity. Hearing the explanation of the nine-sword lord, Jalal was also stunned. He felt the purity of the nine-sword lord. That simple concept shocked him a little. Only the concept is not terrible, but at the same time, the practice of it in practice is terrible, with power and impact. It seems to be my problem. Adjusting his mentality, Jalal began to take it seriously. Because in this kendo tournament, his fighting attitude was not correct. I heard that you can use the doing sword formation. If possible, I hope to see it. Since we are talking, Lord Nine Swords also narrated his curiosity. The reason why it appeared in reality this time. It was mainly driven by many factors. The three major forces of Greed Island want to touch reality. To do this, a senior official needs to go to reality to verify everything in reality. This candidate finally fell on Lord Nine Swords. Because Morgans mentioned that the Kendo conference in reality was approaching. So Lord Nine Swords went there happily. After arriving in reality. Naturally, Lord Nine Swords was most interested in Kendo. He had also heard about the doing sword formation that was boiling in the sea, so he was naturally curious. No problem. 7 golden magic formations began to emerge behind Jalal, and golden lightsabers emerged from them. I'll use it if I have a chance. Swish, swish, swish. 7 lightsabers rotated behind him. Then, a lightsaber was held in Jalal's hand. This magic is called 7-Star Sword, which is an upgraded version of Starlight Sword. Originally, Jalal only knew one move of 7-Star Sword, but there is still a little difference between that and this one. It can only be said that the 7-Star Sword was changed beyond recognition by Zakrane, but its power is still good. Come on. I'm serious this time. Jalal said, and attacked directly. The lightsaber in his hand waved, and the huge golden light cannon shone directly, sweeping towards the Nine Swords Lord. Behind him, other lightsabers were suspended in a specific order. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if the suspension cannon directly fired a huge light cannon. Looking at the 7 light cannons rushing directly into his face, the Nine Swords Lord felt that this was very sword art. Swish. Swish. The green light shone again, even though those light cannons looked so gorgeous and dangerous. But under the sword of the Sword Master, it still broke apart and collapsed directly. The flowing golden light was dispersed and rose by the sword light. The whole sky was rendered by light particles and turned golden, like a dream. No. Sure enough, this kind of magic is still somewhat inconsistent with my habits. Jalal sighed. Through this move and the quality shown by the 9-sword bamboo just now, he felt that there was no need to continue to test. The sword bamboo in front of him could only be pressed by force. As for other attacks, they were meaningless. Thinking of this, Jalal directly activated the strongest magic of the Celestial Magic Sword series. Fighting Star Sword Formation. The magic formation rotated under his feet. A magic formation also appeared in the sky, but it was a billion points larger. In the audience seats of the venue, people looked at the huge magic formation covering the entire battlefield in the distant sky. Looking at the sky from top to bottom, it seemed to be raining. That was light rain, no, it was sword rain. It was not until the golden sky approached that some strong men reacted. Is this the 10,000 swords returning to the origin? What's the difference between this and raindrops? There are too many to count. At this time, some strong men looked at the countless lightsabers falling like a torrential rain, and they couldn't help but want to complain. The reason why Zakrane's doing sword formation was once famous in the world was because it was very similar to a move called 10,000 swords returning to the origin in a very popular comic. But now looking at this posture, let alone 10,000 swords. The lightsabers in the sky are probably in the billions. It's really spectacular. When people were a little dazed, the 9 Swords Lord on the ring looked up, his eyes blazing with admiration for the magnificence above his head. It was as if the target of this magic was not it. After just a look, the Nine Swords Lord said bluntly to Jalal in front of him. Although it is spectacular, numbers alone can't defeat me. I know. Jalal nodded. So. He gently clenched his palms towards the sky. The rain of lightsabers rushing down from the sky accelerated and quickly gathered at a certain center. Boom! The atmosphere in the sky was roaring. In the shocked eyes of the people, a huge lightsaber hundreds of meters long fell from the sky. The audience was shocked, but the Nine Swords Lord in the field was different. It could feel the threat from the sky increasing greatly. It couldn't escape. At this time, the Nine Swords Lord felt an infinite pressure surging towards it from the surroundings. This is... At some point, a golden magic circle also appeared under its feet. The patterns of the magic circle echoed with the super-huge magic circle in the sky. Take this move. The strong man of Jiansu. Jalal looked at the Nine Swords Lord who was imprisoned in place and murmured. Boom! The huge golden sword fell like a divine weapon from the sky. Under the traction of infinite gravity, its speed was incomparably fast. Ordinary people only felt that the giant sword of the sky was still in the distant sky one moment, and it came to the top of the battlefield the next moment. Facing the giant sword of the sky, the Nine Swords Lord did not try to break free from gravity and escape, but took a posture, calmed his mind and concentrated his mind. What surged on it was no longer the green natural artistic conception, but another kind of blood-stained nature. It was an extreme killing intention, the unwillingness and resistance to the disappearance of natural vitality. Nine Swords' secret meaning seemed Qian. It was like a comet hitting the earth. Golden light and blood light divided the sky and the earth. In the center of the collision of light, the terrifying shock wave swept out directly. The entire repaired bronze arena suddenly exploded into slag and became part of the shock wave. The endless air waves carried the soil and rocks, and pushed towards the surroundings like waves. The entire magic pattern barrier was directly shattered by the impact of the spreading wave. The barrier that was like glass shattering almost scared some spectators to pee. Fortunately, the Kendo Association prevented accidents. The magic pattern barrier opened more than 10 layers. As long as they were not directly hit by the strong, it would not be a problem to withstand the aftermath of the collision. This is what the senior leaders of the Kendo Association thought. Until they saw the magic pattern barrier exploded 8 layers in a row, they realized that they were still careless. Chapter 822, Jalal's Specialty Magic, Magic Fairy Colored Stone. Bang! As the magic pattern barrier exploded to the 9th layer, the aftermath was finally within the controllable range. The officials of the Kendo Association also immediately arranged for personnel to arrange the barriers in stock. The audience at the scene was still unclear about the situation. When they saw the barrier explode at first, they were almost scared to death. When they saw the barrier shatter again and again, but still did not touch them, they relaxed. Then they focused their attention on the shocking impact in the center of the venue. The center of the impact. The gold and blood light were divided up and down, and the hundreds of meters long golden sword and a figure that was very small compared to it were in a stalemate. Unimaginable power collided in it. Countless streams of light jumped like ripples around the collision, rolling up countless waves. Crack! It didn't last long. Accompanied by a strange sound, blood light flashed, and cracks quickly climbed on the golden sword, filling the entire sword body. Strands of blood light burst out from these cracks. Bang bang bang! The rapid explosion sounded continuously. The huge golden sword broke into countless light particles as the blood light shone. Then it was swept to the sky by the burst of blood light. Boom! Boom! The whole sky was suddenly shrouded in golden light. 147 The huge roar continued and was exciting. The distant sky seemed to be filled with countless golden fireflies. A wisp of blood also shone in it, which looked magnificent. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rose. All the smoke and dust covering the battlefield were blown up, like a wolf smoke rising to the sky. The scene of the entire ring area once again came into the eyes of the audience. The entire ring disappeared without a trace again. The whole ground seemed to have turned into a huge basin, which looked extremely shocking. In the middle, there was a small area with a long pillar with bronze on the upper part and solid stone on the lower part. On the long pillar, the figure of the Nine Swords Lord stood on it. Jellard's figure stood on the void opposite it as if walking on flat ground. Monster! How terrifying! Lord Yin Liuguang is really powerful. This is the world of the strong. At this time, people in the audience expressed their emotions. Some were afraid, some were excited, and some were yearning. All kinds of life were included. You are really amazing. You can catch my move. Standing in the void, Jalal walked towards the Nine Swords Lord step by step, sighing as he walked. At this point, he had used up all the magic of the Celestial Swordsmanship series. The strongest doing sword formation was helpless against the opponent. The Nine Swords Lord, who was known as the most murderous lord on Greed Island, was indeed not a lie. Your moves are very powerful. Judun, standing on the pillar, looked at Jalal who was approaching and said bluntly. Even I almost couldn't catch it. Judun understood. Although it caught that move, the consumption was very terrifying. If the opponent came twice again, it might not be able to withstand it. And that secret is not something it can release at will. Even it can only release the extreme artistic conception contained in it twice in a battle. So it looks fine now, but it is actually under great mental pressure. This will affect its performance in the next battle. Swish! When Jalal approached the Nine-Sword Lord by 10 meters. The Nine-Sword Lord did not continue to speak, but took action. The blood light surged again, rendering the world red, and even the golden scene in the sky was covered. Nine Swords Secret Scene Tien. It is meaningless to continue the stalemate. The Nine-Sword Lord can only use his remaining Scene Tien now to try to defeat the enemy in front of him. Jalal has also become accustomed to the behavior of the Nine-Sword Lord who was chatting 1 second and then directly using the big move the next second. Now this situation. He couldn't use the magic of doing sword formation, which had a long pre-swing time. So he stopped pretending and used the magic he was really good at. Jellard's senses seemed to be out of this place, rising infinitely. Spreading to the sky, to the darkness, to the starry sky. Tide of stars and moon. It was just a moment. The Lord of Nine Swords was covered by 6 layers of overlapping golden magic arrays from top to bottom, left to right, front to back. Unimaginable power was gathered into the magic array. Juduan, who was surrounded by the magic array, felt that he was rejected by the world. The terrible pressure was pressing towards him from all directions. This is. Feeling this huge pressure, the Lord of Nine Swords had to change the target of his moves and set his target on the layers of overlapping golden arrays around him. The blood light leaped, and the light was dazzling. People only felt a flash of blood light, and the world calmed down again. Only the golden light that still covered the sky reminded them of the fierce battle. Has the winner been decided? Who won? Looking at the man and the bamboo standing in the air, the last bronze stone pillar also disappeared. People couldn't help but wonder what happened just now. At the scene, Jaduan looked at Jalal and said very straightforwardly. I lost. The move of Jalal just now made it feel a huge threat. It noticed that the pressure direction was in the center, so it wanted to deviate as much as possible. Using the move and the force in one corner to offset, it rushed to the corner to avoid being squeezed by the maximum pressure. But still underestimate the terrifying pressure. Judian can feel it. If Jalal hadn't held back in time, it would have been squeezed into a dry bamboo. From this result, it was the loser. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. Strictly speaking, the magic I used was not within the scope of swordsmanship. At this time, Jalal comforted Jaduan. The magic he used just now directly borrowed part of the gravity of the planet under his feet and the moon next to it. The gravity of celestial bodies gathered directly to form an attack, which was naturally very terrifying. It was normal that the great lord in front of him couldn't beat him. However, to be honest, his move just now was no longer within the scope of swordsmanship. Jalal was a little sorry for this. Magic. Judian's simulated expression was a little strange when he heard Jalal's words. Seeing Jaduan's strange expression, Jalal was helpless. Because he understood that this was Greedy Island's fault. There is magic on Greedy Island. But the origin of magic there is very special, it is an S-level wonder called Magic Fairy Color Stone. Because of this wonder, 2 magic factions emerged in the middle and lower levels. They are the Balala faction of white magic and the Gunara faction of black magic. Jellard has seen magic users who call themselves White Magic Fairy and Black Magic Fairy. How to say it? He feels very awkward. If his magic makes others associate it with that kind of magic, he will also be embarrassed. Chapter 823 Black Dragon King Festival, he will humiliate him severely. Guhahaha. The second game of the 4th round, Master Hidden Meteor Jalal wins. What a shocking battle! What an amazing power, if it erupts, I'm afraid the whole world will be destroyed. Morgan's loud voice echoed in the audience. At this time, the ring it should be the battle on the big pit that has been decided. Morgans naturally had to praise both sides lavishly to improve their goodwill. In any case, people always like to hear good words. He just licked hard and that was it. As for whether it was too exaggerated, he was only responsible for licking where he licked and didn't care about the logic. If you have to think about the logic even when licking people, it would be too tiring. While Morgans was praising them, the staff of the Kendo Association were in trouble. The pit of the competition venue was too big, and it was too difficult for them to repair it. If the missing part was dug out from the ground, there would be a lot of soil and rocks missing in other places. Just use bronze to cast a column platform from the bottom of the pit, just show your intention. Anyway, the finals will be gone again. Why bother? Someone gave a direct suggestion, which was recognized by many people. Finally, several responsible persons contacted the top management of the Kendo Association and finalized the plan. The arduous task fell directly on the devil fruit ability user who could control bronze. The young man accepted the task with a face full of MMP. Especially when he heard the person in charge say, "Young man, if you have the ability, take more responsibility and exercise." He felt even worse. While controlling the bronze to work overtime, he felt diarrhea in his heart. In the future, he will let others repair the pit in the battle competition. At this moment, he thought so. After being caught in the rain, he wanted others to be caught in the rain too, and his heart was very healthy and energetic. The episode passed quickly. Not long after, a bronze column platform with a length and width of only 20 meters and a height of hundreds of meters was cast from the bottom of the pit. The ability user nicknamed Bronze Sword ate the food that could restore physical strength on Greedy Island and worked like a cow and a horse. After he was exhausted, this tall column platform was finally completed. Oh dear audience! After the unremitting efforts of our Kendo Association officials, finally, we have built a ring for the finals. This special ring is also a proof of the terrifying strength of the strong. Morgans opened his voice again, and soon time passed in his nagging and inadvertent advertisements. Finally, he announced the start of the finals with an unsatisfied look. The hidden flowing light Jalal will fight against the emerging strong Dragon Lord. When the two of them took the stage, countless audiences in the audience cheered. Has it finally come to this? Looking at Acknowledge standing in front of him, his expression became serious. Black Dragon King mode. The opposite Acknowledge did not waste any words and directly turned on the Black Dragon King mode. This magic can greatly increase Acknowledge's combat power by burning its magic power. But there is still a prerequisite. That is, a template needs to be selected as the foundation. The simple understanding is that the burning of the Dragon King's magic is an energy source, and it can be equipped with a template to form a series of skills. Similarly, the Dragon King's familiar is actually based on various corresponding materials as templates, such as bronze. The Black Dragon King mode is a mode formed by the Dragon Slayer magic devouring as a template. In addition to this mode, Acknowledge can also form other Dragon King related modes by recycling the special magic of the Dragon King's familiar. For example, the Bronze Dragon King mode, Earth Dragon King mode, etc. However, facing Jalal, who uses magic, the Black Dragon King mode, which can greatly increase the efficiency of absorbing magic power, is Acknowledge's first choice. Black Dragon King Festival. After the Black Dragon King mode is completed, Acknowledge did not attack directly, but activated another magic. Roar. Two huge magic circles rotated left and right behind Acknowledge. The huge Black Dragon King emerged directly from the magic circle. As soon as it appeared, it roared wildly. The sky gathered clouds again and burst directly with the dragon's roar. They surrounded Acknowledge on the left and right like guardian gods, staring at Jalal with a covetous look. The Black Dragon King Festival. The principle of magic is actually to separate the burning magic power in Acknowledge's body to form combat power. The root of this magic is actually the same as Dragon King's followers. It's just more powerful and has a closer connection with Acknowledge. At present, Acknowledge can separate two Black Dragon Kings. The strength of these two Black Dragon Kings is only slightly inferior to his own dragonization. Come and fight. I want to see how strong your magic is. Acknowledge stared at Jalal with sharp eyes. Even though Jalal had shown terrible strength before, Acknowledge felt that he still had a chance of winning. Because he had terrible magic resistance. Facing magic players, the advantage was his. Looking at Acknowledge's calm face, Jalal was also thinking about how to win more beautifully. To be fair, Acknowledge's threat to him was not as strong as that of the Nine Swords Lord. In the knockout round before, he had a slight competition with Acknowledge. Acknowledge's ability to swallow magic and hard body were indeed good. But the problem was that if he was serious, the magic would not be ordinary magic. There is a strong celestial law inside, and it is unrealistic to shake it with Acknowledge's magic. Then let's get started. Moontide. Facing Acknowledge, Jalal didn't pretend. He used the magic he was good at, the Moontide. It was weaker than the Star and Moontide used against the Nine Sword Lord. But Jalal felt it was just right to deal with Acknowledge. Now he only needs one trick to be able to eat everything, and he doesn't need to make it too fancy. Time passed. In the constant roar. Half an hour passed. At the bottom of the pit, Acknowledge was lying in it. The original bronze column platform disappeared. He lost, and lost miserably. Acknowledge recalled the previous battle. He used the command of the Black Dragon King to attack, Jalal used the Moontide, he used the moves to attack, Jalal used the Moontide, he coordinated with the Black Dragon King to attack, Jalal still used the Moontide. Acknowledge felt that he was fooled. That guy used the same move over and over again, did he look down on him? He remembered this humiliation. Acknowledge slowly closed his eyes, he wanted to rest for a while. As for Jalal, he would get back at him later. If he had a chance, he would pin that guy to the ground and humiliate him severely. Shit. Chapter 824 Phantom Silver Card, Minga's Expectation. Ha ha ha. What a shocking final. Morgan's voice echoed in the venue. The audience was also very excited. After all, this kendo tournament was not as valuable as the previous kendo tournaments. At least from the perspective of the large-scale battle scenes, it was indeed colorful and more magnificent. Many players also showed extremely strong strength. It also made people feel that since the Age of Gods, more and more powerful people with terrible military power have emerged. Many spectators felt the fluctuations of various earth-shattering duels on the scene, and they also yearned for the power of the strong. Then, let us rank all the players in the official competition according to the evaluation of the VIPs. A total of 31 players entered the official competition. First, the 31st is. Morgans took a paper card and began to read the ranking of the official competition from the last place. In each round of battle, except for the players who advanced to the next round. The ranking of other eliminated players is based on the comprehensive ranking of the VIP's scores. For example, 15 of the 31 players were eliminated in the first round. It can be said that the ranking of these 15 people depends on the VIP's scores. Of course, the entire Kendo conference. Except for the top 10, there are rewards. There are actually no substantial rewards for other rankings. However, for the players, even if there is no substantial reward. But there is one ranking that is well known to the public, and that is reputation. Well-used reputation can also bring many benefits. Especially this year's Kendo conference has many strong people participating, and the gold content is higher. The above is all the rankings. Morgans looked at the countless audiences who once again set off a wave of heated discussions because of the rankings, and cleared his throat. Ahamgilyalu. It tastes so good. Winter nutrient water, you deserve it. Sorry, I'm on another channel. He pretended to be thirsty and drank a sip of the nutrient water sold by the Winter Chamber of Commerce. He finished the advertisement as if nothing had happened, and then he continued the program directly. The audience was no longer surprised by this. Since he pushed it, what else could he do? Of course, he would buy it. The Winter United Chamber of Commerce is composed of various winter kingdoms and town forces that started with the winter plant. This giant is expanding madly with the advantages and connections of the winter plant. Through major chambers of commerce, batches of products, mainly clothing, are quickly dumped to countless civilians along the routes of various specific chambers of commerce. The price is affordable and the quality is very strong. Clothing that can withstand sword slashes and even bullets is like a bulletproof vest. This is very popular among the guards of many villages and towns. After all, the price is really not expensive. A summer model for ordinary people costs 100,000 baileys. There is no choice at this price. This is clothing that can save lives. Unlike bulletproof vests, it can be worn daily and is very convenient. That's why the Winterland United Chamber of Commerce is very famous in the world. Being famous makes this Chamber of Commerce very inflated. Even other markets want to get involved, which is good news for ordinary people. Because in order to penetrate the original market, this Chamber of Commerce adopts a price reduction strategy. If you don't take advantage of a bargain, you're a bastard. This is the general mentality of people. Next, it's the part that the contestants are looking forward to, the prize collection part. As the top 10 contestants came to the temporary bronze column platform to collect prizes, the Kendo conference was coming to an end. Is this the dragon sword? Gerald took an exquisite golden box from a person in charge of the Kendo Association. In the box, there was a reading card and a card with a special mark. Gerald took out the reading card from the box, which was the dragon sword for the first place. Just a few glances, Gerald put it in the reading card book. To be honest, he was not interested in becoming a dragon warrior of Greed Island. He would keep this dragon sword first. He might sell it or even give it away depending on the situation. Now his strength is rising too fast, and things like this are dispensable to him. This card is. Picking up another card in the box, Jalal looked a little puzzled. He recognized the icon printed on the card, which was the trademark of the All-Sea Great Merchants Association. The so-called All-Sea Great Merchants Association was led by the Night Eye Great Merchants Association backed by the Dark Curtain, with the purpose of mutual benefit. It has absorbed countless private chambers of commerce in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Now, it has gradually formed a set of operating rules and is considered a super giant. Hello, Lord Gerald, this card is the latest Magic Silver card launched by the Chamber of Commerce. It is an anonymous Magic Silver card with exactly 1 billion Baileys in it. As long as you spend money in a Chamber of Commerce above the first level under the Chamber of Commerce, you can use this Magic Silver card to pay Baileys. How should I put it? I wonder if you have seen the magnetic field of the divine, the magic sword Bakasaz is also okay. This card is similar to the bank card or credit card inside, you can spend money by swiping the card. In addition to being able to spend, you can also withdraw money directly. The person in charge of issuing rewards tried to explain to Gerald's doubts. Is it so convenient now? After hearing this, Gerald was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't seen the magnetic field of the divine mentioned by the person in charge, but he had seen the magic sword Bakasaz. The technology of the Bakasaz kingdom is very good, and there are banks, stores, and the like. So Gerald also knew what the person in charge was talking about. It's not that convenient. Only the first and special level chambers of commerce have the popularization of phantom insects now. The second and third level chambers of commerce are still waiting. He looked at the other players and clapped his hands. My lords, please follow me. The top 10 players followed. Because they knew that they would see the highlight of the reward next, the sword monument created in Sword 1.4. They were naturally curious about this treasure. Even those with more extreme personalities like Akunalaja and Gabai did not refuse to go. After the players left the venue, the Kendo conference was officially declared a successful conclusion. Many spectators left the battlefield with a sense of satisfaction. Has the fake god been staged? The strongest god-killing tool. It's really exciting. In a corner of the audience, Doflamingo looked at the gradually dispersing audience, with his mouth raised wantonly. Because he understood. The end of the Kendo tournament means the beginning of another major event, the opening of the strongest god-annihilating tool. And he was fortunate to be a key link in it. Golden Emperor, genius Fosh those guys. Chapter 825 Shadow Assassin, Mingo felt that he was a bit extreme. Time passed. The day after the Kendo tournament. The sky was clear and the blue sea was surging. Countless ships began to follow several ships from a distance. The direction of advance was exactly the sealed sea area of the strongest god-annihilating tool. That sea area was not far from Wilbur Island. And now it is so. It was the former Sing Liu Guangzikrane who issued a call to the sea. The key to the strongest god-destroying tool was gathered and officially unlocked after the Kendo conference. Originally, many wise people were not optimistic about Zikrane's high-profile behavior. After all, the strongest god-destroying tool has involved the combat power of gods. After the appearance of Greedy Island, many people have a clearer understanding of the strength of gods. After all, the strength division of Greedy Island is still relatively clear. Mind King, Mind Lord, Mind Emperor. The top of Mind Lord alone is terrifyingly strong and can kill the strong who have just entered Mind Lord in seconds. Not long ago, when the strong above the 3-star gem level were all rated as demigods. In fact, it was similar to the situation where demigods killed demigods in seconds. At that time, the world already believed that this kind of demigod was the top under the gods. But when Greedy Island appeared, many people found that there were still masters. After all, there was a Mind Emperor above the Great Lord. The human union of Greed Island has a one-punch king, who can kill the Mind King level boss of the Trial Tower with one punch. In this way, the number of nesting dolls is underestimated. In this case, the value of the strongest god-destroying tool has become too high. Many people have reason to believe that there will be many monsters and demons in the process of unlocking the strongest god-destroying tool. Seeing Liu Guang will definitely not get any good results by being so high profile. However, after the Kendo conference, people feel that this big event may have a future. They don't believe that if Zakrane is in trouble, his brother Jalal will not help. Seeing Liu Guang himself has terrible strength, plus the terrifying strength shown by Yin Liu Guang. The two brothers are united, and they are more or less sure. Now, what people are most concerned about is whether all the holders of the strongest god-destroying tool key have arrived. If it cannot be unlocked because they are not in full force, it will become a joke more or less. Hwalala. The sea waves are venting. One of the leading ships. In a gorgeous room. It looks like it's almost time. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A young man with pink hair covering his eyes looked at the waves outside the window. He put one hand on his face, and his excited and burning eyes could be seen through the gaps between his fingers. If the world government knew that they had made wedding clothes for you, I'm afraid they would want to eat you, Genius Foz. Opposite the young man with pink hair, Doflamingo sat on the sofa in an arrogant pink feather coat, shaking a glass of blood-red wine in his hand. They want to eat me now, too. Foz's mouth curled up, he put down his fingers and picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then, his eyes were on the shadow of Minga not far away. The eyes covered by bangs burst out with mockery. As if he knew that his whereabouts were discovered. A figure dressed in black jumped out from Minga's shadow, and pointed a knife at Foz as soon as he came out. Only attack, no defense, unparalleled in the world. A cold light flashed, and the blade broke into thousands of fragments, raging directly towards Foz. But all the fragments were swallowed up by the surging darkness. If you like staying in the shadows so much, don't come out. Foz sat in his seat without moving, he picked up the wine glass again and raised the corner of his mouth. Immerse yourself in the darkness forever. The black tide burst out from him, sweeping across the room. Soon, as the tide receded, the figure that had just appeared disappeared without a trace. Papa! 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 Across from Foz, Minga clapped his hands. Is this a genius? You are worthy of your reputation. You have mastered the power of the Blood Clan to perfection. Minga looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very surprised. Because Foz's control of power was somewhat unexpected, and his strength was also terrifying. According to his judgment, it was probably no less than 3-star gem level. Yes. I am a genius, there is no doubt about that. Hearing that Foz directly accepted the compliment, Minga was also a little speechless. Calling himself a genius, it is still a bit narcissistic. It is rumored that the world government holds Building A, which is called the Assassin's League. So the one just now was the Shadow Assassin. Yes, it is the Shadow Assassin. Foz looked nonchalant, he picked up a plate of crab risotto and continued to talk while eating. This is not the first time, slurking Shadow Assassin is really annoying. But just a few bites, a plate of crab risotto was eaten by him. Bang! He put down the plate, wiped the corners of his mouth with a white cloth, and smiled sarcastically. The current world government can only disgust me through such means. Those old guys don't dare to send people openly. Foz looked out the window, feeling that the destination was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth became more wanton. Wait until the strongest god-killing tool is truly unsealed. I wonder what kind of expression Commander Desmoko will have. It's really exciting. Looking at Foz's eyes covered by his bangs, he faintly exuded joy. Ming Ge couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The jealous demonic marker was indeed a bit extreme. He heard that the world government had treated Foz quite well. It was just a little bit worse than Lucci, the object of Foz's jealousy. Just for this, he betrayed. Followed the commander of the anti-demon monitor, Desmoko, to carry out a secret mission and obtained a black jade of demon. He directly backstabbed Desmoko, contracted the black jade of demon, defected to the dark curtain, and was directly invested by the dark curtain with a blood crystal that could make him a prince immediately. The act of betrayal may be taboo in the eyes of some forces. But it is not a problem in the dark curtain. Their thinking is not that of normal people. They are the kind of people who think that if you can betray successfully, you are a capable person. So the whole process of that incident was done in one go. Although it may be because the benefits of the strongest god-destroying tool are too huge, the cause is undoubtedly jealousy. I heard that you held back so that Desmoko could survive. Why didn't you kill him? Ming Ji asked curiously. If he had taken action at that time, Desmoko would have been killed. After all, the celestial dragons of the Holy Land deserved to die. Why did you kill him? Commander Desmoko is usually nice to me, although he actually defended me when I took action at the end. This makes me a little sad, but no matter what, we have no grudges. I just want him to understand who is the real genius, me or Lucci. Hearing Faz's logic, Minga was a little stunned. He felt that he couldn't keep up with Faz's train of thought. After sorting out his thoughts, so Faz actually has no grudge against the world government? Chapter 826 The Substitute Orb Named After God, Sword Saint Level. After Minga came to a strange conclusion, he was amused by his own thoughts. Looking at Faz's serious face, he said with a smile, "Now it seems that you are more of a genius." Hearing Minga's affirmation, Faz also felt very useful. After chatting with Faz for a few more words, Minga finally explained his purpose. I heard that the world government secretly obtained the legendary substitute orb. Minga's words immediately made Faz understand the purpose of his visit. In the recent period, in addition to the hot kendo tournament, there are actually many hot things, and the most explosive content is a revelation. The fantasy beast named Yellow Ape, the Golden and Silver Ape King, broke the news. The world government has many substitute orbs, and it has obtained 2 of them, so it has been hunted by the world government. The 2 substitute orbs have been deposited by it in a famous auction house on Greed Island, and those who are interested can go to the auction. As soon as this news came out, many major forces have their eyes on the world government, just waiting for the auction to be held. As soon as the news is confirmed, many forces will sharpen their knives. The reason is very simple, the 2 substitute orbs are named after the names of gods. According to the fantasy beast Yellow Ape, one of the 2 substitute gems in its hand is named the God of Earth, and the other is named the God of Beauty. According to its guess, naming after gods means that people can become gods with them. That's right. The entire ocean was caught in a storm. Haha, is this your purpose, Doflamingo? Faz laughed sarcastically. The world government is not very confident about the magic rune users. In the entire ocean, they are the only organization that has established the anti-demon monitor to monitor the magic rune users. What do you think? If they really have such an important secret as the substitute gems, will they tell me, a magic rune user? Seeing Faz's sarcasm, Minga shrugged, spread his hands and said nonchalantly, "Before you left the world government, you were already a high-level A-level magic pattern user. With such strength, it's not surprising that you know some secrets of the world government. But now it seems that they still don't trust you enough. Perhaps, Blood Tiger Lucci may know the inside story." Without getting the answer he wanted, Minga refilled Fuzz with kerosene. Sure enough, when he heard Lucci, Fuzz's mood was not so stable. "You that is." When Fuzz was about to spit out sweet words, his eyes covered by his bangs suddenly shrank. Because he saw it. A wall suddenly appeared in the endless sea outside the window. Or it was not a wall, but a tsunami, an unprecedented tsunami. The vision was covered by the blue wall. Hey! Such a terrible natural disaster. It must be the apostle who took action. Only the demon apostle Deep Sea King has such a terrifying power. At this time, Minga could already feel the ship sinking rapidly. It was the current under the ship that surged towards the distance, forming a desperate blue wall, causing the water level to drop madly. Such a big commotion with just one move. I wonder if those big guys can withstand it. Looking at the terrifying sea wall in the distance, cold sweat appeared on Minga's forehead. He admitted he had a little panicked. The reason why he could drink and even eat leisurely just now. It was because he knew that this action seemed to be only supported by seeing Liu Guang. But in fact, many superpowers were involved. For example, the Dark Curtain, the Eight-Headed Sect, and the Kingdom of Miracles all had a hand. With so many superpowers intervening, ordinary monsters and demons could not cause any waves. Even if the demons attacked, they were not afraid. However, watching the Deep Sea King greet with a seawall on the spot, Ming Ji still felt a little weak. The feeling of betting his life in the hands of others was a little unstable after all. However, Ming Ji did not regret it. If the strongest god-killing tool was really that strong, then his adventure would be worth it. Wilbur Island. There are still many people coming and going here. The Kendo conference has only ended for one day. Many people who came because of the Kendo conference are still on the island. Since they are here, they naturally cannot leave after watching the Kendo conference. Many people will travel to this island full of Kendo atmosphere. Many people will also join some Kendo gyms to experience the training of swordsmen. This craze will basically last for 2 or 3 months before it subsides, which is also one of the economic sources of Wilbur Island. What is that? Tsunami. How is it possible? How can there be such an exaggerated tsunami? It's over. We won't be flooded here. At this time, many people on Wilbur Island stopped what they were doing and looked into the distance blankly. They saw an exaggerated blue tsunami across the sky. Islands surrounded by the sea are most afraid of such huge tsunamis. But the tsunami in front of them can't be considered a tsunami, it's just a wall of despair. If that kind of thing really hits them, they feel that this island is afraid of being destroyed. Isn't there a sea area with the strongest god-killing tool in that direction? Could it be that the Yaki great god has brought disaster? Impossible. The strongest god-killing tool is a reward for the Fantasy Beast Conference. How could the Yaki great god go back on his word? When the people on the island were panicking, the official Kendo Association of Wilbur Island started broadcasting. People were quickly calmed down by the broadcast. Because the Kendo Association has made it clear that the source of the disaster is the demon apostle. Hearing that it was not the work of the gods, people became much calmer. If it was not the work of the gods, everything would be fine. Plus, the Kendo Association has made it clear that this disaster was not aimed at Wilbur Island, and 2 sword masters of the 13th grade sword are on Wilbur Island. The 13th grade sword is the new belief and pursuit of the people of Wilbur Island. The 13th grade sword added by the Kendo Association corresponds to the Nianhuang of Greedy Island. It is no longer called the Great Swordsman. It is named after the title once used by the god of sword, that is, the sword master. This is also the highest level of swordsmanship below god. It has attracted countless swordsmen and sword masters to pursue it. The people of Wilbur Island believe that, under God, the Sword Saint is the strongest. After all, Sword Saint Scarlet has defeated the Apostle. For the people of Wilbur Island, now there are only 2 strong men who are rated as Sword Saints in the world, and they are on the island. Then what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 827 The 4 Returns of the Spiritual Essence, the ghost path that can break through the boundary of the God of Death. It looks so exaggerated there. On a quaint sword dojo on Wilbur Island, several figures are standing on a rooftop looking at the blue wall in the distant sky. If that exaggerated wave hits me, I'm afraid I can't handle it now. One of the girls with long red hair said so. She is Cerulean, the captain of the 13th Division of Soul Society's Soul Society. Of course, she is now the granddaughter of the owner of Wilbur Island. If those people hear you say that, they will probably be disappointed in you. Ice Flame Sword Saint. Besides Cerulean, Scarlet, known as the first Sword Saint, said so coldly. As she spoke, she lifted her pink hair that was blown by the wind behind her ears. The charm was revealed inadvertently. Look what I found. Scarlet looked at her cold face and smiled as she approached her. She reached forward with her slender and smooth fingers and rolled a strand of Scarlet's hair around her fingers. Scarlet, are you jealous? No. She put her soft lips close to Scarlet's ear and breathed. You are jealous that I stay with the teacher longer. Scarlet had long been exempted from Cerulean's charming behavior. She slapped away Cerulean's hand that was stroking her hair without any expression. Be normal. Narcissus is still watching. 377 Flirting behavior will damage your dignity as the captain. Hearing Scarlet mention her, Narcissus beside the 2 nodded in agreement. If you are the captain, Senior Cerulean should be more serious. She changed the subject at this point. But if it is private, you don't need to be too tense. You can do better if you relax. Just be serious about the big things. Hearing Narcissus's words, Cerulean's eyes lit up. As expected of a former Archon. People, the level of speaking is different. I really did not dig the wrong girl. Solarin's pride was seen by Scarlet, who rolled her eyes. Hee, your rolling eyes are still so cute. Don't say such greasy words. Tisk, it's really double standards. I bet if the teacher said that, your face would definitely blush. Seeing that Scarlet was completely immune to her charm, Solarin complained directly. Hearing Solarin say so, Scarlet couldn't help but imagine this hypothesis, and her face began to blush slightly. I knew it, it's really hateful. Why can you be so innocent? I also want such natural innocence. Looking at Scarlet's expression, Cerulean wailed a little. Cerulean envied this kind of physique that blushed at the slightest teasing, but she really couldn't do it. Seeing the teacher, she restrained herself by not riding over directly. The main point is a passionate one. If it's fake innocence, it will be broken soon. After a while, after Cerulean calmed down, she looked at the blue wall in the distance that rolled to the other side. She said seriously. The strongest god-annihilating tool. If you can't hold it in your hands, those guys will definitely not want to see it unsealed. I just don't know how many demon apostles will come. Now Cerulean can only sense a terrifying source of magic power. That feeling is undoubtedly the demon apostle. After a moment of solemnity, Cerulean began to laugh again. Scarlet, if the apostle comes to threaten Wilbur Island, you will have to save the situation. You know. Now I am both fragile and pitiful. Hearing Cerulean's words, Scarlet, who had returned to normal, was speechless. Now Cerulean cannot release her Zanpakuta for the time being because she needs to advance. Without the ability of Zanpakuta, her combat power is indeed very different from that of being able to fully release Zanpakuta. But to say that she is fragile is not at all. She still has kendo if she can't release her Zanpakuta. Even if she can only use the blank Zanpakuta, with the powerful spiritual pressure and the terrifying ice and fire swordsmanship. It's not that her combat power is really low. How is your progress now? It's almost time for the 3 returns. Hearing Cerulein's answer, Scarlet nodded. The Soul King Palace passed down a special ghost art called the 4 Returns of the Soul Essence. It is said that several members of the Zero Division worked together to create a special ghost art that breaks through the boundaries of the God of Death. There are 3 prerequisites for using this ghost art. The spiritual pressure that reaches the limit of the first-class spiritual power, and an extremely deep understanding of the essence of the Zanpakuta and the cooperation of the Sword Spirit. The first 2 conditions are easy to understand. The third condition is due to the special nature of this ghost art. It is not a ghost art that the God of Death can perform alone, but a ghost art that can be performed by the God of Death alone. It can only be successful if the God of Death and the Sword Spirit work together. If the ghost way is successful, then the Zanpakuta will enter a special spiritual pressure reflux state. The spiritual pressure sealed inside will gradually flow back to the God of Death. The spiritual pressure will flow back to 3 nodes at the first, second, and third return. After the third return is successful, the spiritual pressure of the Zanpakuta is basically restored. At this time, the spiritual pressure of the God of Death is actually equivalent to the time of release. It's just that the spiritual pressure of release has become a permanent state. After the third return, how are you going to perform the 4th return? What else can I do? Of course, coexistence. My sword spirit trusts me so much, I can't let her down. Hearing Solarin's words, Scarlet was relieved. What she was most worried about was that Solarin suddenly lost her mind and sacrificed the sword spirit. If so, she might regret it in the future. After the 3 returns of the spirit essence, the God of Death will face 2 choices. The first choice is to return for the 4th time at the cost of the disappearance of the sword spirit. This can directly break through the boundaries of the God of Death. The second choice is to coexist with the sword spirit. Since there is no sword spirit as a price, the 4 returns process will need to accumulate. With the supply of spirit crystals, the progress can be greatly shortened, but it still takes several years. The time is different. This is a problem of absorption rate, which is difficult to avoid without cheating. In addition to the problem of spiritual power, it is necessary to communicate frequently with the sword spirit to improve the strength of the ability, which will take longer. Fortunately, Soul Society now has the time virtual realm. The Death God who can break through to this level can stay in it for decades and communicate with the sword spirit, which is equivalent to a few years in the outside world. It may catch up with the first breakthrough. Scarlet thinks that normal Death Gods should choose the second one. After all, once the Ghost Way is successfully performed, the decision is entirely in the hands of the Death God. The fate of the sword spirit depends on the death god's choice. In this case, this ghost way can still be performed. It means that the sword spirit is either extremely dedicated or trusts the death god very much. In either case, the death god should treat it well to avoid regrets in the future. Chapter 828 We will win, the tide of the moon loss. Boom. Boom. On the sea. A circle of extremely high blue walls is sweeping inward and collapsing. Outside the sea wall, one of the countless ships separated outside. A very tall woman in navy uniform looked at the tide collapsing to the other side and took action directly. Crack. Crack. The terrifying coldness began to rapidly reduce the temperature of the sea water. The sea water quickly condensed into ice and extended towards the high tide in front of it. Crack. Crack. Bang bang bang. It only spread a few hundred meters high, and all the frozen ice directly broke and turned into sea water again. No. There is a stronger force at work. That tide can't be frozen. Lieutenant General Dauto, even you can't be frozen? It seems that the people inside can only pray for themselves. On the other side, the people who came to unseal the strongest god-annihilating tool looked at the sea falling from the sky, their faces extremely pale. Are you so irritable right at the start? It's really unreasonable. On the bow of a ship, Zikaline, who initiated the unblocking operation, looked at the tsunami that collapsed from the sky. There was a smile on his face. For him, the louder the action, the higher the reputation he could get afterwards, which was a good thing. Although the price was that many people were scared to death. Lord Zikaline, is there really no problem? Looking at the terrifying waves roaring down from the sky in all directions, which were getting closer and closer. A young man with a bronze sword hanging on his waist next to Zikaline looked worried. He was one of the witnesses who accompanied Zikaline this time. Nicknamed Bronze Sword, he was also a bronze ability user of the Devil Fruit. He stayed on Wilbur Island for about a month. Zikaline fought with sword masters from time to time, and also created kendo magic. This gave him a high reputation on Wilbur Island. That's right. Many people from Wilbur Island volunteered to follow Zikaline to witness this major event. Most of them were young people. They haven't witnessed it yet, but they have experienced the shock first. The violent turbulence caused by the rapid drop in the water level of the ship was surrounded by infinite blue on all sides. They are being buried in the deepest part of the sea. Without coming to the scene in person, it is difficult to experience the incomparable horror scene and the trembling of the soul. Don't worry, we will win. Zikaline looked at the bronze sword's faint fear and slightly trembling body, and made a promise. Of course, in addition to verbal promises, there are also actions to prove it. Otherwise, watching the terrifying huge waves fall from the sky, anyone would be extremely tormented. The moon tide is lost. As Zikaline cast magic, several ships trapped in the encirclement of the seawall were suddenly covered by a golden magic circle. Every ship was surrounded by magic circles, as if covered in the shape of a magic cube. The densely overlapping magic circles and the rotating golden light gave a ray of warmth to the people facing great changes. In their silent prayers, the position of the ship was already close to the bottom of the sea. The terrifying sea tide in the sky finally rushed and raged wildly. Clatter. Boom. The huge roar resounded, and then was swallowed by the huge waves. The waves swept into turbulent undercurrents, destroying everything like a surging demon. Even the seabed was turned upside down by the trillion-ton tsunami. The seabed was cracked into countless cracks by unimaginable power. Sand and stones of various sizes were turned over by the rapidly surging undercurrent, making a large area blurred. Countless fish, sea beasts, and even sea kings were directly beaten into corpses or even blood foam by the impact force, and strands of blood were stained on the turbid sea current. In this terrible disaster, only a few ships covered in gold remained safe and sound. They danced like lost butterflies in the turbulent dark tide. A golden ray of hope was erected in this turbid darkness. Time passed. On the sea, countless other ships that followed the unsealing fleet of Zikaline from a distance watched everything ahead. The people on those ships felt the ships shaking violently with the current, and some of them stared blankly at the endless blue sea ahead. The cleansed sky was clear. The washed sea surface was blue. Except for some turbulent currents, everything seemed fine. But people knew that an unprecedented tsunami was unfolding in front of them. Damn! It's so scary. I thought I was dead. Sure enough, it was a wise choice not to get too close to them, otherwise we would be the ones to die. Asshole! Just now you wanted us to get closer, luckily I didn't listen to you. This is unscientific. That terrifying tsunami was so close to us, but we didn't get hurt too much. Science is a ghost. Is it scientific to have that kind of tsunami? At this moment, countless people who came to watch the excitement breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them were really glad that they didn't get too close. Some people took into account that the demon apostle, the Deep Sea King, might take action. As the world's disaster, the Deep Sea King. It's easy to stir up a raging wave in the sea, which is basically a home advantage. At this time, even if you are watching the excitement, you should stay about 10 kilometers away to avoid being accidentally injured. Many more rational people do so. Others who don't think so much just follow the trend. Now it seems that they are indeed taking precautions. They don't know whether it is the Deep Sea King who made a move. But looking at the terrifying scene, it is most likely that it is. Such a terrifying tsunami was set off as soon as he made a move. Even if the tsunami did not target them, it would have erupted normally. The aftermath alone is enough to kill a large number of them who are watching the excitement, and the chain reaction set off can bring disaster to countless islands. But now they are fine, which only means that the guy who made the move did not want to make the situation too big. He only intends to target those who have unlocked the strongest god-annihilating tool. Are they dead? Of course. How can they survive such a natural disaster? But Brother Liu Guang is so strong, how could it end like this? Even if it was such a natural disaster. The person who said this thought back to the terrible disaster before and felt a little unsure. While the people who came to watch were talking about it. Somewhere under the sea, the figure of the demon apostle Deep Sea King appeared here. Did you catch it? It seems that you are really strong. I wonder how many of my moves you can take pills. Chapter 829 The Apostle's exclusive plugin is online, receiving the favor of the demon god. What an arrogant tone. Next to the Deep Sea King, a whale ignored the surrounding ocean currents. Its round eyes stared at the Deep Sea King and mocked. If you brag now, you will be beaten to a pulp later. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am different now than I was before. When the Deep Sea King heard that the apostle whale dared to mock him, he immediately refuted. The Deep Sea King is now confident. Because Tianlong developed a plugin exclusively for the apostles, which was blessed by the demon god. This is a very special ultimate magic that is exclusive to the apostles. It will also be the proof that the apostles are apostles. The apostle Tianlong has always had the gift of the demon god within the scope of the demon god island, which can be used to create other fearful demons. His own control ability also gives him terrifying research capabilities. And this time, Tianlong used that gift and ability to reversely find a certain connection between himself and the demon god. This connection is the proof that the apostle was created by the demon god. Through this connection, Tianlong got a glimpse of the divine power, which is also the origin of the apostle's ultimate magic. Benefits from the demon god, the effect is very simple. It enables the apostles to feel a corner of the demon god. Just like this, it brings earth-shaking changes to the apostles. Feel the power of the gods and transform themselves. The Deep Sea King used it only once, and was directly stimulated. The magic power that the original 10 demon patterns breaking realm method needed to accumulate directly increased. It increased from a broken pattern to 6 patterns at once. Although it may be because the effect was very good for the first use. But this is the confidence of the Deep Sea King now. The Deep Sea King estimated. The realm that was originally estimated to take 3 years to break through now only takes about 3 or 4 months. This is simply the apostle's exclusive plug-in. The Deep Sea King heard Honglu describe it like that, and it felt very vivid. On the sea. While people were looking forward to it, the sea ahead was still calm. Time passed. Many people began to lose hope and thought that this major event would end with the annihilation of the unsealing team and were ready to leave. Gilu. Gilu. Countless bubbles emerged from the deep sea. Crash. Crash. Under the scattered and surging sea currents. Several large ships covered by the golden magic circle broke out of the sea. This scene was seen by many ships that used telescopes to scan the sea ahead. What is that? They are not dead. Amid countless exclamations, many people discovered the unsealed fleet in the distance. How is it possible? Those ships are intact under that kind of natural disaster. That kind of golden magic circle is the magic used by Brother Liu Guang. Too powerful. Sure enough, Lord Seeing Liu Guang's magic is invincible. Get out. Didn't you say just now that the apostles were the most desperate and seeing Liu Guang had no power to fight back? Now it blows again. No. Retreat quickly. I'm afraid we're going to fight later. Looking at the survival of the unsealed fleet, people on the ships that came to watch the excitement had different reactions. Some wanted to stay and witness, while others turned around and ran away without saying a word. What a joke! Just now, the world was turned upside down with just one move. If those monsters really start fighting, won't those onlookers have to go into the sea to feed the fish? Many people thought so. Boom! The engines of various power boats roared quickly. Soon, many boats ran towards Wilbur Island. The actions of this batch of boats also made many people wake up from their dreams and follow suit. Because they understand. Now that the fleet is safe, it may mean that they, the onlookers, are not safe. If the terrifying wave just now comes again. Watching from such a close distance, their hearts can't bear it, so they have to run quickly and run far away. It's lively and beautiful, you have to be alive to see it. Sister Tsuru, are we leaving? A navy ship was full of female sailors. This was Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. At this time, Daoto looked at Tsuru, waiting for her decision. That Admiral Kizaru's ship seems to be leaving. Before she answered, Tsuru heard a subordinate next to her say this weakly. Tsuru followed his gaze. Sure enough, Kizaru's ship was leaving. And the speed was far ahead. That guy. Seeing this scene, Tsuru couldn't help but want to complain. But now is not the time to pay attention to such things. She looked at the navy who followed her around. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. Obviously, the extremely exaggerated tsunami just now really scared them. Even if Tsuru felt that with Yu Yuan there, her freezing ability was more than enough to protect the warship. But obviously others didn't think so. After all, the previous attack by Oiwan broke the huge waves that were only frozen for hundreds of meters. This fact in front of them. It made the navy on the ship worry about their safety. Let's retreat too. He sighed in his heart, and then arranged the retreat. The navy on the ship were relieved to hear his answer. After all, even Admiral Kizaru ran away. Why should they stay? There is no bonus here and it is so dangerous. Soon, the warship began to move away from the sea area quickly. Momotobu stood on the deck on one side of the warship and looked at the sea area that was gradually moving away. She understood. The reason why Sister Crane came here was not just to watch the fun. If necessary, Sister Crane hoped that the Navy could help the unblocked team. However, help also requires strength. This time, the Navy had the weight to provide assistance, only she and Admiral Kizaru. 2.5 Admiral Kizaru is running away now, and Sister Crane must be embarrassed to let her take on the responsibility alone. It's still a question of strength after all. Momo Rabbit looked at the palm of her outstretched hand, and a wisp of strange power jumped in her hand. The power given by the teacher, Ime. Teacheress Death gave her this power, just letting her explore freely. But Momo Rabbit felt that her exploration speed was still too slow. Perhaps she should go to that island to try, that permafrost island. Originally because of rumors, Momo Rabbit had never explored that famous island. But now, she heard that Admiral Aokiji made friends with snowmen in a snowman valley outside the island and strengthened his strength. So, can she also go there to improve her strength? Chapter 830 Each black and white jade holder, the strongest god-destroying tool is unsealed. Boom! Countless roars sounded. The countless ships that originally followed the unsealed fleet from a distance almost all ran away with the roar of the engine. People tend to follow the crowd. Some forces that originally wanted to stay saw so many ships running away. Among them, there are some well-known forces, such as various hunter groups, magic pattern guilds, national forces, etc. There are also heavyweights such as the flagships of the admirals of the navy and Katakuri, the head of the Big Mom pirates. In this case, those who came to watch the fun and those who wanted to fish in troubled waters simply dispersed. Of course, there are some people who are particularly stubborn and want to be different and gamble their lives on superiority and reputation. If these people are not particularly strong, they will be beaten up by their subordinates. After all, in addition to following the crowd, people also have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. You can't see such a big tsunami just now. Donate your eyes if you are blind. Many captains were educated by the crew. Quickly burst into tears and said that they would reform. When all these things were repeated, the unsealed fleet in the center of the focus. Many people on the ship were grateful for their escape and nervous. They carefully and repeatedly explored everything around them like frightened birds. Time passed. The sequelae of fear slowly dissipated. Aren't you going to continue the attack? It seems this is a show of force. Zickeline saw that the people on the decks of other ships still had lingering fears on their faces and knew that this show of force was quite effective. If they wanted to move forward at this time, they might have to prepare some work. Swoosh! Skyscraper! A small purple magic circle turned in the palm of Zickeline's hand. Soon, the frightened people in the entire fleet began to ease up. Their fear was miraculously gone. This was unscientific, but very magical. Keep moving forward. At Zickeline's command, the entire fleet moved in an orderly and fast manner. Before departure, the command of this fleet was given to Zickeline. After all, as the convener and a strong man with a strong brother as an external aid, it is not too much to be an action commander. Others are also happy to let him take the lead. Boom! The engine starts. The fleet moves forward quickly, all the way very stable. Everywhere they passed was very peaceful, as if the disaster just now was an illusion. Soon, the fleet arrived at a sea area and stopped there. Ah! I can feel it clearly. The unloading of the ship is relatively smooth. At this time, on a ship, Ming Ji walked from the room to the bow deck with a step that did not recognize his relatives. The arrogant step made Foz next to him want to hit him. Even he did not dare to walk so arrogantly. This guy who was not as strong as him dared to be so high profile. I will deal with him when I have the chance in the future. Ming Ji did not know it at this time. Just a few arrogant steps can make Foz hate him. The arrogant steps were not intentional by Ming Ji. It's just. Since the establishment of the New World Alliance in the North Sea and joining the Magic Pattern Association, life has become more and more enjoyable. This life is good. Minga naturally relaxed, and once relaxed, he naturally took steps to ignore his relatives. It can be said that this is his instinct. After a while, the 4 holders of the Black Jade of Demon and the 4 holders of the White Jade of Illusion gathered on the deck of the ship where Zicrane was. Zicrane was one of the holders of the White Jade of Illusion. At this moment, Zicrane looked at the other holders of the key of the strongest god-destroying tool. Only one of the 4 holders of the Black Jade of Demon had no reputation. The others are now somewhat famous. They are Genius Fuzz, Doflamingo the Beam of Destruction, and the Golden Emperor. And the last one is relatively unknown, CLO, who broke away from a famous buggy pirates. Zicrane knew this young man. He had previously tracked a Black Jade to the buggy pirates, and after finding that the Black Jade was contracted, Zicrane ignored him. After he issued the call for action, this young man was the first to come to Wilbur Island. Finally, they chose to become his subordinates. Except the holder of the Demon Black Jade. The other 3 holders of the Phantom White Jade are all famous in the sea. First, the 2 high-level officials of the Fighting Association, Miss D and Golden-Eyed Pixie. The last one is the new tiger with the title of Thunder Tiger, one of the high-level officials of the Yaki cult, the Fur Tribe. These are the holders of the strongest god-killing tool key. Zickeline looked back and said with a smile. Everyone, let's get started. As Zickeline took the lead in taking out the Phantom White Jade, others also took out their keys. Buzz buzz buzz. After the 8 gems appeared at the same time, they began to resonate with each other. Under the surprised gaze of others, the 8 gems rotated into a circle and leaped into the sky. The rise of the gems caused strange phenomena to appear in the sky above the sea. Crack! Crack! As if the mirror was broken, the dazzling golden light in the sky fell from the void. Bang! Accompanied by a strange sound. A scepter emitting a golden halo, like a golden cast, broke through the air. Directly attracted by the black and white jade that surrounded it. The strongest god-destroying tool, the fantasy beast returned to the 920 nest and was unsealed at this moment. EAA degree superscript 2AE copyright superscript 10EA. It's so dazzling. Watching the strongest god-destroying tool falling from the sky, Ming Ji was so excited that his whole body was shaking. The strongest god-destroying tool comparable to the power of gods. If the white and black jade had not yet completely sealed the appropriate fantasy beasts and pure demons, Ming Ji would want to try its power now. Is it really time to come? While everyone else was excitedly looking at the falling god-destroyer, Zickeline did not focus on the return of the phantom demon. Although he was very interested in this strongest god-destroyer, it was obviously not the right time to study it. Because he saw 4 figures approaching from the distant sea surface, seemingly slowly but actually quickly. That's it. Obviously, other people also noticed this scene. It's the apostles, all of them are apostles. Gurgle. Gurgle. Someone swallowed his saliva. The Deep Sea King, the ruler of the sea and beasts, the rhythm of the world, the 3 major world disasters are all here, and there is also the King of the Black Sky who is rumored to rule the sky. Looking at the lineup of the demons, many people were pale. After all, the previous tsunami was still fresh in their memory. It was obviously the work of one of the apostles. And now, a dozen apostles came. This wave, I'm afraid it will be a rhythm of annihilation. Chapter 831 Supporting People, the Limit-Breaking Demon King. 4 apostles came? At this time, Ming Ji also turned his burning eyes away from the strongest god-destroying tool. He looked at the 4 apostles of different shapes in the distance, his face was a little ugly. 4 apostles. This number was a little beyond Ming Ji's expectations. Always, except for the early stage. Many times, the apostles acted in groups of 2. Ming Ji originally thought that it was hard to say whether the demons would send apostles this time, and even if they did, it would probably be 2 apostles. But now seeing this posture, he understood that the apostles' attention to the strongest god-destroying tool was still a little beyond his expectations. At this time, the support of the Dark Curtain is coming to the rescue. At this time, Ming Ji still had a stiff smile on his face, and he was MMP in his heart. Is this the apostle? There are 4 more. The arrival of the apostles made Jalal on a ship concentrate slightly. Because the apostles in front of him are very strong. Sure enough, the apostles who can be feared by the world are indeed monsters. At this time, Jalal watched 4 figures quickly reach the opposite sea. A huge sea current rose, as if raising their hands to hold them up. It made them look like they had a huge sense of oppression. You can go, but this god-annihilating tool must stay. As soon as he came over, the Deep Sea King who walked in front spoke. The arrogant words made many dazed people come back to their senses. Hearing this, not only did they not feel humiliated, but they felt inexplicably fortunate. Because a terrifying and deep fear enveloped the surroundings as the apostles approached. It was not intentional, but they just stood there casually. It made their hearts tremble and their bodies stiffen. At this moment, they had the urge to escape from here, but the words of the Deep Sea King made them feel as if they had been pardoned. It sounds really domineering. Seeing the arrival of the apostles, Zakrane stepped forward without hesitation. But you can't get this god-killing tool just by talking. Humph. The Deep Sea King was not surprised to hear Zakrane's answer. The guy on the opposite side could sense his strength as soon as he felt it. Such a strong man naturally couldn't be scared away by a few words. In that case, the other guys who are hiding should come out too. After all, strength speaks for itself. The apostles are determined to get the phantom demon back home. After all, it is rumored that its power is comparable to that of gods and half of its characteristics that require the sealing of gluttonous pure demons make the apostles decide. If the demons can't take it for themselves, then don't let it come out. The strength of the human side can't be increased anymore. This is the consensus of the apostles. In the heavy atmosphere, footsteps sounded clearly. Some figures walked out of several ships. Ming Ji watched the support of the Dark Curtain walk out of one of the ships. A middle-aged man wearing a luxurious red robe, holding a scepter, with a peaceful face, and a young man in blue clothes and red pants and a young man in king's clothes. They are the Pope, the Hanged Man and the Emperor of Tarot Totem. Ming Ji was actually a little disappointed that there were only 3 strong men with the Dark Curtain. Because if Zi Wang or the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star also came to support, he might be more confident. However, fortunately, the Kingdom of Miracles is quite powerful. There is only one person who came out to support, but he is Huaqian Liu, a heavyweight figure of the Paladin. As a strong man who once defeated the Apostle Whale, Huaqian Liu is a real strong support. In addition, the 4 strongest fighters among the 8 heads of 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 the 8 heads have come, Muki, Jinkai, Huaki and Fenki. Dark Curtain, Kingdom of Miracles, Yaki Cult. In addition to these forces, there is also the foreign aid invited by Dark Curtain, the Lord of 9 Swords. Watching these people walk out of different ships and gather together, Doflamingo suddenly felt that the pressure of the apostles was not so great. Anything else? Looking at the strong men who came out, the condescending deep-sea king asked again casually. He was not pretending to be casual. Because among these guys who jumped out, except for the paladin Hwakyun Liu of the Kingdom of Miracles, only the Lord of Nine Swords could make him look sideways. All the others were traitors, not worth mentioning. What an arrogant attitude! The Emperor of Tarot Totem looked at the high and mighty attitude of the deep-sea king and felt the humiliation of being despised. However, he couldn't stand out now. Looking at the Pope and the hanged man next to him, his eyes flickered. He always knew. In the Zio faction, these two guys are special. But what is special about them? He has been trying but got no results. Now that Jitlin sent them here, he can finally get a glimpse of the secret. Thinking of Jitlin, the Emperor's face was a little gloomy. Because he understood. While they were arguing with the apostles, that guy was probably about to succeed. It seems that there is no one left. In that case, let me try whether your current strength has improved. Hwakyun Liu. Seeing that no one continued to jump out. The apostle whale flicked its tail and jumped out, its round pupils staring at Hwakyun Liu in the crowd. It had suffered a loss at the hands of Hwakyun Liu. Now that it has reached the 6-line limit-breaking Demon King, it is time to be proud. The so-called limit-breaking Demon King is the name of a transitional realm that begins to break through the Demon King boundary. This transitional realm is divided by the apostles according to the 10-demon pattern breaking realm method. Directly divided into 10 patterns. Of course, if there is not even one pattern, it can also be called a second-level pattern. The whale is still quite confident now. Although it is not as confident as the deep-sea king to the point of arrogance, using the plug-in to upgrade to the level of a 6-pattern limit-breaking Demon King does make it have the confidence to wash away the shame. The change is really big. Hearing the whale's name, Hwakyun Liu also came out. She looked at the whale's appearance, which looked not much different from a whale, and could feel the terrifying magic power. Compared to the previous one, the magic power was even larger, even soaring. With such a change, it was no wonder that this guy would provoke her. A ray of golden light took her across the sky, as if walking on a transparent staircase, seemingly slow but actually fast. Even though the whale's strength soared, Nyan Yaza was fearless. Hwagwang Qiandu. Without opening a conversation, he directly used a big move. The terrible golden light swayed from countless rising huge golden flowers. It submerged the whale's figure. Boom! The light was overflowing, the sky was dark, and the terrible scene of thousands of streams competing to cross appeared. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the figure of the whale was blown away to the far distance along with countless streams of light. Looking at the direction it was blown away, Nanozi also followed it on the golden light. Chapter 832. Let's see what the Pope says first. Stack up the buffs and send them away. Looking at the man and the whale going away. One of the other 3 apostles, King Wutian, felt that Hwakyun Liu was too irritable. He blew up the whale without even communicating with him. What an impolite guy. King Wutian retracted his gaze while thinking, and then he stood up. Then he pointed his finger at Jalal on another ship. Jalal, hidden flow light, your power seems very dangerous. Then please come with me to spar. Jalal saw King Wutian staring at him. Looking at his flowing dark cloud hair with lightning, Jalal had a flash of thought. What a flowing and strange hair. Then he walked out. This is a polite demon, and Jalal feels that he may be able to convince this apostle to reform. On the other side, when Ming Ji heard King Wutian's comment on Jalal's danger, a look of joy flashed across his face. Even the apostles felt that Yin Lu Guang was dangerous. You can imagine the power of Yin Lu Guang. However, it is not surprising that he could defeat the most murderous of the 9 Swords Lords. In this case, it would be more certain. Ming Ji was somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the Lu Guang brothers were among the people who came to unseal. They too might be equivalent to 2 apostles. If it weren't for them, this unsealing would be very mysterious. But now 893 Zilla Zilla. Swish! Blue lightning and golden flashes crossed the distant sky. King Wutian and Jalal went straight up to the sky, and their battlefield was obviously set in the sky. After they left, the world rhythm stone pattern that had been silent stood up. Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? His voice was hoarse, giving people the feeling of a dry person. However, looking at the stone face full of lines of the world rhythm, it is not surprising. It's our turn. Looking at the only 2 apostles left in front, Jinkai, who came to support from the Yaqi sect, seemed a little excited. He has never fought an apostle before. I don't know what it feels like to fight an apostle. If we don't fight now, all the apostles will be divided. Don't be impatient, little bacon. Let's see what the Pope says first. Seeing Jinkai's impatient look, Muki Eugenides said kindly, holding a wooden stick that looked ordinary but was actually a god-killing tool. When the Yaki sect did not say anything, they looked at the tarot totem. Several supporters of the tarot totem also looked at them. They looked at each other, and then looked at the Nine Swords Lord. The Nine Swords Lord felt a little weird when they stared at him. The scene fell into a state of embarrassment. Finally, the Pope broke the stiff atmosphere. Sir Nine Swords, I'll leave the rest to you. Swoosh! A vague figure appeared behind the Pope. Then a golden light shone on the Nine Swords Lord. Not only did the Pope take action, the Hanged Man also added a buff to the Nine Swords Lord, and the Emperor did the same. One of the functions of the Pope's ability is to give people spiritual support. The actual performance is the temporary blessing of spiritual attributes. The Hanged Man has sacrifices. It can bless others with all-round attributes by consuming its own power. As for the Emperor, he has the Emperor's Decree, which is a more versatile ability, adding a buff is no problem. At this time, the Nine Swords Lord was confused. Although he was blessed with very good power. But no matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem right. It was obviously invited to help, why do you have the illusion that it is the main force now? On the side of the HG sect. When Mr. Muki saw the actions of the Pope and others, he smiled directly. He walked forward with a cane. Lord Jijian, I am old. My legs are not convenient, fighting is not suitable for me. The other kids are too weak. Now I can only ask you for this matter. He bowed to Lord Jijian tremblingly. Jinkai Bacon looked at him with a black question mark on his face. What the hell? The old man has difficulty walking? He is old? Although he looks old, he doesn't look old when he is beaten with the god-killing tool. He was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents. He is still old? Don't ask. Asking is just laziness. Seeing Bacon looking at him with a puzzled look, Feng Qi gave his answer in advance. These are two immortal flames. Let me do my best. Without waiting for the reaction of the Nine Swords Lord, Mu Qi handed the two flames to the Nine Swords Lord's Yi hand. Looking at the two strange flames in Yi's hand, the Nine Swords Lord felt hesitant to speak. Although it is simple, it does not mean stupid, it just doesn't want to care too much. Well, it did try the power of this demon apostle. Although the Nine Swords Lord can feel the extremely dangerous aura on the stone tattoo. But as a swordsman, it is naturally not so easy to retreat. Da-da-da. A sword bamboo tapped the deck with its heel, and the figure had the feeling of sending a full buff. Is it finally done? It's a little sloppy. Shi Wen glanced at the Nine Sword Lord indifferently, and then walked away. Anyway, this bamboo looks very hard. Maybe it won't break so easily. Bang! White light flashed on the lines on the stone tattoo. In an instant, Shi Wen's figure appeared in front of the Nine Sword Lord. Boom! A wave leading to the distant horizon rose. The Nine Sword Lord's figure was blown out by Shi Wen's punch and flew away. Then Shi Wen also shot away. It doesn't seem to worry about the safety of the Deep Sea King at all. Even though the Deep Sea King faces the most pressure. Are you gone? Now there is only one apostle left. Looking at the Deep Sea King in front of him, Doflamingo was relieved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. According to the current situation, the unsealing operation of the strongest god-destroying tool should be smooth. They can only go back safely after these monsters fight. It seems that you are the only apostle left. Are you ready to fight me? Zikaline felt the violent battle fluctuations coming from several directions. He fixed his eyes on the Deep Sea King. No, although I want to. It's just that. We still have a partner. The Deep Sea King stood on the waves and slowly turned aside. A black figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure's clothes were very loose, with various special patterns, and looked like some kind of sacrificial clothing. He is the leader of the Void Fear Church. Looking at the newly appeared figure, the people on the ship had shocked expressions on their faces. Chapter 833 SSS Level Magic Pattern User, the Sweaty Deep Sea King. The Void Fear Church is currently the church that everyone in the entire sea calls for. Its predecessor used to be in the name of the Void God Church. Later, as it continued to spread fear, it became the Church of Fear of the Void. This church was once besieged and hunted down by major forces many times, but it always revived. It was like a weed that would grow no matter how it was cut. After that, this church welcomed a new mysterious leader. It is rumored that he is not only a fear magic pattern user. At the same time, his level is unprecedentedly high, the highest in the magic pattern world, and he is directly catching up with the upper demon king of the demon clan, that is, the apostle. No one knows who he is. No one knows how he was promoted to this level so quickly. He is the leader of the fear of the void, who is extremely evil and terrifying, and is also an extremely mysterious new legend now. Let me be your opponent. A voice that sounds extremely young sounded. The leader who appeared was wearing a hood, and his face under the hood was wearing an evil ghost mask. It looks chilling. Fear leader Hollow. At this time, Doflamingo looked at the mysterious figure with burning eyes. Because this man named Su Luo, nicknamed the Fearful Leader, obviously has a huge secret. In the entire magic pattern world at present, none of the highest level magic pattern users he has heard of has reached the SS level. The SS and S levels set by the current Magic Pattern Association only correspond to the Nianjun and Nianhuang of Greedy Island. The magic pattern world has never reached these levels. But the leader Su Luo is an exception. He not only reached the SS level, but even according to a certain paladin who was chasing him, he is very likely to reach the S level. This is equivalent to Greedy Island. When others are still at the Nianhuang level, someone has actually jumped over the huge span of Nianjun and reached the level of Nianhuang. It's simply cheating in front of others. In this way, no one is not curious about the huge secrets contained in it. If you can know and imitate the secrets, Ming Ji feels that he can take off directly. At this time, on the ship of Zikaline, not only Ming Ji, but other magic pattern users also stared at the mysterious leader named Su Luo with burning eyes. Among them, the jealous magic pattern master Fuzz's eyes were the hottest, almost like he was about to spit fire. Even though the leader in front of him was terrifyingly powerful. But the interests he was involved in were too great. What an unhappy look. Weak guys should keep a respectful attitude. Boom. The terrifying demonic power swept across the entire fleet. It made everyone in the fleet feel like they were falling into an ice cave. Some were even scared to death by the heart-wrenching fear. It was only a purple light that shone in time. The feeling of death among everyone disappeared. This was Zikrane's move. He certainly couldn't let this strange guy in front of him show off his power. The leader of fear. I didn't expect that the notorious leader of fear, who was called by everyone, would come here to intervene. In this case, for the sake of those victims, I have to take action. Zikrane stepped forward with a righteous face. The tall figure immediately attracted a group of admiring eyes. Really? Then come here. Under the mask, Su Luo's eyes seemed to be smiling. Because he knew that his mission might be accomplished. Yes, he was not someone else, but the super great Su Mo Luo of Hueco Mundo. Or, it is Moro in human skin, now known as Hollow. Since Moro's body was sealed, he came to the world to control the Hollow Fear cult to spread fear and restore strength. After that, he arranged 2 other super Hollows to deal with the fledgling Ziklin. But he never expected to meet Uchiha Madara. So that his 2 compatriots were also sealed. Now he saw an opportunity, so he came to complete the mission again. He has never forgotten his original intention. As for why he appears as a magic pattern user now, the reason is also very simple. Using strong spiritual pressure will be targeted by the death gods of the Soul Society. He doesn't have so much energy to deal with the death gods now. So, he found and borrowed a very special pure magic, the fear tree. Using his own fear to make it grow quickly. And using it to coexist with a magic pattern user, this is the root of his powerful physical magic now. Sharing magic with the fear tree that has grown into a superior demon king, the magic is naturally strong. Today, Mo Luo still has ambitions. He wants to experiment with this incarnation, imitating the result of the combination of virtual spirit power and gluttony magic power of the virtual demon tree in the demon spirit land. He believes that if it can be completed, perhaps this incarnation will have higher potential. Of course, before that, the most important thing for him now is to eliminate the target of Xinglu Guangzakilin. Swish, swish, swish. A golden light chased the black shadow. Zyklin left with Su Luo. As soon as he left, many people felt a sense of uneasiness rising. Looking at the Deep Sea King who was still in the same place in the distance, his half-smile made everyone feel more pressured. It seems that everyone has left. Then this god-destroying tool belongs to me. Who is in favor? Who is against? Watching the Deep Sea King step by step towards the strongest god-destroying tool, everyone was a little restless. The Pope of Tarot Totem made up his mind first. Next, it's up to you. Seeing the Pope's earnest eyes, the hanged man nodded. Then his stand was summoned, an upside-down figure. Great God! Please lower your gaze, lower your divine power at this time. The Pope began to use his stand's special ability, the God of Communication. This God of Communication can breed an image in the Pope's heart, the image of the God he believes in. And the God he believes in is undoubtedly the God of Time Dio. The so-called image in his heart is directly linked to the sacrifice of the hanged man. The hanged man will temporarily transform into the God in the Pope's heart. Of course, the effect of the transformation must be limited. The foundation is there. But the hanged man's strength can temporarily soar to the level of an apostle. Once Zio commented like this. The Pope believes that it is no problem to delay the transformed hanged man and even defeat the Deep Sea King in front of him. What is this? The Deep Sea King stopped. He looked at the floating figure behind the man in blue shirt and red pants. The figure was not only no longer hanging upside down, but also had changed greatly, looking a bit like the appearance of the God of Time. Or that was the God of Time. At this time, the Deep Sea King felt the sweat of ordinary people. Chapter 834 The Apostles will also be humiliated by me. He sent. The other side of the Yaki cult saw the Pope of the Tarot Totem and the hanged man directly combo. A substitute who looked a bit like the God of Time but with a blurred face appeared. This scene also shocked them. Originally, Mookie was ready to use his trump card. Now he suddenly felt that it was unnecessary. Humph. Humph. God of Time. The Deep Sea King was still a little surprised and doubtful. He did not run away directly. Don't say that it might just be a bluff. Even if the power of the God of Time really came, he would bite the bullet and do it. After all. In front of everyone, he retreated in disgrace without even fighting. It was really an insult to the apostles and the dignity of the demon god. This kind of thing. This kind of thing. He must not do it. Boom. The surging emotions drove the heavy pressure of magic to rage. The sky seemed to be collapsing and dark. Even the brilliance of the battle between the King of the Sky and Jalal in the distant sky could not cover the despair so close. This sea area was oppressed by the heart-wrenching fear. So strong, the terrifying sense of oppression. Like a towering mountain with no end in sight. Damn it! This is the true power of the apostles. Quickly drive the boat out. Run for me. At this time, some people who insisted on staying to watch the excitement from a distance of 10 kilometers. Feeling the pressure that made their legs and feet tremble in despair. Finally, they began to get scared and were ready to run away. This is such a bottomless magic power. The demon apostles have become much stronger. On a certain pirate ship, Yun Zhao drank his wine leisurely, his narrow eyes staring into the distance. His face flashed with a trace of solemnity. Before that, he had felt the power of the Deep Sea King up close. During a plot of the Sea King Festival on Greedy Island. The Deep Sea King at that time did not give him the same feeling as it does now. Originally, Yun Zhao felt that his strength had improved dramatically. I didn't expect that other monsters would also cheat so much without paying attention. It seems I should continue to improve. Drank the wine glass in his hand. Oh! What an exaggerated power! I thought my power was getting closer and closer to that of an apostle. I didn't expect. Next to Yunzeo, Kaido sat on a huge seat with great force. He looked at the vision in the distance and was also very shocked. Now Kaido, after eating the real azure dragon fruit on the fantasy beast island. His strength took off directly, and he set off a pirate craze in the sea. Now he has been continuously tapping the power of the fantasy beast fruit, and his strength has increased to the crown level 2 stars. Kaido, whose strength has expanded, thought he was gradually approaching the apostles. This time, when he came over, he felt that the gap was still extremely huge. It seems that I have to work harder. Sooner or later, even the apostles will be severely blasted down by me, insulted. Kaido drank from the wine gourd, and boasted with a flushed face. Then he stared at Yunzeo with oppressive eyes. What do you think? Yunzeo. Come and join my pirate group. As long as we join forces, this sea will be taken by us sooner or later. Hearing Kaido's nonsense, Yunzao was speechless. The reason why he is here now is because he was spotted by Kaido when he came to watch the fun. When Kaido invited him to drink on the boat, he came over without any seat. Now he really felt Kaido's tyranny. It's just that ideals are beautiful, and reality is cruel. Now the world is competing for who has the biggest cheat. If you want to dominate the sea without cheating, you'd better go to bed. It sounds really beautiful. But it's meaningless without actual action. Looking at Kaido's burning eyes, Yunzhao did not refuse directly. Now he said that he was a high-level member of the Fighting Association, but only in name. He no longer had the Time Realm Gem. Even if he still had power, it was only for his strength. Compared to other high-level members who had the Time Realm and could easily win over many people, he still needed to build his own power to live up to his status as a high-level member of the Fighting Association. However, he had no motivation to build any power now. In the real world, if there was something going on, he would mind his own business, and if there was nothing going on, he would just look at the flowers and plants. This kind of life was also good. As long as his strength was strong enough, he could live any way he wanted. How about this? As long as you can defeat an apostle well, it still feels too difficult for you. Let's change to another one, as long as you can defeat the War King, the leader of the 9 Demon Kings. I heard that guy is quite crazy. If you can beat him, I will join your pirate group for fun. Yunzhao said with one hand spread out. Kaido's tyranny still made Yunzhao curious. This man who was similar to Captain Gero in race and personality. He was curious when this man's tyranny would be hit by reality and become unable to recover, or give him some surprises in ways he could not imagine. For Yunzhao, it was also a kind of fun to come to the world. Oh! That's great! Rare good news! Whew. Kaido's eyes lit up when he heard Yunzao's answer. Then he drank a lot of wine and cried with a smile. In his eyes, Yunzao's conditions were not conditions. Even if it was an apostle, he would beat the apostle who had defeated him, not to mention the 9 Demon Kings, it was just a matter of time. Kaido was very happy now. Because the Yunzao in front of him was a great talent. Not to mention the terrifying power he felt, just because he was the legendary god of death and had an unclear connection with the virtual demon. Based on these, Kaido knew that he had made it. Sure enough, men who like to invite people will have good luck. It makes sense for Whitebeard to ask others to be his sons when he sees them. He also invites people when he sees them. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? When Kaido was happy, the Deep Sea King who started attacking on the other side had already noticed it. The spiritual body similar to the god of time was indebted is very strong, and can even control time, although it seems to have some limitations. But the power of time is very troublesome. However, just like this, he is not afraid of anything with his power surged. Boom! The terrifying torrent carries the unparalleled magic power of the Deep Sea King to form a 100-meter water ball. Although the water ball is not big, but it is extremely turbulent inside, like a raging storm and a rotating bone scraper. The surging impact force can easily crush steel into elementary particles. This is not the strongest part. The strongest part is that every drop of water has the characteristics of assimilation, erosion, stiffness, fear, etc. Whether it is a spiritual system or a physical system. No one will get good when encountering this trick. Can feel the power of the demon god, even if it is only a corner of the power. In addition to making the apostle's magic power surge, the understanding of the law has a leap forward. This is also the source of the Deep Sea King's confidence. Chapter 835 Defeat my amazing power. Little brother, let's see if you can run away. Fall under my amazing power. Even the power of time must succumb to the amazing power. A static area in the water ball. That is the time stop of the area used by the stand locked inside. Because it is impossible to completely stop the time of the Deep Sea King. Then the power of time can only act on itself or other substances. However, facing the Deep Sea King who can be exempted from time to a large extent. Now this operation is just a little more troublesome. Now this stand is imprisoned in the water ball. Just now, when the Deep Sea King was stopped in time, it was counterattacked and suffered heavy damage. Now in this extremely condensed water ball full of buffs. Even if time stops, it is just a slow death. Being immersed in water, it has to defend against the special power in the water and stop time, and the Deep Sea King is watching outside. It can be said that if there is no accident, this stand will be defeated. After all, it was just the phase worshipped by the Pope. Even if he cooperated with the Hanged Man, the power created could not resist the upgraded Deep Sea King. Seeing that he was sure to win, the Deep Sea King set his sights on the Pope and the Hanged Man 28. He also knew something about the substitute of the Tarot Totem. Compared to the substitute, the main body is a weakness. Now, just in case, he should knock these two guys down. Feeling the malicious eyes of the Deep Sea King, the Pope's face was also filled with sorrow. He never expected that the Apostle of the Eye would be so powerful. Although the phase formed by his ability combined with the Hanged Man could not be passed by Lord Jitlin, let alone the God of Time. But no matter what, it was the power of time. It was not fully effective when it was shrouded on the Apostle. It was simply a ghost. The Yaki cult on the other side also saw the signs of a bad situation. Among them, Mookie did not dare to hesitate. At present, it seems that the Apostle is more powerful than he expected. So it is impossible to fight by himself. You can only ask the Holy Beast for support. So, Mookie directly revealed his trump card and shook the beast. As Mookie quietly input the illusion power into a crystal in his hand. This is a crystal that can open a space vortex unique to the Fantasy Beast Island, called the Escape Crystal. One of its processed forms is well known in the sea, that is, the Escape Crystal that can become a Fantasy Beast Jinchuriki. The Escape Crystal is made by Yaki Great God with high-level Escape Crystal as raw material. The Escape Crystal produced by the resource barrier formed by the special Fantasy Beast Escape Beast is basically used by Yaki Great God for various experiments. Therefore, this resource is very rare. Even Mookie, as the helmsman of the Yaki cult, only has 2. As long as this treasure is marked at a certain location, you can directly open the space vortex leading to the marked location through the Escape Crystal. The size of the vortex depends on the amount of illusion power input. The Void Escape Crystal in Mookie's hand can open a space vortex of up to 100 meters in size. Buzz. Soon, as Mookie quietly exerted force, a large vortex appeared directly above them, like a rotating black hole. Such a movement also directly attracted the attention of the Deep Sea King. Whoosh! Accompanied by a strange light mist floating, a huge fantasy beast rushed out from the vortex. 8 majestic snake heads, with a body color of blue and purple. Bathed in purple mist, the mist also had a layer of blue halo, which looked extremely strange. That's right, the one summoned was not another fantasy beast. It was one of the 3 guardian fantasy beasts of Fantasy Beast Island, the Yaki Viper. As soon as the Yaki Viper appeared, Mookie asked for help directly. Great Holy Beast! Please wipe out the abominable heresy. On the day of light fog, the sacrifices you wish for will be offered in full. The Yamata venomous snake in the light fog looked at the Deep Sea King. It had understood what Mookie meant. Because it is very strong, let it go. If you can beat it, it will be 30 to 70 points, but if you can't beat it, it will be 30 to 70 points in the physical sense. This guy is too strong. Not worth it, I'm leaving. Just a little he took a quick look at the Deep Sea King. Yakata Viper was about to return the same way. It was so willful. In its eyes, Yaki Cult was just an organization that served the phantom beasts. It didn't consider the overall situation of Yaki Cult at all. If we really want to talk about the overall situation, except for Yaki Great God, Yakata Viper thought that the overall situation of Yaki Cult was to make it happy. Seeing such a unique phantom beast, the Deep Sea King, who had been on guard, was speechless. But it was okay. If the Deep Sea King still looked down on the Yaki Cult, then he was a little afraid of the phantom beasts on the Phantom Beast Island. Because in his eyes, the phantom beasts to Yaki Great God were equivalent to the fear of the demons to the demon god. The 3 guardian phantom beasts were equivalent to their apostles. Although he thought the demon god was the strongest. But if he could, he would not provoke him. He didn't want to attract the hatred of other gods for the demon god. Mookie was also shocked when he saw Yaki Viper was about to run away. He had promised it well before. Now he changed his mind when he arrived at the scene. He really has no shame at all. At this moment, Mookie could feel the strange looks from other Yaki leaders. Even Mookie, who was as thick-skinned as a city wall, couldn't stand such a look. Great Holy Beast! Please listen to me. This time we are gathered under the strongest god-killing tool, and what we think and do must be seen by Yaki Great God. In such a grand ceremony, the winner will be noticed by Yaki Great God. So please think twice. Little brother, Yaki Great God has been brought up. Now let's see if you dare to run. At this time, Mookie's words were retranslated by Yaki Viper 1047 times. It immediately felt that this old man was a thief. He looked okay at ordinary times. Now there is a big enemy, and it has exposed its fox tail. It is the favorite child of Yaki Great God. If you want to see the Great God, you can see it every day. Why does it need to do this to attract the attention of the Great God? Although it thought so. But Yaki Viper still stopped. Now think about it, it is indeed a bit bad not to even move a hand, as it seems to be afraid of the apostle. Although it is indeed afraid of trouble. But if the Great God really sets his sights here, it will not be good. Old man, give me 3 times my sacrifice. If you can't do it, eat your god-killing tool for me. At this time, Yaki Viper's 8 pairs of eyes stared at Mookie. Make Mookie feel a little cold sweat behind him. It's bad. The force is a bit too strong. Mookie, who is worldly wise, feels that he has miscalculated. However, if Yaki Viper really ran away in the situation just now, he would be in trouble. There is really no way. This guy is really troublesome. It's not easy to fool. Mookie is still a little tired of the Yaki Viper's frequent attacks. It really doesn't take any soft or hard tactics, and likes to counter his routine. But among the 3 guardian fantasy beasts, the Yaki Viper is the easiest to approach. The Sun Golden Crow is difficult to approach and is very arrogant, and the Hades Dragon is autistic and doesn't like the Yaki religion. He really has no way. Chapter 836 Rotating City, the breakthrough method of the original fantasy beast. Soon, Mookie agreed to the Yaki Viper's request. Until this time, the Yaki Viper began to focus on the Apostle Deep Sea King again. Hey! You guy! That's enough. The strongest god-destroying tool has already been owned by someone. Don't make trouble. Just a little bit of your own, so that everyone can end it well. Hearing the Yaki Viper's mouth-to-mouth trick on him, the Deep Sea King was speechless again. Do you think this is a game? If you want to leave, leave now. If not, I'll turn you into a wine-soaked snake. The Deep Sea King was very arrogant when he spoke. Although he didn't want to confront the guardian beast of the Fantasy Beast Island, it seemed that conflict was inevitable. In this case, he didn't need to be polite. Wine-soaked snake. Hearing the Deep Sea King talking about the wine-soaked snake, the eyes of the Yamata Viper narrowed slightly, and a terrifying light flowed out. Very good. You, a guy who looks like a slime, have angered me. Die for me. There's no need to say more if you don't agree. Accompanied by the 8 snake heads of the Yamata Viper exhaling at the same time, the strange purple mist with a green glow shot directly towards the Deep Sea King. At this time, the Yamata Viper began to explode. The Pope, who saw the opportunity, also directly used an S-level item from Greedy Island Rotating City S. This is an extremely rare space-type item. Only by obtaining the Special Challenge Ticket Propulsion City Trial Invitation S. Participate in the special trial held once every 5 years in Propulsion City. A rare space-building item that can be obtained by completing the trial of the Idol God Pot, one of the 6 bosses of Infinite Hell. In order to obtain this item, the Pope and the Hanged Man, who recently participated in the Propulsion City trial, teamed up and spent a lot of effort to pass the Idol God Pot trial. That trial is simply not for humans to pass. You need to find the body of the Idol God Pot in countless white rooms that rotate like magic. The Pope and the Hanged Man was able to do this completely under the 2 conditions of sensing the position and tracing the space and time. Otherwise, he would be lost in it. The props obtained under harsh conditions are naturally powerful. The rotating city can ignore all resistance under the Neon June and force the transfer to the rotating city within a certain distance. Even a Neon June level strongman may be caught if he is not careful. It is already a very powerful prop just to trap people. Of course, the Pope is not using this to trap people, but to save people. He has transferred most of the people in the entire fleet to the rotating city. Except for the high-level combat power and the members who have the strongest god-killing tool key. The people in the entire fleet have been arranged by him to the various merged halls of the rotating city. The Pope has arranged people to explain inside to avoid riots. Now, those ordinary people and even ordinary strong men are completely a burden here. The Pope is a compassionate person. As long as it does not involve his faith, he is still a relatively kind person. What a convenient tool. At this time, Hwaki Tamako of the Yaki cult looked at the Pope who was close at hand, and saw that he was holding a floating small city in his hand. That was a concrete image of the rotating city outside. Tamako also knew something about the rotating city. He also participated in the trial of the advanced city. But the reward he got was not as good as this kind of space building. Not to mention the several great lord level and even the strongest mind emperor level boss in the infinite hell. He couldn't even beat some ordinary monsters in the infinite hell. The reward he could get was just barely okay. In order to get the invitation letter, he had to beg for it with the relationship of the Yaki cult. In the end, he didn't make much money after a set. Tamako felt that it was a tragedy. No longer recalling the sad past, Tamako focused his eyes on the surroundings. Now all the people who are left gathered under the strongest god annihilating tool. The holders of the strongest god annihilating tool were all excited. Because they finally figured out the trick quietly. Together they activated the invincible defensive engulfing barrier of the Phantom Demon Home. The Phantom Demon Home was activated by several holders of the strongest God Destroyer together to unfold a special barrier. No matter how powerful the shockwave or other forces were, they could not cross this barrier that could absorb everything. Although the black and white jade of the strongest God Destroyer had not yet sealed a suitable pure magic beast. But as the strongest God Destroyer, even if it was not truly complete, the special power it possessed should not be underestimated. What a powerful force with such power, even the apostles could not break through here. At this time, watching the engulfing barrier unfold, Foz was also fanatical. Because he had begun to feel the power of the strongest God Destroyer. Even though the surroundings were shrouded in the creepy green light and purple mist, the barrier was still very strong. It can even be said that those poisons were swallowed by the engulfing barrier and turned into phantom power. As for the kinetic shock wave, it can be transformed into magic power and phantom power and stored in the corresponding black and white jade, but the conversion efficiency is lower. It is indeed a terrifying power, worthy of being the strongest god annihilating tool. At this time, Ming Ji also sighed. He was also shocked by the power of the phantom demon returning home. The current devouring barrier is just an appetizer. When the black and white jade is accumulated to a certain level through the devouring barrier, different modes can be opened. At that time, relying on the strongest god annihilating tool, this crisis may be resolved. In addition to Ming Ji, others such as CLO, Golden Emperor Tizero, Xinhu and others also have such optimistic ideas. Time passes. Boom. Looking at the roar of a battle outside. The Deep Sea King's surging sea directly suppressed the Yaki Viper and the stand with the power of time. Mookie of the Yaki cult sighed. How can the power of the demon apostles be so terrible? Even the Yaki Viper who opened the original root mode could not compete, so he could only rescue the trapped stand to fight against the Deep Sea King together. Mookie knew that the power of Yaki Viper had already broken through the limit of the upper-level Phantom King. That was the method developed by Yaki Great God called Original Phantom Beast to break through the upper limit of the upper-level Phantom King. Only the upper-level Phantom King who could open the original root mode could use it. Because the prerequisite of that method is the original root mode. The Phantom Beast particles condensed by the Phantom Beast Jade are imprinted in the blood, gradually accumulated, until finally breaking through to become a primitive Phantom Beast. This process requires terrifying control and understanding of one's own blood. Just the second one, without Yaki Great God's help to design the Phantom Beast blood circuit. Even the upper-level Phantom King would have to grope in the dark. Of course, the conditions are complicated, but as long as it really becomes a primitive Phantom Beast, its strength is very terrifying. The primitive Phantom Beast has turned the primitive root mode into a normal state, and it is even more powerful. The current Yaki Viper has already walked on such a path and has walked a distance. Originally, Mookie thought that the holy beasts had Yaki Great Gods cheating. It's easy to defeat a demon apostle. But now the power of the Deep Sea King surprised Mookie. Chapter 837, Zakrane feels himself sucking in hollows, breaking the sky and being right. When the Deep Sea King, Yamada Viper and Time Stand were fighting fiercely. On the other side, Zakrane had finished his work. The leader of the Hollow Fear cult who had fought with him had already fled. When he followed Hollow to one side, he was ambushed. A Super Hollow attacked him directly with the power of fear without any martial ethics. Zakrane was also very surprised by this Super Hollow. He really didn't expect that there would be a Super Hollow waiting for him. Although the Hollow Fear cult seemed to be able to drive the Hollow group to spread fear to people. But being able to drive a Super Hollow was too ridiculous. This reminded him of bad memories. 2 Super Hollows from Hueco Mundo came to mess with him before. If he hadn't been able to shake people, they would have been blown away on the spot. Now it happened again. Does he have a physique that attracts the hatred of hollows? Zikrane was quite puzzled at the time. Fortunately, he is not the same person as before. And that super hollow dared to drill into his memory. His memory itself cannot be peeped. Zikrane knew this. However, the fearful hollow wanted to see it. Zikrane brought up the solar taboo and froze the hollow with one blow. Facing the hollow whose mind was controlled, he wanted to use the 6-flame star seal to completely seal the other party. However, the SSS level magic pattern outside ruined his plan. Plus, the hollow was worthy of being a super hollow that controlled the power of fear. It easily broke free from the taboo fear. As a result, he only sealed a part of it. In the end, the super hollow and the fear cult were all escaped. However, Zikrane didn't care. He will become stronger and stronger. The super hollow that can still threaten him now may not even be able to catch up with him in the future. The demon apostle seems very powerful now. At this time, Zikrane hid aside and watched the Deep Sea King suppress the Yamata Viper in a time stand-in. He also nodded. He had seen the apostle before. But he felt that the apostle at that time was average, and felt that his strength was okay, but that was all. Although the apostle under the demon god had a great reputation. But such strength was quite different from what he expected. Looking at the apostle now, it feels worthy of their name. But even so, Zikrane did not feel too much pressure. It is not very easy for him to fight such an apostle now, but it will not be too difficult. Now let's see how much power the strongest god-destroying tool can exert now. Zikrane did not show up directly, but went to the direction of the Nine Swords Lord. Because the Nine Swords Lord seemed to be unable to hold on. He needs to go over to rescue him now. As for this, he will continue to pay attention. He has temporarily delegated his authority for the strongest god-destroying tool. Others can also open the power of the strongest god-destroying tool because of the completion of the authority. He only needs to pay attention remotely. On the other side, the Nine Swords Lord, who was fighting fiercely with Shi Wen, had his mana seriously reduced. Even Xing Tian, who used the highest attack power, was still beaten by Shi Wen. During this process, Shi Wen did not use his full strength. Even so, the energy of the buff stacked by the Nine Swords Lord had been consumed. The two immortal flames were also used up, and each recovered part of their status. Now the Nine Swords Lord, who had no buff, faced Shi Wen. Only relying on the level of strength, it was really an egg hitting a stone. Fortunately, the Nine Swords Lord was strong enough. Its 9 bamboo swords were the hardest part of its body. As for its bamboo pole body, it was only slightly less tough than the bamboo sword. Therefore, even if it could not beat Shi Wen, it was not easily blown up. However, although it was not easily killed. But the consumption of strength is real. If he continues to fight like this, the Lord of Nine Swords feels that he is going to be beaten into a real vegetable. The secret of Nine Swords Xing Tian. The red light reaches the sky, dyeing the surrounding world red. The sword of rebellion and disappearance shines brightly and rushes towards Shi Wen. Da! As long as you face this slash, the wool and soul of life will be pierced by the naked coldness. What a brilliant color! Facing the Lord of Nine Swords who used the amazing swordsmanship again. Shi Wen also had a fanatical smile on his face. As long as he fights, he will change from a peaceful attitude to a frenzy. And if he faces an opponent who interests him, he will deliberately suppress his own strength to get a rare joy. Buzz buzz buzz. White light roams and shines in the countless cracks on Shi Wen's body. A warm-looking white light appears on his body surface. However, his swinging fist brought a creepy feeling, as if it would kill anyone with just one touch. Breaking the heavens' righteousness. A white light circle rushed out directly from the stone-patterned fist, with a range of only tens of meters, covering the front of him. Bang bang bang. The blood color that rushed straight was swallowed up by the white light, and the cracks were finally eliminated. The blood color of the world also dissipated. Only a faint white light was still shining. What a terrifying attack! Watching the stone pattern easily swallow up and crush its ultimate move. The Nine Swords Lord, who had already jumped to a farther place to avoid the range of the light circle, was also moved. The demon in front of him was indeed a demon apostle. He should not have used his full strength. Such strength! It made it feel no different from the 3 emperors guarding Greed Island. It also made it feel unfathomable. Is this the only way? After sighing, the Nine Swords Lord felt his own dry mind power and exhausted spirit. It understood that if it did not use external force, now it could only stop here. Even as a swordsman, it did not have the idea of giving up easily. But its tribe still needed it. It also wanted to find that hand, the ethereal sea god. After the Nine Swords Lord made up his mind, he took out his card book. Before that, in order to step into reality, the top leaders of the three major forces on the island were sent by it. It came to reality through Morgans in the form of a card. After that, it spent a lot of mind points to completely materialize it into reality and become a member of reality, no longer confined to Morgans. The premise of these operations is that it automatically gave up the mind card book given to the mind by the system god. So, now its mind card book is new, taken from the inventory of the three major forces. However, the mind card book is new. But it still contains many treasures of the Nine Swords Lord. It had stored the treasures before entering reality. Now it has more than its own treasures. As the first high-level person to go to reality, the three major forces will not let it take risks in vain. There are life-saving items, combat power-enhancing and even strategic items, and the one-punch Super Ghost Mind card provided by the Subhuman Alliance. Of course, the Nine Swords Lord did not intend to use that strategic card. Not to mention whether it can improve the situation when facing the monster in front of him. And this time, the Nine Swords Lord felt that he was at a loss to come here to help in the battle. You should save as much as you can. Just use that mind card to save your life and delay. Chapter 838 Don't move here, I'll buy you an orange. When the Nine Swords Lord took out the card book, Shi Wen did not continue to let go. Of course, he had heard of the various card readings on Greed Island. Among them, he felt that the various magical card readings were very strange. In addition to the strangeness, he also attached great importance to them. After all, the strongest One-Punch King on that island was created by a special SSS level card reading. Legend. The One-Punch King just trained for 3 years according to the introduction of the card reading. He lost all his hair. And obtained the SSS level mind energy and the special reading One-Punch Super Ghost. He jumped from an ordinary person to the strongest on Greed Island. The legend spread widely, inspiring the enthusiasm of countless card readers on Greed Island to find cards. Even the players who heard about this legend online were excited. They vowed to be like the One-Punch King and take him as an example. So, there are such cards. It was hard not to take the stone pattern seriously. He was also worried that the Nine Swords Lord would take out a card that would cause him trouble. Although he would let down his guard when he met an opponent that suited his taste, it was not the way to do it. He had to take the Demon Clan's plan as his own responsibility after all. Bang! The violent white light turned into a beam of light and swept directly towards the Nine Swords Lord. The strong threat forced the Nine Swords Lord to take back the card book. Swish! The green light flashed, and its figure flashed to the side, barely avoiding the extremely threatening beam of light. Swish! 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 A 10-meter thick beam of light burst into the distance. It passed through the sea, crossed the horizon, and leaped straight to the distant sky. Everywhere it passed, whether it was the sea water covered by it, the mountains and forests of the island, or even the unlucky ship, they all turned into nothingness. It looked extremely terrifying. It was a bit troublesome. Feeling the apostle's eager eyes, the Nine Swords Lord also felt bad. If the apostle chased it directly, it would be difficult for it to take out the card from the card book. It couldn't delay now. It even needed to concentrate on observing the apostle's every move. It was possible to be killed instantly if it was not careful. Under such circumstances, it was a pipe dream to take out the card. Now, the Nine Swords Lord has reflected on his behavior of not placing the trump card in advance. I can't let you cause too much trouble. Let's end it like this. Looking at the Nine Swords Lord who was ready and alert, Shi Wen was ready to end the battle. When Shi Wen started again and the Nine Swords Lord was cautious. Suddenly, Shi Wen looked up at the sky with a solemn look. Because he saw the leader of the unsealing of the phantom demons returning to the nest, seeing Liu Guang Zikrane. Zikrane descended from the sky transformed into golden light and came to the side of the Nine Swords Lord. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the next battle to me. Zikrane said with a smile. Thank you. No, I am the one who troubled you. This is my responsibility. Zikrane looked very kind at this time. But the Nine Swords Lord, who had a very keen sense of mind, could sense a hint of darkness in Zikrane. However, for the Nine Swords Lord, this was not something he needed to delve into. There are many people who are different inside and outside, it doesn't need to care. For outsiders, it only needs to look at their behavior. You block this apostle for a while, I will use a trump card to trap him. The Lord of Nine Swords said and took out the card book again. Watching it take out the card book, Zikrane's face was also curious. He had already experienced the endless magical cards on Greed Island. Now he was looking forward to what card the Lord of Nine Swords could take out. He was confident that he could trap the apostle. On the other side, Shi Wen did not continue to act, but stared at Zikrane and the Lord of Nine Swords vigilantly. Obviously, there was Xing Liu Guang. Now he couldn't stop the Lord of Nine Swords, so he might as well be vigilant about the trump card that the Lord of Nine Swords took out. While being vigilant, Shi Wen also sensed the traces of the leader of fear, but he could no longer sense them. Did that suspicious guy run away? Sure enough, it was not reliable at all. Shi Wen was not surprised by the departure of the terror leader. Since it had been fighting with the Nine-Sword Lord, Shi Wen had already placed some of its perception on the terror leader. Therefore, the departure of the terror leader did not escape Shi Wen. The apostles did not have much trust in the leader who was an SSS-level magic pattern master. They only cooperated with him because of his strength and his notorious reputation among humans. But now it seems they withdrew when their aura was still full. Obviously, the sincerity of the terror leader was not enough. Wu. While Shi Wen was thinking for a while, the Nine-Sword Lord also took out a mind card. As soon as his mind card was taken out, Shi Wen was ready to take it seriously, with magic power surging in his body, ready to burst out at any time to prevent this mind card from being a prop card to trick people. However, even though Shi Wen was careful, he still could not avoid being tricked by the Nine-Sword Lord's mind card. 0. Ask for flowers. After all, this is not something that can be prevented by vigilance. Don't move here, I'll buy you an orange. Special. After locking a unit and using this card, the user can choose a location within the perception range to materialize an orange stall. Before buying oranges, the locked unit will be unable to leave the spot and cannot attack. The time to buy oranges cannot exceed 1 hour, otherwise the effect will be automatically lifted. Note, this card is a consumable card. A special level of mind card was used by the Nine-Sword Lord. As the mind card in its hand disappeared, it chose the orange stall on the battlefield on the side of the Deep Sea King. Soon, Shi Wen felt that he was imprisoned in place. Somehow, he knew that he had to wait until the Nine-Sword Lord bought it oranges before it could move again. Buy oranges? What's going on? At this time, Shi Wen was confused. But while confused, he did not forget to try to break free from the bondage. Boom! The terrible magic power with the characteristics of crushing everything surged wildly on Shi Wen. The blue sky also dimmed and suppressed due to his boiling magic power, as if the sky was tilting and collapsing. It worked. In the extreme magic riot, Shi Wen could feel that the power that imprisoned him was entangled and collided with his magic power. That power was being worn away. However, although it can be worn away, it requires a lot of magic power and time. It will take about 20 minutes to completely break it. Magic. Shi Wen is not worried. Even if it is consumed in large quantities, he can quickly absorb the magic power of the atmosphere to quickly recover. However, time. We can go first. Leave this apostle alone. He can't move or attack for the time being. The Lord of Nine Swords took out the props to restore his mind power while speaking. Is that so? Is it a mind card skill of imprisonment? It's amazing. At this time, Zikrane was also a little surprised. He also knew how strong this apostle was. Now he was restrained by a mind card. As expected, the high-level members of the Forest Alliance have a deep foundation. At least it is an SSS-level mind card, or a special grade mind card. Zikaline also knows about special grade mind cards. It is a kind of power that is like a concept rule, and its effects are strange and strong or weak. Of course, Zikaline is also familiar with this power. Because to some extent, his and Jalal's current abilities are similar in concept. His is taboo, while Jalal's is celestial mouth. Chapter 839 Phantom Jade Mode, Phantom Yang. Zikaline looked at the apostle who could not move and was surging with a terrifying aura. He casually fired a light cannon and was directly blocked by the apostle. Obviously, although the apostle in front of him could not move or even attack, he still had the ability to protect himself. Zikaline also felt good about this result. He only needed this action to succeed. With so many apostles blocking, the event was still successfully unsealed. As the leader, he will certainly gain a good reputation. Moreover, he is also very interested in the strongest god-annihilating tool. With the power of taboo, he can easily dig deep into those dangerous powers. For the god-annihilating tool, which is known as the strongest masterpiece of Yaki Great God, he naturally wants to analyze its special features. Let's go first. At this time, Zakrane was also preparing to return to the battlefield on the side of the Deep Sea King. Because the strongest god-killing tool that he was very interested in was ready to show its edge. He had to take a good look at it from the side. On the other side, under the cover of the devouring barrier of the demon's homecoming, all the holders of the black and white jade except Zakrane were here. They stared at the strongest god-killing tool floating above their heads with burning eyes. At this time, the devouring barrier absorbed the aftermath of the external battle and the atmospheric energy. The storage of the black and white jade of the demon's homecoming has reached a considerable level. Now it can start a new mode, and several holders are naturally excited. Then I'll start. The young Foz stood up, with a fiery light faintly flowing under his pink bangs. They had argued just now. The right to experience the final mode was directly handed over to him. Now his eyes were burning, and he just wanted to try the power of the strongest god-destroying tool in front of him. Then let's wait and see. Genius Foz. Minga opened his hands, and his pink feathers made him look like a flamingo. Although Minga was also very enthusiastic about the strongest god-destroying tool in front of him. But now is not the best time to experience it. After all, while experiencing it, he had to face the terrifying apostle. He didn't know what the phantom demon homecoming, which was not in a complete state, could do. If he was accidentally killed by the apostle, it would be unfair. That's why Minga supported Foz, because he wanted to show off. And the others also had their own considerations. Today, Foz walked forward and stretched out his hand in full view of everyone. The strongest god-destroying tool that had been temporarily authorized to Foz to control slowly fell. The golden scepter and the 8 black and white jades that slowly rotated around it approached Foz, and finally he grasped the handle of the scepter. Buzz! In an instant, the scepter shone brightly. It illuminated the surrounding environment with golden light. The faintly dark golden energy flowed from the scepter to Foz. The flowing light began to penetrate Foz. A wisp of golden flame with dark lines spread all over Fuz's appearance. He was covered by the flame and looked very magical. Is this the strongest god-destroying tool's phantom jade mode? What a terrifying power! Fuz felt the endless power transmitted from the scepter in his hand to his body, and his face showed an intoxicated expression. Until he really felt the power he could control. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for his decision to betray the world government. Facts have proved that his choice was indeed correct. If he continues to work for the world government, then Luji will have to stand on his head for who knows how long. But now, he has become a blood race, an immortal race, and now he has obtained this terrifying power. What can that guy compare with him now? I have surpassed that guy, far more than that guy. The corners of Fuzzy's mouth can't help but rise, cracked, and then laughed. Such power, even the apostle. Feeling a full of oppressive gaze staring at him, Fuzzy's smile stopped. Obviously the apostle has noticed him. Detecting the terrifying power behind the apostle's strong sense of oppression, Fuzzy felt that he might be a little too happy a little too early. However, he was still not afraid. After all, he was not alone now, but had 2 helpers. When Fuzzy thought so, the appearance of the time stand that stopped due to the movement here changed drastically, changing into its original upside-down appearance. Time's up. We can't use this combined power in a short time. It depends on your performance next, Foz. The Pope looked at Foz with a kind face, but Foz felt a sense of superiority 0. In the Dark Curtain, the status of Tarot Totem is very high, and now it can even be said to be the highest level of the Dark Curtain. Even the Sage Council, the nominal highest authority of the Dark Curtain, cannot match it. All this is due to the special and terrifying strength of Tarot Totem. As a newcomer to the Dark Curtain, before, he naturally had to bow his head in front of the Pope. But now, feeling the powerful power in his body, Foz is a little inflated. He is dissatisfied with the Pope's current attitude, but fortunately, his only reason tells him that now is not the time to care about these. After all, although the power in his body is strong, but the strongest god-killing tool is not exclusive to him. Hey! Foz took a deep breath, and then a wanton smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Just watch carefully. This is a powerful force that makes people unable to stop. After Fuzz finished speaking, he did not remove the surrounding devouring barrier and flew directly to the Deep Sea King. Now Fuzz's greatest desire is to test the power in his hand. Is it really that powerful? The phantom demon has returned to its nest. It doesn't even have a complete form. Can it have such power? At this time, the Deep Sea King looked at Fuzz, who was flying over, and looked at him seriously. Although the strongest, he was surprised that the God Destroyer could still possess such power even when the Phantom Beast Pure Demon was not sealed. But now he was still full of confidence. The substitute who could use the power of time had already died. Now it was just a change of people. The scale of power felt from Fuzz was not taken seriously by the Deep Sea King. He had terrifying magic power and an amazing understanding of ability, so he would not be scared by this half-baked man. Come and feel my powerful power. When the Deep Sea King sneered, Fuzz was very excited and waved his scepter. A golden ball of light rose like a bright sun, and the center of the sun was dark. Phantom Demon Sun. Under Fuzz's wild laughter, the bright sun hundreds of meters in the sky fell. Drawing a graceful arc, it smashed towards the direction of the Deep Sea King. Boom! The huge light explosion burst out with dazzling golden light. The sky and the earth were suddenly covered with a layer of golden gauze. Chapter 840. A Frog in the Well, a Poisonous Snake Trying to Fish. Boom! A huge air wave with infinite destructive power began to sweep. The location of the light explosion directly discharged a tsunami hundreds of meters high and pushed in all directions. Countless seawater evaporated and rose directly. Ha ha ha! Looking at the golden light explosion with a hint of black in front of him, Fuzz's shoulders trembled slightly. This kind of power is what he longs for. With such power, it is the turn of the world government to look at his face. With such power, the stand orb held by the world government now. At this time, Fuzz's thoughts drifted a little far. Although he can hold such power now, he still hasn't forgotten that the Dark Curtain is now his real backer. If you want to get the top position in this behemoth, becoming a stand user is an excellent choice. And the stand orb of Tarot Totem has been used up long ago, and the stand orb that still remains is the world government. And those substitute gems are named after gods. Fuzz can't wait to have a good discussion with his former superiors. 04. The power of the strongest god-annihilating tool is indeed terrifying. Looking at a huge wave sweeping over, Doflamingo opened his hands and laughed wildly. He could feel the trembling power contained in the light explosion. If he had faced that move just now, he would have died on the spot. And this kind of power is not the strongest power of the strongest god-annihilating tool. Fate finally favored him once. At this moment, Minga has already imagined the beauty of the future. However, fantasy is fantasy. At present, he still has to overcome the difficulties in front of him. Minga has already felt a suffocating feeling. A trembling and terrifying pressure rose from the light explosion, as deep and boundless as the sea. Sure enough, the apostle is the apostle. Disciple. On the other side, the Deep Sea King walked out of the dissipated light explosion. He stood on the sea, looking at Fuzz in the air with a calm face. He wore a black patterned golden flame robe, held a golden scepter, and a circle of black and white jade circling behind him. For Fuzz's new image, the Deep Sea King had only one comment. A frog in the well. It seems that you are very proud of gaining this power. The Deep Sea King's eyes drooped slightly. Boom! The magic power of the atmosphere began to riot wildly, surging, and madly rushed towards the Deep Sea King. His body also siphoned and converted infinite magic power frantically. Soon, the part of the magic power originally consumed by the battle was quickly replenished. This scene made the Yamata Viper not far away want to curse. All this time was in vain. Now the Yamata Viper feels the remaining illusion power on his body. Well, there is not much left, only 50%. It is still very difficult to open the original root mode. It also wants to replenish the consumption, but there is no illusion power in the atmosphere. Although it can also absorb the vitality of life and transform it into illusion power to replenish the consumption. But now in this sea, due to the battle, the fish and creatures in the ocean that can move have long disappeared. Besides, the Yamata Viper does not like to do such a naked act of taking away a large number of natural lives. Because this will make it produce a sense of copyright JVU. It was as if the fantasy beast was wantonly deprived of its life. It made it look like a villain, which would make it feel uncomfortable. Unless it was necessary, Yaki Viper didn't want to do this. So there was nothing to add, Yaki Viper wanted to fish. It just so happened that the new guy would be used as a shield. Swish! The air was violently torn apart. Countless water blades directly wrapped around Foz. It was going to chop him neatly like a fruit platter. Fortunately, Foz was already alert. The high-intensity engulfing barrier wrapped directly around him. Hiss! Hiss! The violent water blades cut on the barrier and then broke. Each drop of water on the water blade had powerful properties, such as assimilation, erosion, and corrosion. These powerful properties made the black and gold interwoven translucent engulfing barrier creak, as if it could not bear the burden. So strong. At this time, facing the horror contained in these attacks, Foz further feeling the power of the Apostle, it is an unimaginable power. If it is not for the power of the phantom demon returning home. For him, it is an incomparable despair. Bang! With the Deep Sea King clenching his hand. All the broken water blades suddenly gathered together. The 10-meter-long water ball blocked Foz inside and the attack was over. In the water ball, Foz could feel the terrifying pressure of the water ball's layers of blockade and compression, in addition to the terrifying assimilation and erosion power. These forces are being continuously input by the Deep Sea King. The swallowing barrier protecting him is swallowing with all its strength, but the swallowing efficiency is completely insufficient. Foz, who sensed the situation, narrowed his eyes. If his barrier is broken, the end will definitely be miserable. However, knowing is knowing. Now he has no countermeasures at all. When he opens the full defense, he cannot use attack moves at the same time. So now he is very embarrassed. He could only watch himself being blocked by the Apostle, like a bug in a spider web gradually sinking. Damn it! The power of the Apostle is so terrifying. Foz's face was heavy and horrified. He didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson after just pretending. When Foz was in trouble, the Yamata Viper attacked. The purple smoke snakes covered with green light rushed out like a torrent, filling the position of 057 Deep Sea King. Facing the attack of the Yamata Viper, the Deep Sea King's high-speed tsunami directly submerged those snakes that seemed to have life. Soon, he lost control of the tsunami. Because he controlled the magic of the tsunami to erode those snakes. Those snakes can erode life, whether it is physical strength or spiritual strength, they can erode, which is very terrifying. The magic of the Deep Sea King is biased towards the spiritual side, so it is naturally eroded. Fortunately, although he lost control, the sea water itself carries the magic properties of the Deep Sea King. The snakes were also severely damaged by the wash. The power clash between Yamata Viper and Deep Sea King was a lose-lose situation. But in terms of the battle damage ratio, Deep Sea King still has a great advantage. Of course, it is the case in a one-on-one situation. But now Deep Sea King still wants to fight Foz. The move of Yamata Viper just now. It directly interrupted his continuous input of power to the water ball that sealed Foz. Give Foz a chance to breathe. Ah! The dazzling gold began to shine with an ominous black. Boom! A huge light explosion exploded directly. When Deep Sea King diverted his attention, Foz blew up the water ball that sealed him. Countless water droplets flew like needles and pierced into the sky and the sea below. With the rescue of Yamata Viper, he finally broke through the siege. Chapter 841 The Power of Taboo, The Eyes of the Devil. Swish, swish, swish. The water droplets burst out, leaping far away, and directly pierced some ships watching the battle from afar. Suddenly, the ships that had just recovered from the tsunami attracted another wave of destruction. But this time they were not so lucky. Some ships were directly pierced by those terrifying water drops, and the ships were like cakes that exploded when they hit bullets. The steps from watching to see grave were completed. Some ships had strong people who saved the ships but could not save some weak crew members. The crew members who were lucky enough to be pierced by the water droplets were worse than death. The characteristics contained in those water droplets directly made them melt like burning candles, which looked quite tragic. This wave of aftermath passed. The remaining people who were still watching from afar and did not die were all tingling. They wanted to run away quickly. How miserable! Those humans! At this time, on the ship of the Beast's pirates, Yun Zhao watched some ships sink into the sea and couldn't help sighing. He was still very sorry. Now the battle between these strong men has exceeded the standard, and the destructive power of the aftermath is not simple. Even the strong are not so easy to deal with. Although it is far enough away, about 10 kilometers, this distance is still not safe. Now those who dare to stay and watch the battle are real warriors, who are too stubborn. Now Yun Zhao only hopes that they can become a stubborn underworld resident after death. Oh! What a terrifying power, is this the power of the apostle? It's really hard to deal with. Not far from Yun Zhao, Kaido looked at a bloody wound on his bronze palm and laughed. Although he laughed, there was a strong fear in his eyes. When the water droplets burst over just now, Kaido used the power of the azure dragon of the mythical beast fruit to grow a tree shield that wrapped around the ship. In addition, he specially left a hole to directly catch the seemingly ordinary water drop with his hand. Feel the negative damage of the water drop to his body, such as assimilation and erosion. Although it was quickly eliminated by his mythical beast power with huge vitality. But that power still made Kaido's eyes shrink slightly. Although this level did not cause any harm to him, it was just a trivial part of the aftermath. Only when he really touched the power of the apostle did he feel the horror of the apostle. It is quite appropriate to describe it with a word that is very popular in the sea now, that is, terrifying. The power of the apostles is indeed strong. But now it seems that their goal should fail. Yun Zhao looked at Zikaline, who appeared out of thin air in the distance. When the water droplets burst out just now, the man appeared and blocked a lot of the bursting water droplets, which also saved many people. Especially compared with the miserable state of some people. Many of these survivors showed extremely grateful expressions. Although Yun Zhao felt that the man had the energy to do more. Obviously, the man was not as gentle as he seemed. But it didn't matter to Yun Zhao. Now he was more concerned about the direction of the scene. With the appearance of Zikaline, based on the current situation. If the demon apostles had no backup, this incident would have ended. On the other side, the Deep Sea King looked at the appearance of Zikaline and the arrival of the Nine-Sword Lord, and his face changed. Now he felt a little stressed. The intensity was a bit high. Seeing the Deep Sea King stop attacking, Zikaline also stepped forward with a smile. Directly reasoned with the Deep Sea King. After just a few words, the Deep Sea King chose to bite the bullet and continue to attack. Boom! A huge tsunami began to sweep around the Deep Sea King. Facing Zikaline at this time, the Deep Sea King adopted a more conservative style of play. Not as radical as before. This time, neither the Yamata Viper nor Foz in the Phantom Jade mode took action. Because Zikaline planned to show his strength in person. After all, the core of this action is the strongest God-annihilating tool, and Foz, who used the strongest God-annihilating tool, was suppressed by the apostle. Now that he took action again, the comparison effect would come out. The Deep Sea King didn't know what Zikaline was thinking. But he could feel how powerful Zikaline was. After a few moves, he clearly felt it. There is still a gap between him and the human in front of him, and it is not small. This gap is not a gap in power scale, but a simple gap in ability. Even though his ability has become stronger. But every bit of the opponent's power is deep, mysterious, and dangerous. It is a very strange power, even the Deep Sea King finds it difficult to describe. Although it is difficult to describe, he understands it. If the battle continues, he will be defeated miserably soon. He will not allow this situation. Star and Moon Tide Taboo. Boom! A series of golden magic circles enveloped the Deep Sea King, locking him up like a cage. The terrible pressure directly enveloped the Deep Sea King, which was the terrifying gravity pulled from the stars and the moon. The gravity turned into pressure and caused the Deep Sea King's body to collapse directly. The viscous liquid-like slime exploded like a water ball, but was condensed into a ball by the pressure. Of course it looks miserable, but such an attack actually does not cause much damage to the Deep Sea King. The nature of the apostle makes him largely immune to such damage. Of course, the pressure of this move is not the main damage of Zikaline. It is different from the Star and Moontide performed by Jalal. This move of Zikaline is not blessed by the celestial law, and the pressure is even smaller. But it is blessed by another law, taboo. The power of taboo flows into it along with the magic power, and that power seems to deny the existence of the Deep Sea King. This is one of the characteristics of taboo, denial. This characteristic is cooperating with the pressure of the Star and Moontide to form a terrifying blockade. The Deep Sea King is at the center of the move, so he can naturally sense his own dangerous situation. If this move goes wrong, he may be out of the game. So without hesitation, the Deep Sea King used the final trump card of the Apostle. Benefit of the Demon God. Suddenly, the Deep Sea King's vision began to move quickly like a revolving lantern. With a mysterious connection, he began to go deep into a mysterious darkness. The dark tide surged, infinite darkness. The Deep Sea King could not see clearly what was there. He could only feel the indescribable infinite power in it, and the truth of the world seemed to be in the darkness. He swam in it and felt the infinite power of this dark world. After just a moment of fascination, the Deep Sea King remembered the important matter. When he was about to act, a sudden change occurred. The darkness began to light up and turned red. The red light was so dazzling that the Deep Sea King, who was wandering in it, could not open his eyes. This change shocked the Deep Sea King, and he didn't know why such a change would happen this time. Could it be that, in addition to allowing the apostles to comprehend the power here and increase the speed of cultivation, receiving the grace of the demon god can also be used in another way, that is, to borrow the charm here, thereby achieving a short-term explosive growth in one's own strength? If Tianlong hadn't repeatedly told them not to use it until the last moment. As soon as the Deep Sea King came, he dared to open his big move and sweep all around. Now, the Deep Sea King felt that he hadn't borrowed it yet, so how could such a change happen? The Deep Sea King, who was shrouded in red light, couldn't see clearly. Only when the perspective is infinitely stretched, the answer can be obtained. The red light that is as big as the sun compared to the Deep Sea King is not one, but two. That is the eye of the demon. Chapter 842 Save Me, Mr. Senju Hashirama. At this time, somewhere in an indescribable time and space, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna was staring at the Deep Sea King. To be precise, he was not looking at the Deep Sea King, but following the connection of the Deep Sea King to look at Zeklin. Ryomen Sukuna naturally knew about the apostles' research on the favor of the demon god. He also acquiesced. As long as it didn't keep shaking in his eyes like a bug to attract his attention, he didn't bother to care. But now, he saw Zeklin while exploring the sovereign power through evolving a deeper power. Feeling a little bored, he became a little more interested. In an instant, the Deep Sea King, who hadn't understood what was happening, turned his vision. He felt that his sight returned to the sea again. As his perspective turned back, a terrifying power surged back. So strong. The Deep Sea King felt the terrifying power surging from his body. This power was much more terrifying than the first time he tried to receive the grace of the demon god. At this moment, he even felt that even if he completed the accumulation of 10 demon patterns and broke through to the 530th level of the demon god, he would still be far from possessing such terrifying power. The whole body was filled with more terrifying power. However, although he gained more powerful power, the Deep Sea King was a little panicked. Because his body was out of control. Those powers penetrated every inch and every strand of his body like black lines, and he began to move on his own like a puppet. As for who was the controller, it was self-evident. Now the Deep Sea King, who could not control his body, had only one thought in his mind. It's over. He actually disturbed His Majesty the Demon God. Not to mention the Deep Sea King's thoughts. In the real world, Zeklin saw that the magic that should have completely sealed the Deep Sea King had a problem. All the magic circles were shattered into wisps of golden light. The Deep Sea King, who emerged against the backdrop of golden light, looked extremely terrifying with a bottomless darkness on his body. Especially when the Deep Sea King in front of him looked at him. The dark gaze made him feel like goosebumps were about to burst and boil all over his body, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Zeklin felt that he had never felt this way before. Even the memory of the Sun Taboo had not given him such a feeling. Faintly, he seemed to see an incredible shadow moving the lines of his fingers. The lines were connected to the Deep Sea King. In the flash of lightning, Zeklin understood. It was able to bring him such a great shock. The Deep Sea King in front of him was no longer the original Deep Sea King. Only the demon behind him, and only the demon who was faintly standing at the top of the gods, could give him such a feeling. Others did not know what Zeklin felt. The weaker the person, the less likely he was to see anything through the layers of power barriers. Even those strong men were the same. At most, they could only feel that the Deep Sea King had become extremely dangerous. The reason why Zeklin could feel it. In addition to his strong strength, the most important factor was that his identity made him qualified to see it. Today, the Deep Sea King took 2 steps forward. He stared at Zeklin, then glanced at a corner. Then he laughed. I'm bored, come and give me some fun. Hearing the words of the Deep Sea King, everyone who was still paying attention to the battle here felt that the Deep Sea King was too arrogant. Just now he was suppressed badly, but now he seems to be pretending to be angry. Is he afraid that he didn't hit him in the face enough? Everyone looked at Zikaline. Then, time passed. A minute passed, and Zikaline didn't even move his heels or say a word. This confused others. What's the situation now? Who? Ignoring the doubts of others, Zikaline took a deep breath and made a decision very sincerely. He would not be abused. After sensing that existence, Zikrane was very clear. He could not hurt the Deep Sea King in front of him at all. On the contrary, he would most likely be beaten badly. Since that was the case, he naturally had to step down and let others do the right thing. Save me, Mr. Senju Hashirama. Very naturally, Zikrane shouted this sentence. This was not a spell like Uchiha Madara's previous call for help, but a very plain statement. It was so plain that others thought Zikrane shouted, "Have you eaten yet?" It can be said that Zikrane has achieved a lot in terms of face level. The strong people who were still present and paying attention to this side through their power did not have time to doubt Zikrane's behavior. The next moment, the Senju Hashirama who appeared in Zikrane event pupil god Uchiha Madara completely attracted people's attention. The Senju Hashirama recently, it was rumored that his strength had become a god, and he was worshipped as a god by the world, so his reputation was naturally ridiculous. As for Uchiha Madara, there is no need to mention it. Their sudden appearance naturally became the focus of the scene. God actually appeared. The remaining ships in the distant sea observed this scene through simple sight, ability, or telescope. The people who saw this scene were all stunned. Then he came back to his senses and immediately started running away in a panic. Even though the aftermath of the battle between the apostles continued to kill people, there were still some stubborn guys who desperately watched. But now, the appearance of Uchiha Madara immediately made people start to take action. They stayed behind when the apostles and the strong fought because many of them were confident that the aftermath would not kill them and that they would not be unlucky. But the gods are different. Their power is completely unreasonable. It doesn't matter whether you are strong or weak, as long as you are splashed and affected by the power of the gods on the spot. You will die directly, which can be said to be equal to all beings. There is a case. The King of Time in the Tarot Totem died once not long ago, in the aftermath of the battle between the Hollow God and the God of Ice. Although he was resurrected by the God of Time later. But it led to the battle between the God of Time and the God of Ice not long ago. This is the case on the surface. Even the King of Time, who is now rated as a crown level and has extremely terrible time ability, cannot avoid it. Others are even less stubborn. They have neither the time nor the backing to revive them. In the face of reality, it is time to give in. It is to survive. Not shameful. Chapter 843 The Secret of Immortal Law, Free-Flowing Heaven, Immortal Power. Drive faster. Go to Wilbur Island first, no. Run farther. It is better to go to the Land of Miracles in the first half of the greatness. Boss, the Land of Miracles is too far away. By the time we get here, the battle will have ended long ago. A ship on a certain ship saw that the boss, who was originally very brave, was now scared to go to the Land of Miracles for refuge. He felt speechless, and his fear also dissipated a lot. Idiot! You know everything, do you think I don't know? I'm going to move to the Land of Miracles. It's too dangerous outside, and I'm always worried about disasters. Only the Land of Miracles is safe. Now we have the Greedy Island cassette and the Phantom Bug net. Why take risks outside? From now on, all of you go to Greedy Island and be otakus. After hearing the boss's future arrangements, the Hunter Group, which is known for its elite team of only 7 people, cheered directly. Great! Finally, I can be an otaku. Boss is so wise. Boss! You are my god! Hearing the crazy praise from his subordinates, the boss's mouth corners rose wildly. On the other side, the war has begun. Hashirama Senjul looked at the Deep Sea King with an interested face, his face solemn. This time, the favor that Zikrane asked him to do was really difficult. The apostle in front of him was not the same guy at all. However, looking at the other party's eyes, he knew that this time he would not end well if he didn't fight. Fortunately, Madara was there, busy enough to protect the surroundings. Come on! Don't make me impatient! Deep Sea King walked slowly towards Senju Hashirama. Every step he took on the sea surface created circles of ripples. Compared to the calmness of Deep Sea King, Senju Hashirama's body was much more tense. Based on the power of nature, he seemed to see himself in the palm of the boundless hand. What a terrifying power! Without hesitation, Senju Hashirama came up and started to use his ultimate move. The world began to reject Deep Sea King. Everything within a kilometer around him was distorted. The terrifying pressure directly suppressed Deep Sea King, preventing him from moving forward. However, crack! Crack! Even if the surrounding environment was distorted, it made a sound of being overwhelmed. But the Deep Sea King was still walking in the twisting, his body shuttled like a phantom. A magical power enveloped him. That was the assimilation power of the sea, allowing him to walk easily in this terrible environment. How is it possible? Seeing the performance of the Deep Sea King, Senju Hashirama was really shocked, wondering whether he was a natural force or the other party was a natural force. It was simply unreasonable. Bang! Without waiting for Senju Hashirama to react, the body of the Deep Sea King had already crossed the space, directly assimilating the space and crossing the space with the assimilation characteristics. Instantly came in front of Senju Hashirama. Swish! A fluid fist went directly to the face of Senju Hashirama. Bang! Senju Hashirama's palm barely caught the opponent's fist. Even though the fist carried the dual power of assimilation and erosion, it still could not break through the power in his palm. As a natural force, Senju Hashirama, after realizing that he would be greatly constrained by interfering with the outside world with this kind of power, he turned his focus to himself, using physical skills to make up for the defects of external constraints. In other words, he is more proficient in physical skills. The secret of the immortal technique is free and easy. Seeing that the previous move did not work, Senju Hashirama directly started the secret of his immortal body technique. The blue chakra on his body began to burst out. It is not so accurate to say that it is chakra. After upgrading his abilities based on the natural law of immortal techniques, his chakra has undergone a mutation. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are on a completely different path in chakra. Recently, Senju Hashirama has the transformed power on his body was renamed, and its name was Immortal Power. Bang, bang, bang! Countless fists directly bombarded the Deep Sea King. Not only from the hands of Senju Hashirama, but also from all directions. It was as if there were fists of Senju Hashirama from the void. Even the Deep Sea King controlled by Ryomen Sukuna only caught the fist of Senju Hashirama in front, and the fists in other places were not caught. Bang, bang, bang! It was just a moment. The whole body of the Deep Sea King exploded. Every inch and every strand of the splashed fluid was wiped out by the law of nature. Zero seeking flowers. Interesting. The voice of Ryomen Sukuna resounded in the void. Soon, the apostle's magic power that was about to be completely wiped out was directly connected to the sea under his feet. The sea suddenly became turbulent, turning into countless fists that rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Bang, bang, bang! Boom boom! Countless fists hit each other. The sea was stirred, and the atmosphere was turbulent. The soul-shaking roar sounded like dense gongs and drums. The huge water vapor ring continued to rise, and its diameter increased. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, the white gas rings with terrifying diameters piled up from bottom to top. From the sea to the sky, it piled up like a huge crown. It's so terrifying. It's so terrifying. Such a terrifying vision was produced by hand-to-hand combat. The people who retreated and watched from afar could not see the current situation of the battle. But they felt the shocking shock and understood that it was the feeling of fists hitting each other. It was really shocking to produce such a vision by hand-to-hand combat. They looked at the cloud ring covering the sky. The sky was also roaring, lightning and thunder, and it was raining. Clatter. The battle area, the border 1,000 meters away. No matter how the sea surges, it seems to turn the world upside down, but it cannot cross the boundary. This is the illusory boundary set by Uchiha Madara. As long as you cross this range, even if the sea is turbulent, it will only become an illusion. Although Madara was a little unhappy about setting this boundary, he looked at Hashirama's hearty smile. Madara thought that in order for this guy not to avoid him in the future, he would endure it. Now his blood-red eyes are staring at the battle, and the 9 Megatama is spinning rapidly. That move Hashirama can actually do this. At this time, Madara's eyes. Hashirama stood in the center of a strange world full of vitality. With every punch he swung, the strange world responded synchronously. Madara closed his eyes. That world is a bit similar to the domain of the Fear Demon clan, but it is deeper and more natural. Completely superimposed with the surrounding environment, even the strong can't see anything at all. The power of nature. Ban began to simulate how he would deal with this move. Chapter 844, A Dazzling Kick, a Survival Capsule. Boom! With a roar that resounded through the sky. The grand crown that was piled from the sea to the sky suddenly exploded and spread. The wind and rain in the sky were also dispersed by this terrifying shock wave. Who? Hashirama Senju withdrew with a shaky figure, looking at the Deep Sea King in front of him with a surprised face. His moves just now were completely imitated. The secret of the immortal method, Zizei Liushan, is a mental world constructed with his immortal power as the carrier. Through this secret, every place he stands is his domain. Every time he attacks, Zizei Liushan will synchronize his attack. That is to say, when he throws a punch, it is actually equivalent to throwing a lot of punches. It is a truly seamless big move against the enemy. This move was constructed by him after thinking about it for a long time with his strong understanding of natural forces. But Senju Hashirama didn't expect that the other party only saw it once. He actually built the same moves with the help of the sea. Although the basis is magic power instead of immortal power, the principle of the moves is roughly the same. At this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but think of a popular saying in the sea nowadays. The guy in front of me is so terrifying. Today, the turbulent sea is silent. Ripples splashed, and the figure of Deep Sea King came again. And Senju Hashirama could also feel the intense danger brewing. Today. Accompanied by dense footsteps, Deep Sea King rushed over. The world turned into a stream of light in the eyes of Deep Sea King, and his body ran like light. In an instant, the terrifying flash was breaking. It seemed that there was only this dazzling white light between heaven and earth, and even the sun in the sky was dimmed. A shining kick kicked Senju Hashirama's stomach firmly. Bang! A big hole was smashed in his stomach. The exaggerated impact force broke through Hashirama's stomach and went straight to the horizon and tore the sky, revealing a deep star trail. Squeak! Squeak! With Hashirama as the center, the space was directly assimilated and eroded by the assimilation characteristics of this kick. Then, bang! The space exploded like glass. The 10-meter-long dark hole directly covered Hashirama Senju. Boom! The terrible vortex opened as the space was being repaired. Hashirama could clearly feel that the stability of the space had increased significantly with the help of the power of nature. He was a little surprised, but only a little surprised. Because after his ability was upgraded, he felt that the stability of the space of this planet was gradually increasing. Now he just mentioned it a little too much. Now Hashirama felt that it was not the time to pay attention to this. The injury on his stomach was more serious. A force was tightly wrapped around the edge of the wound, assimilating and eroding his power. What a terrifying speed! What a dazzling kick! The magic power at the wound was cleared. Hashirama was amazed while repairing his body. The immortal power began to surge and sweep, and the big hole in his stomach was also repaired quickly. The damaged or missing organs such as the stomach, lungs, and heart recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon his stomach recovered, but Hashirama Senju's face turned pale. His immortal power is mainly stored in his heart and soul. As the name suggests, there are two locations, one is the heart of the body, and the other is the soul. The kick from the Deep Sea King just now directly smashed his heart into nothingness. As a result, half of his immortal power was directly lost, and that kick also injured his soul. It was completely injured to the root. As a result, his overall condition is not very good now. Swoosh! Uchiha Madara appeared at the scene. He glanced at the pale Hashirama with a look of disdain. What an ugly posture! Hashirama! Get out of here! Next, let me experience what a so-called demon god is. The slowly rotating 9 Megatama stared at the Deep Sea King opposite. Uchiha Madara could see the dark figure filling his eyes. 0. Ha ha ha! Thank you, Madara. You really helped. But you have to be careful. Hashirama was also a little surprised to see Madara standing in front of him. Then he laughed heartily. He was very grateful for Madara's help. He didn't try to be brave. He had natural power and was constrained by the outside world. If he continued to fight, Hashirama Senju felt that he was at risk of being cancelled. This demon god senior seemed to be very unfriendly to newcomers. Don't get me wrong. I just want to test this guy's weight. Today, Uchiha Madara's 9 Megatama began to rotate rapidly. A pair of huge blood-red pupils began to appear above the entire planet. The planet was shrouded in the eyes. At this moment, whether it was an intelligent race or a non-intelligent race, or an ordinary plant or fish, as long as there was life, it began to become illusory, turning into a purer power superimposed on Uchiha Madara. That is the divine eye of the pupil god. The War of Gods. The War of Gods has begun. Accompanied by the strange phenomenon, people from all over the world also saw a corner of the pupil light in the sky, and they were all panicked. Began to find a place to lie down in a hurry. This was the experience gained by the pupil god from the two battles with the virtual god and the god of time. If you don't find a safe place to lie down for 1.5, it will be too late to lie down when you are exhausted. Bang bang bang. Some wealthy families directly opened a spherical prop and lay in it. Click. Accompanied by a burst of air, the heavy curved alloy door closed automatically. This is the survival capsule built by the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce for those wealthy people. It is equipped with nutrient solution, oxygen cylinders, and other survival items, as well as a built-in rescue device and locator. Now there is also a phantom insect net version. When the gods fight, lying in it will greatly increase life security. A survival capsule costs at least 5 million Baileys. Nowadays, as long as a family has this money, there is a high probability that they will buy one to save their lives. You can say that. Because of the terrifying War of Gods, the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce and other chambers of commerce have made a lot of money. Chapter 845 The Real Power of God, the Virtual World and the Creation of the Century. In the Everfrost Island, the Everfrost Grand Canyon. Walking in the blizzard, Mel looked at the surrounding trees covered with snowflakes, feeling its vitality dissipating in the illusion. He shook his head. Ban is a bit too much. This time, Ban even borrowed the vitality of plants. Such a move will have a huge impact on the entire life circle of this planet. Crack. Without thinking any more, Mel continued to walk like an ordinary person. Just a ripple. The life of the entire planet was quietly blessed with a life force as a threshold supplement. On the side of the East China Sea, the Red Earth continent, the new Holy Land Pangu City. In the magnificent and bright hall, the 5 elders could sense the turmoil in the Holy Land at this time. They also saw the eyes of the sky. But they were in no mood to care about so much now, just skillfully used domineering to resist the illusory changes of power. They had experience in the 2 previous attacks by Tong Shen. The eyes of the sky were more targeted at a very large number of lives. As long as they did not stare at 07 Sky's eyes stupidly, the strong people of gem level and above could resist such changes with domineering or other powers. The stronger the person, the more so. For example, the crown level can even be exempted from this illusory phenomenon. After all, it was a move that Madara used to borrow power. If others resist too much, it would be a reverse consumption and meaningless. Today, there was a knock on a door in front of the gorgeous hall. The golden-haired 5 elders, Pit Saint, said casually. Come in. Squeak. A red-haired man walked in with a gloomy face with a sword on his waist, holding a gorgeous box in his hand. The divine object is here. Looking at the gloom on the red-haired man's face, the blonde 5 elders, Pit Saint, walked over, borrowed the box from him, and sighed. Ancient Saint Green, thank you for your hard work, go down. Ancient Saint Green looked at the men in the hall and took a deep look. Then he left without looking back. The blonde 5 elders were in no mood to care about the rudeness of Ancient Saint Green. He walked back to the hall with a heavy heart. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the blonde man sitting on the sofa in the hall. That was the King of Time Jitlin of Tarot Totem, the half of God. In addition to him, there were 2 men standing behind him. Also members of Tarot Totem, Magician Keffinger and Power Bombik. The reason why the members of Tarot Totem came when the strongest god-annihilating tool was unsealed was self-evident. It was for that rumor. Sir, this is the divine object you want. The blonde 5 elders walked towards the King of Time. The other 5 elders present either frowned or remained silent, but no one spoke to stop them. Da. Keffinger, dressed in a magician's outfit, walked forward gracefully and took the box without hesitation. Then he comforted her. Tisk, it's really ugly. We are cooperating for mutual benefit. Don't look so sad. It's like we are forcing you. You must remember that you are doing this voluntarily. Hearing what Keffinger said, the blonde 5 elders felt their fists harden. So this is why you came to grab the substitute orbs? Kaka. The box was opened, and 3 shining orbs came into view. Magician Kefinger flicked the 3 substitute orbs with his fingers, paused for a moment, and received the message conveyed by the orbs. Then he nodded with satisfaction. 9 gods of honor, god of books, god of storms, god of the end. It's really a substitute orb named after a god. Yes, it's the real thing. It seems you're not hopelessly stupid. After another wave of ridicule, Kefinger bowed slightly and handed the box to Jitlin on the sofa. Jitlin just looked at it and nodded. Bang! The box was closed and the magician took it with him. Squeak! Seeing that he got the substitute orb, Zio stood up and walked directly out the door. The other 2 followed him directly. Your Excellency Zio. Hearing the call of the 5 elders, Zio paused. Don't worry, we won't break the contract. After all, you already have 2 substitutes. Of course the premise is that you have to know what's good for you. Magician Kefinger said this in a frivolous tone, and then followed Zio, who was moving again, and left. After a while. Until Zio and the others left Pangu City. Bang! The luxurious table in front of the sofa exploded directly. Too much bullying. Just a mere ant. How dare you? Looking at the curly-haired 5 elders, Saint Wakuri, who lost his composure, the other 5 elders frowned. You lost your composure? Saint Wakuri. After a while, the 5 elders finally calmed down. They could only accept the current fact. Ever since the 2 substitute gems sealed on a secret island were lost with the rampage of the fortune cat and the treasure crocodile, they have been worried that the news of the 9 glory gods would be spread. For this reason, after confirming that the lost substitute gems were taken away by the mythical beast Gold and Silver Monkey King, Master Yim, who had obtained the power of the god of creation of the 9 glory gods, went to hunt down the Gold and Silver Monkey King. But it was not as expected, and the news was leaked after all. The tarot totem of Dark Curtain also came. At the cost of 3 substitute orbs, they assisted the Kingdom of Miracles and the Chaos Realm to obtain the 2 substitute orbs that Greed Island was about to auction. Only by paying these prices could they keep the last 2 substitute orbs and gain the friendship of Dark Curtain. Otherwise, they couldn't even get rid of Zio now. Under such circumstances, the 5 elders could only surrender with the tacit consent of Lord Yim. Now they could only comfort themselves that they didn't lose anything. At least they didn't have to hide the remaining 693 substitute orbs carefully. The god of death, the god of the underworld, the 2 who might go to the afterlife, at least the substitute gem was left behind. New World. Deep Sea King watched Uchiha Madara use his ultimate move and did not stop him. After all, for the existence behind him, the more power Uchiha Madara can use, the more fun it will be for him. Buzz buzz buzz. The huge blood-red pupil in the sky disappeared, which made people on the entire planet breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the emotions of the world at this time. Through the law of the virtual world, he transformed countless pure powers and blessed him. Incredibly bright blue chakra burst out from him and went straight to the sky. Boom boom boom. The terrifying aura shook the sky and the earth, and the whole planet trembled. It's a pretty good power, but it's a little superficial. Deep Sea King commented. Don't be so arrogant. Next. Uchiha Madara held the scepter in his hand and tightened it. Let me show you the real power of God. The voice fell. The world changed. Uchiha Madara and Deep Sea King came to a dark and illusory void. He started his latest and strongest move. Empty World Genesis. Then, accompanied by an indescribable loud noise, the Big Bang of the virtual world started. Chapter 846, The Root Consciousness Takes Action, Good News and Bad News. Time passed. A day later. People around the world who got the latest newspapers were boiling. Because the new god was born again, Senju Senra Hashirama was officially worshipped as the god of nature by the world. Even the news of the strongest god annihilating tool being unsealed was overshadowed. This time, the process of the strongest god annihilating tool being unsealed was so big that it was dazzling. Whether it was the exaggerated seawall at the beginning or the successive appearances of the apostles, they were all rare big news. However, compared with the final battle of gods, it was eclipsed. The final battle of gods ended with the apostle Deep Sea King losing. The Deep Sea King is also considered the strongest apostle. Although the newspapers have pointed out that the reason why the apostle Deep Sea King showed the strength to fight against God was due to the power of the demon god. But it does not prevent people from regarding Deep Sea King as the strongest apostle of the demon clan. This war of gods also made people realize that there is indeed a huge gap between gods. This can be seen in the collision between the two new gods and the apostles of the demon god. Even if the apostles borrowed the power of the demon god, it would force the two gods to join forces. It is hard to imagine how powerful the demon god is. Along with the discussion of the power of the demon god, the division of levels between gods is beginning to emerge. In a valley on an island somewhere in the sea, the much discussed Uchiha Madara is looking at a blue sphere full of vitality in the center of the valley. The sphere is beating slowly, like a heart. Bang bang bang. After a while, the beating sphere stopped beating, and the blue sphere barrier also dissipated. The figure of Hashirama Senju sitting cross-legged was revealed inside. As Hashirama Senju opened his eyes, the whole valley was a little brighter, with more vitality. He stood up and was about to say hello to Madara, but suddenly he covered his mouth with one hand. Ahem! A strand of blood evaporated from the corner of Hashirama's mouth. Still not working. Looking at the blood streaking on Hashirama, Madara frowned slightly. Sorry, Madara. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight you in the next period of time. Hashirama smiled bitterly and felt a little happy in his heart. After all, he didn't want to fight Madara, so it was more than appropriate to have a reason now. Humph. I will take care of your injury. When you recover, there will be plenty of opportunities. Hearing Madara's words, Senju Hashirama was a little dumbfounded. Because according to Madara's meaning, it seemed that he had to wait until his injury was healed. Let's not do it. My injury is not serious. It should be healed in a few months. It won't take that long. With my strength, it will take half a month, no, less than a week. When Madara said this, Hashirama was touched but also had a headache. However, according to Madara's personality, Hashirama felt that he couldn't refuse. And that sneak attack guy. Whoosh! The wind blew, blowing away the ripples. The calm belt, Ruskana Island. Mare withdrew his gaze from the valley where Madara and Hashirama were. Before, Uchiha Madara fought alone against the Deep Sea King controlled by the demon god. Even his ultimate move, the hologenesis, could not do anything to the opponent, and he was defeated in the end. The strongest use of that move is to directly instill the terrifying message carried by the virtual universe explosion into the enemy. The strong will have their thoughts infinitely delayed, and the weak will explode on the spot. However, for the Deep Sea King controlled by Ryomen Sukuna, it can only be said that it is better than nothing, which is a bit like playing the lute to a cow. So, he joined forces with Hashirama. Using Hashirama's natural law as a bridge, Madara directly borrowed power from the entire planet and this void. The two of them joined forces, and the strength they exerted was not 1+1, but an explosive increase of thousands of times. With such strength, the Deep Sea King controlled by Ryomen Sukuna could be destroyed in one move. If it weren't for Ryomen Sukuna, the Deep Sea King would be destroyed. The king was going to die on the spot. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a price to pay, and it was mainly paid by Hashirama Senju. His behavior seemed to occupy the owner's house, and his power was in harmony with nature, reaching a higher level. So, he was hit hard by the root consciousness along the level. If it weren't for Ryomen Sukuna's intervention, Hashirama would have been eliminated. So cautious. That guy. Moer had a smile and regret on his face. The root consciousness only made one move, and it was delayed. He could feel it. For now, the size of the root consciousness is huge. But its actual combat power is much inferior to the strongest sequence such as King and Ryomen Sukuna. If it really dares to stand up openly, Ryomen Sukuna can easily beat the opponent into a meat pie by himself. But it is a development player, and it is very cowardly. Even with the support of the One Piece universe, with terrifying immortality and easy mobility, it is still very cautious. This may be related to the fact that people have been robbing its property since it was born. It is really sensitive to see this scene right away. For this kind of thing, Mel feels the need to stroke its fur. Meow. So comfortable. It is still the most comfortable to be stroked by the master. In Mel's arms, a black cat looks very happy. It looks up at Mel, with bright light appearing in its dark pupils and dark gold whites. Don't say that, little Misaka is also working hard. You see, she is a little aggrieved. Hearing Mel's teasing words, Misaka, who was sitting opposite him, was furious. Who is aggrieved? This stinky cat is spoiled. I will never massage it again. Humph. At this time, Misaka crossed her arms directly across her chest, her face turned to the side, and she looked angry. I don't want to give you a massage. You just want to pet the cat, what do you mean by massage? It explodes when you massage it. If it weren't for my strong body, I would have been blown to death by you. I didn't mean it. Hearing Xiao Hei's rebuttal, Misaka Mikoto felt a little guilty. But she really didn't mean it. Sometimes, the touch between her and Xiao Hei would resonate with electricity, and then explode. The good news is that she won't get hurt, and the bad news is that Xiao Hei will explode. You are just resonating with power, which is not a bad thing. Through this channel, your power can also be improved along with Xiao Mikoto. Mare stroked Xiao Hei's smooth chin and explained casually. Chapter 847 The Birth of Misaka Mikoto, I am so reliable. Xiao Hei itself is a cub specially created by Mel for Mikoto. It fits Mikoto very well, can resonate with and receive Mikoto's power, and is considered a pet with strong growth potential. If the gift is included, its growth potential is immeasurable. At least it can grow to the SSS level of the system's ability. Strictly speaking, of course. Xiao Hei needs Mikoto to lead him, after all, it grows much slower on its own. Did you hear that? How should you thank me? Xiao Hei. After hearing Mel's explanation, Misaka Mikoto immediately became energetic. She raised her head slightly, with an expression that she was about to praise her. Damn it! How is it possible? How can I be under your shadow? Meow Meow swears to die and never give in. Woo woo woo. Xiao Hei said, broke away from Mel's arms, and ran away crying. Tisk, is there a need for so much drama? Looking at Xiao Hei crying and running away, Mikoto, who knew his personality very well, looked disdainful. But a trace of worry still flashed in her eyes. Xiao Hei is crying, go and comfort him. I don't want to, that guy is heartless and doesn't need comfort at all. She was a little tempted. But when she heard what Mel said, Mikoto immediately became unhappy. The hesitation in her eyes was immediately extinguished by Mikoto. What a joke! That guy is spoiled? Does he need comfort? Who will comfort her? Is that so? In that case, let's not talk about this for now. Come here. Looking at Mel reaching out his hand to her, Mikoto became a little nervous. 10. Although she asked back, Mikoto simply reached out and held his hand. From the appearance, she was very calm and looked generous. Hey! A gust of wind passed by, and Mikoto was directly pulled into Mel's arms. Ya, what are you going to do? Meow. Falling into Mel's arms, Mikoto suddenly lost her composure. She felt the warm embrace, looked at the face so close to her, and was so scared that she had to bite her tongue when she spoke, and even had a cat-like ending. What are you doing? What do you think? Mare looked at Mikoto with red cheeks and panicked eyes looking at other places, and felt very interesting. His fingers pinched Mikoto's chin slightly. Then he leaned forward slightly and finally stopped at Mikoto's ear. The girl's faint body fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. I said, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Hearing the words coming from her ears, Mikoto, who had her eyes closed at this time, opened her eyes. She turned slightly and looked at him with a smile in his eyes, her face suddenly became redder. Humph! What do you care? I like to close my eyes. Are you angry? Kitty. Mare pinched the fingers touching her smooth chin, flowed over it and slid across her warm cheek. Finally, he moved them through her shiny brown hair, just like petting a cat. I'm not a cat. At this moment, Mikoto felt that his fingers had magical power, making her lazy and unwilling to move. She simply leaned in his arms and murmured in protest. Yes, my little cat. Hearing what Merle said, Mikoto was too lazy to refute at this moment. Her mind was in a turmoil, and she needed to go over and suppress it. Did you hear that? Brother Sama said I'm his little cat. Wow! Brother Sama's embrace is so warm. Brother Sama smells so good. Hurry up and take a sip. Wivu, Brother Sama didn't kiss me, I missed 10 billion. It's so close, Brother Sama's profile is so close, why don't you go up and take a sip? Consciousness returned to the pure white land. There are many Misaka Mikoto here, looking at a big screen in the sky and chattering. Mikoto, who came here, felt a mess of thoughts in her head, and her face turned black with anger. You guys stop it! She kicked away countless Misaka Mikoto of different sizes. Sister Sama is coming in. Run! Many Misaka Mikoto saw Mikoto coming in and disappeared in an instant. And some even tried to reason with her. Sister, you must listen to us this time. Yes. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. That's right, now you are just like Tsundere Mikoto, a tsundere who can't even drink soup. Hearing the Misaka Mikoto's coming forward to persuade her, Mikoto's face became even darker. Get out! Looking at the Misaka Mikoto's surrounding her, Mikoto kicked them all away. We're here to help you, sister. When Mikoto was sweeping invincible, a team of Misaka Mikoto's in different costumes also came up to help. It's really a reversal of the sky. You guys! Soon, the riot was resolved. The only ones left in the pure white space were Mikoto and the Misaka Mikoto's with the top 10 numbers hanging around their waists. Hey! Fortunately, you didn't let me down. At this time, Mikoto looked at the Misaka Mikoto's with the top 10 numbers and felt a little relieved. Misaka Network, the ability to create countless personalities. Once. Because of her curiosity about her own Misaka Network, and this ability seemed to help share the accuracy of the control ability. Therefore, Mikoto created the first Misaka Mikoto no 1. It was created based on the personality prototype of the close Kikyo, with a gentle, kind, and generous personality. She was also nicknamed Zion Huiken by the later Mikotos. Of course, in addition to her personality, Mikoto also added private materials to her figure, and her height and curves were similar to Kikyo. After that, Mikoto, who was blessed by the Misaka Network, was also very stable. She did not create many Misaka Mikoto at once, but specialized. After all, for her, she did not use these created personalities as tools, but as sisters. So, the wise and virtuous Mikoto wearing a magic robe, the heroic General Mikoto, the sharp and aggressive swordsman Mikoto, etc. were born. There are not many, a total of 10. There are many characters that Mikoto created because she envied them when she was reading comics. They really helped Mikoto a lot after they were born. Of course, no matter how rebellious the sisters are, we will stand by the elder sister unconditionally. A swordsman dressed up with a sword on her face, Mikoto looked loyal. Sure enough, Xiaojian is still the most reliable. Hearing the swordsman Mikoto say so, Mikoto hugged her directly. But after hugging her, she found that she was shorter and looked a little embarrassed. But Mikoto was embarrassed, but the swordsman Mikoto was not. She hugged Mikoto with both arms and washed Mikoto's face with a surging mountain. This made Mikoto feel sick. Damn it! So envious. This is exactly the figure she dreamed of. Yes, I am so reliable. By the way, there is nothing wrong with being a cat. Chapter 848 10,000 Misaka, the auction of the substitute gem. At this time, looking at the serious look of the swordsman Mikoto, Mikoto felt 3 question marks flashing over her head. Another Misaka Mikoto in the team echoed the swordsman Mikoto. Yes, Xiaojian is right. Being a lazy cat, and then lying in the arms of my brother, isn't this pretty good? A group of Misaka Mikoto beside him nodded. You bastards, can you work harder? Sister, is it possible that it's not us who are not working hard, but you who are not working hard? After all, we are you too. Jihyun Mikoto, who was wearing a magic robe, asked Mikoto back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are not determined, don't even think about relying on me. Yes, Mikoto waved her hands and denied Jihyun Mikoto's analysis. It seems that my elder sister still doesn't know herself. At times like this, you need me, the wise one, to help you. What are you going to do? Looking at Jihyun Mikoto's thoughtful expression, Mikoto immediately became alert. Jihyun Mikoto is the most dangerous personality in Mikoto's opinion. She was tricked once before. One dawn, when she was so sleepy, Jihyun Mikoto suddenly came over and suggested creating some more Misaka Mikoto. She said that Misaka Network is a network of Misaka Mikoto, and more Misaka Mikoto can make everyone feel more relaxed. At that time, she was really sleepy, so she agreed and handed it over to Jihyun Mikoto. At that time, she thought Jihyun Mikoto was smart and reliable, and she was relieved to let her do the job. Until she woke up the next day. She was almost dumbfounded. A full 10,000 new Misaka Mikoto greeted her. At that time, Chihayun Mikoto said with a little regret that she could only make so many for the time being and could not afford more. In fact, more than 1,000 could be made. It's just that Chihayun Mikoto has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Each of the top 10 Misaka Mikoto leads 1,000 people, and the number of 10,000 is just right, not awkward. Even Chihayun Mikoto said that she could make more next time. She was so scared that she shut down Chihayun Mikoto's ability on the spot, and manually praised Chihayun Mikoto. Since that time, Chihayun Mikoto, who was very reliable in Mikoto's eyes, has become the most dangerous guy. Now Mikoto is watching Chihayun Mikoto thinking. She feels like a ghost is coming out. Magic Mikoto, I'm warning you. If you dare to do anything to me, be careful that I will turn you into a real cat and put you in a cage for everyone to watch. Mikoto directly issued a real cat warning. In this pure white space and the spiritual space connected to the pure white space, all belong to Mikoto's imagination. For Mikoto, she is the true god here. It is not difficult to turn Chihayun Mikoto into a cat. It's a pity that my elder sister misunderstood me. She is so defensive against me. It seems that the most important thing for me to do now is to eliminate the misunderstanding between us first. Chihayun Mikoto shook her head with a trace of regret on her brow. Okay, let little Mikoto calm down first. She is tired now. A shrine maiden with a long hair and a quiver on her back stood up. Hyun Hikoto has spoken, what else can we say? Soon, the shrine maiden Mikoto and Mikoto were left in the lively pure white space. Little witch still understands me the best. Mikoto hugged the shrine maiden and buried her head in her mountains. Mikoto has a special feeling for the first Misaka personality she created. Okay, I'm leaving too. Little Mikoto, you've been very attentive, so don't be too stressed. Yet, watching Xiaowu's figure disappear, Mikoto was a little relieved. It's okay at other times. But she's really stressed at this time. After all, this pure white space is the interweaving embodiment of the Misaka network. Misaka Mikoto can empathize with her as long as they stand here. Rounding off is equivalent to being watched by 10,000 sisters. Even if she is heartless, she is not heartless. Even if she has a little idea of taking the initiative, she will be pissed off by those guys. Now that no one is watching her, she feels much more relaxed. The access to the pure white space is temporarily blocked. Mikoto's consciousness flows back to the physical body. Then she feels the breath of peace of mind and moves her body slightly to adjust her sitting posture. Zero asked for flowers. He began to fall into a hazy and peaceful dream under the gentle caress. Mare watched Mikoto fall asleep in his arms and stopped moving. He just held her petite and soft body quietly. Hoo-hoo. The wind blew through the flower field, bringing fragrance and moving the pink flower trees. The leaves swayed, and the pink petals fell quietly, floating in the gaps of dreams. 5 days later. Greed Island. A famous auction house. In the magnificent auction house full of luxurious decorations, a unique auction began. Many real forces gathered in this auction house. Their purpose was simple, which was to teleport the substitute gem named after God. Auction item number 99, a divine object from another world, the god of beauty of the substitute orb. As long as you find a suitable person, you will have a substitute with infinite potential. Starting price 100 million mind points. Hearing the host's enthusiastic shout, the whole venue was in an uproar. 200 million mind points. 300 million mind points. 400 million. I'll bid 600 million. In a private room, the culprit, the mythical beast Gold and Silver Monkey King, watched the fiercely competitive auction. A bright smile appeared on his face. I'm rich. I'm rich. With so many mind points, how many interesting things can I buy? This is a big profit. At this time, the yellow monkey was very happy, and felt that the lucky cat and the water crocodile were its lucky stars. The reason why it can get these 2 substitute gems now. It was mainly because it was born in the land of demons. Following the breath of the lucky cat and the water crocodile to find them, it discovered the secret island of the world government. So, the 2 substitute gems sealed inside were all snatched away by it. This was the original cause. Originally, the yellow monkey wanted to find owners for the 2 substitute gems. This was also an interesting journey in its eyes. But the world government actually sent people to hunt it down. That guy kept harassing it, and it was a little annoyed. So it simply exposed the news to find something for the world government to do. In addition, there were many interesting things on Greed Island, and it was short of money, so it simply sent the substitute gems to auction. Chapter 849 Deal, the world government owed 840 million. 700 million, please. As a box reported such a price, the entire auction hall was silent. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. The locals of Greed Island have some understanding of the alien artifacts such as the substitute orb from the auctioneer's introduction. Theoretically, this is at least an SSS-level item or even an X tool that is said to have disappeared. Such an introduction is really eye-catching. However, 700 million mind points is such an outrageous price. Except for the three major forces on the land of Greed Island, other forces can hardly afford it. Everyone has a lot of assets but little liquidity. Of course, if the item is tempting enough, some people will mortgage their assets for auction. But the problem is, many locals have no idea about this artifact. What is the substitute orb? For non-telekinetic systems, it is really risky to go to other systems without the system you are familiar with. Secondly, this thing is a growth-type prop, and it cannot be used right away. You need to find a compatible person. What if the compatible person is your enemy? You still play tricks. The most important thing is, this world is the law of the jungle. If you are not a real strong man, the treasure will be very hot in your hand. The entire land of Greed Island. In the scope of intelligent races, it is basically covered by three major forces. The three major forces are the Human Union, the Demi-Human Alliance, and the Forest Alliance. Other forces are either included or affiliated with the three major forces, and it is difficult to have other choices. After all, this land is still too small for the real strong. Only a few hundred kilometers. If it weren't for the boundary management adopted by the system god, it would be impossible to clearly perceive the boundary beyond the boundary. Everyone would see each other as soon as they looked up. In this case, the three major forces almost monopolized all the interests on the island. That's right. Don't say that there is no money. Even if there is money, who would dare to buy such a divine object from the outside world? With this money, buying other resources can expand their own power to an unimaginable level. Bang! Accompanied by a with a dull sound, the auctioneer knocked down the hammer. The substitute gem, the God of Beauty, was sold for 700 million mind points and was eventually acquired by someone from the Chaos Realm in the real world. The three major forces on the Greedy Island did not make much of a move. After all, the Dark Curtain still had something to do after receiving things from the world government. Coordinated with the Chaos Realm and the Kingdom of Miracles, and at the same time greeted the three major forces on Greedy Island. This involved giving up some interests and favors. The three major forces on Greedy Island would naturally not give face. Who made the other party's background so strong? Plus they still wanted to gain a foothold in the real world, so naturally they had a pleasant cooperation. The reason why the price was raised to this point was that an unexpected force intervened. Soon, the 100th, the last auction item, appeared. It was still a substitute gem, but this time it was the God of the Earth. The starting price was still 100 million mind points. After the auction began, the price also soared quickly, and the final price was also sold at 700 million mind points. With the end of the auction of the two substitute gems, this unique auction also officially ended. Many local people and players left one after another with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Among them, there were many with dark faces. The darkest face was the commander of the anti-demon monitor, Desmoko, who represented the world government to attend this auction. He was walking and looking at a communication screen. There was a message sent to him by the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem Emperor on it. That message almost made Yungu Ko laugh. The message was very simple. To put it simply, the world government was asked to mortgage a large magic mine to the Dark Curtain for 10 years. Since the Red Earth continent Holy Land exploded and turned into a land of demons, the large gluttony magic mine controlled by the world government there was gone. The world government now controls only 2 large magic mines. Now these 2 large magic mines are a steady stream of golden eggs. Especially with the development of magic pattern technology, the gold content of large magic mines is still rising. It is the confidence of the world government to speak in the Magic Pattern Association and the cornerstone of the world government's development in the magic pattern world. It is simply impossible to measure it with money. The Emperor of Tarot Totem asked for one, so how could Desmoko not angry? But being angry is just being angry. After hesitating for a long time, he still didn't refuse directly in the message-sending interface. Instead, he said that he needed the judgment of the 5 elders. The message was sent. Desmoko clenched his fists, his fingers were twisted pale. If possible, he would naturally want to refuse directly. But, what if he refused? Now the world government can't afford the debt of 8.4 mind points. 8.4 mind points. This time he was cheated badly. Desmoko's face was gloomy, and then he stopped for a while and continued to walk. Behind him, Lucci, the trump card of the world government's combat power, followed behind Desmoko silently. Although Lucci couldn't see the messages Desmoko received and sent. Now he also knew why Desmoko was worried. Thanks to his encounter with the defected Fuzz at the auction. From Fuzz, Lucci knew the current predicament of the world government. That is, the world government needs to assist the Kingdom of Miracles and the Chaos Realm in auctioning the substitute orb. How to assist? It's very simple. The world government will pay for 60% of the auction price. Looking at the transaction price of 14 in the last 2 auctions, Lucci understands that the situation of the world government is not optimistic. However, the tree has not fallen yet. Lucci doesn't want to think too much. 3.2. Although Foz has lived a very comfortable life after defecting from the world government, which makes him a little unhappy. Although after his strength has reached this point, the world government still does not give him enough trust, which makes him a little unhappy. Although he needs to contribute the precious mind card obtained by conquering Greed Island to the world government, which makes him a little unhappy. But overall, it can still be passed. Lucci feels that if he can pass it, he will pass it first. If it doesn't work, with his strength, whether he goes to the Dark Curtain to become a member of the God Blood clan or even directly joins the Human Union of Greed Island, there is a future. At this time, Desmoko didn't know what Lucci was thinking behind him. He was in a hurry now, just wanting to go back and discuss with the 5 elders how to deal with the 8.4 debt. Chapter 850 The Ultimate Insult of the 5 Elders, Angry for a While. The Red Earth continent on the East Sea side, the New Holy Land. In Pangu City. Bang! In a gorgeous hall. The ground was directly smashed by the cane. 8.4 points. How can there be so many? At this time, the culprit, the curly-haired 5 elders, Satan Saint, had an incredible expression on his face. He was so excited that he smashed the ground with the scepter in his hand. Even the other 5 elders ignored this kind of gaffe. Because they also lost their temper. What's going on? Didn't the Dark Curtain say that they have already communicated with each other? If the 3 major forces don't make a move, the auction price can't be so high. At this time, the mustache 5 elders, Wokayulai Saint, showed doubt on his face. They haven't lived in vain since the opening of Greed Island. There has been a detailed investigation of the major forces on the island. This auction was originally within the scope of the 3 major forces, and it was also controlled by them. Once the relationship was established, the final auction was just a matter of procedure. The original reason given by the Dark Curtain to the world government was that the relationship had been established. No matter how expensive this part of the fee is, it can't be too expensive. In the estimation of the 5 elders, they owed 200 million at most. Now it has increased several times more than expected. This is simply robbing money. At this time, Saint Wakuli was a little suspicious. Was it the Dark Curtain who joined forces with the Golden and Silver Ape King to deal with them? For the bottom line of the moral integrity of the Dark Curtain, a transcendent force, Saint Wakuli has always believed. If it can be lower, don't expect it to be higher. For the doubts of the 5 elders, Yungu-Kei gave an explanation. This time, it was the 2 Sea clan forces in the Greedy Island Sea that took action. The message the Emperor gave me was that we need to owe a favor to the East Palace and the West Palace. He said. What did he say? The 5 elders barely managed to calm down and continued to ask. He said that if the 2 major forces hadn't just said hello, I'm afraid the loss of the world government would be even greater. Hearing the words of Yungu-Kei, the 5 elders were all angry and laughed. They owed them several times the debt, and they should thank the other party for not taking it seriously, right? Did the Dark Curtain take us for fools? Those 2 forces came to bid just to disgust us. The 5 elders were very angry at this time. But they were even more angry later. When Yungu-Kei put forward the requirements of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem Emperor. Some of the 5 elders were so angry that their beards stood up. After a while, the excited 5 elders finally calmed down. After calming down, they began to discuss. They did not intend to mortgage the large-scale magic mine. To say it was a mortgage was actually to give the mining rights to the Dark Curtain. The 5 elders believed in the integrity of the Dark Curtain. After 10 years, the large-scale magic mine would guarantee that not a single hair would be left for them. Other major forces might still have some shame. But the Dark Curtain had no shame. You can eat people up completely within the scope of the rules and still say that the other party is willing. The 5 elders feel that they should learn this. 8.4 Mind Points. We can give this money, but it is not mortgaged with a large magic mine. We can mine a large amount of magic mines for replacement. At this time, the 5 elders reached a consensus. Due to the supply and demand relationship in the magic pattern market, the mining of magic mines is at a certain level. They will not mine too much, because too much will disrupt the market and affect the price of magic mines. Now, they really can't pay the debt of 840 million mind points. They can only repay with magic mines or other equivalents. Therefore, they can only mine on a large scale. Of course. Don't say that they don't have so many mind points. Even if they have so many mind points, they will not repay directly. Because the mind points of Greed Island are very valuable, it is easy to use them to form combat power. With so many mind points, they naturally want to use them to convert combat power. Especially now because of the news of the substitute gem. Now there are many forces in the whole sea that are eyeing the world government. The result is pending. We will negotiate with the Dark Curtain. We will first offer to repay with Bailey, and then use the magic ore if we are rejected. This should work. After all, those guys took our 3 divine objects, so they won't even give us this little face. At this time, the words of the 5 elders were a little unconfident. Because they had faced those guys from the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem, and those guys were lawless. They dared to confront them directly in front of them, so what else could they not dare to do? Let's not discuss this for now. Maybe we should pay attention to the signals brought by the 2 major forces, the East Emperor Palace and the West Emperor Palace. At this time, the 5 elders began to discuss the East Emperor Palace and the West Emperor Palace. It is hard to say that the appearance of the Sea Clan forces at this auction has no special significance. Even if they were attracted by the divine objects. But in the end, they did not bid very fiercely, more like coming to say hello. Although 1.4 billion is a lot, the 5 elders have to admit. For those 2 behemoths. If they really want to bid for the 2 divine objects, then the inflated price must be much higher. Now it is neither up nor down. To put it nicely, it does make the major forces owe a favor. Because the East Palace and the West Palace do have the power to ruin this auction. But in the long run, it is not good. The impression of those major forces on the East Palace and the West Palace is probably not very good. Unless they do this now for some other purpose. Saint of Yunguke, next you arrange people to pay close attention to the movements of the Greedy Island Sea Clan. After a discussion, the 5 elders could only let Yunguke pay close attention. If possible. This time they want to really establish a relationship with the Greedy Island Sea Clan. During the last Sea King banquet, the world government had already wanted to make friends with the 2 major Sea Clan forces. However, the East Palace was too arrogant. And when the West Palace saw the attitude of the East Palace, it was unwilling to be outdone. So the result was not ideal. The 5 elders understood immediately after analyzing the report from the Department of Transportation and Drum Science. In the end, it was the world government that was despised. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the other party at that time, the world government, which seemed to have no strength even at the level of a Nianjun, was not qualified to discuss cooperation with the 2 major forces. They could feel the carelessness and contempt in it. This made the 5 elders, who once stood at the top of the world, feel the ultimate insult. Originally, they looked down on the fishmen. As for the sea people who were a bit similar to Greedy Island after the transformation, the 5 elders also looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the bastard Morgans, the 3 major land forces, acting as an intermediary and not playing with them at all, and the fact that the East Palace and the West Palace were indeed strong. How could the 5 elders be so shameless to ask for cooperation? As a result, they were despised instead of cooperating. The shame and humiliation were not enough to describe the mood of the 5 elders at that time. It's just that the reality is too bleak. They still have to live in reality. Angry for a moment is just a moment. If there is a chance, they still force themselves to cooperate. After all, the resources of the Sea of Greed Island are too rich.